sight of my bite marks on her lower half makes me rumble in pleasure. You look beautiful with my marks.
I feel beautiful whenever I'm with you.
Ava gushes and rubs her pussy on my aching cock with ease. I stiffen slightly and remind myself to relax, that I'm with Ava.
Ready for this?
She checks in, and I adore her all the more for it. Yes, I am yours, Starlight. Gripping my length, Ava inserts just the tip, and we both seem to freeze at the sensation. It's like an invisible force around us sparks to life. I close my eyes, breathing in through my nose and out through my mouth to calm myself. Continue. I grit out when I no longer think I'm seconds away from coming. She slides down until our pelvises meet. So tight, I say between clenched teeth. You fit me like a glove. My eyes shut, and I will them to open, not wanting to miss a second of the masterpiece before me. You were made for me to take you over and over again. She moans at my praise and begins to rock and slightly bounce up and down at the same time. Her hands find themselves on my upper thighs for support, and I lean back into the pillow, arching my hips. They writhe of their own accord, and I follow the rhythm she sets.
Look how well you fill me.
Ava looks angelic riding me, her eyes glued between us where my cock, slick with her arousal, slips in and out of her. Her hair is a wavy mess around her head, and her eyes are hazy with desire. I lose myself in her. There's no one else I would trust so wholeheartedly to let go like this.
I'm ruined by you.
The passion and intimacy sex enacts are ones I know I'll crave for the rest of my immortal life. Seeing Ava in a way nobody else will ever again feeds my inner need to claim her. If it feels like this now, I struggle to envision how much more intense it will be once the mate bond is sealed. Ava, I don't know how long I can hold out. Sure enough, the pressure is building, and I tamp it down as much as I can. My fangs rip into my bottom lip, but I pay them no mind.
Hold on.
She gasps out, picking up her pace.
Come with me. I'm almost there too. Take me from behind.
I adjust our positions and plant Ava on all fours in front of me. As I spear into her, she screams in both surprise and pleasure. I hammer into her sweet pussy, grabbing her hair in my fist so I can see her face.
Oh my God.
She moans, pushing her butt back to meet me thrust for thrust. The angle feels even deeper than before, and we both sigh at the contact.
I'm there. Come with me.
We fall off the edge into oblivion together, and the sensation is too much to handle. It feels like I black out for a moment, and I collapse on top of her. Holding most of my weight off to the side, I kiss her neck and spine. I lick some of the sweat along her neck, and she shivers. Every part of you is delicious. I sweep my lips against the sensitive area behind her ear. That was incredible. I marvel and fall onto the mattress beside her. Ava flips onto her side and cuddles closer to me so we're face to face. I dislike the sensation of leaving her, so I thrust back into her tight channel and grip her ass to hold her to me. She lets out a soft moan but doesn't complain. She traces my features and works her way down to the scars that litter my chest. I choke and grab her hand to stop her. the movement sparking bad memories.
Should I stop?
Ava whispers. I kiss her fingertip and sigh. I'm sorry. We just had sex, and yet a simple touch transported me back there. It's pathetic. I bury my face in the pillow. I can't bear to see her response. Soft hair tickles my neck as Ava seems to burrow even closer than before.
Look at me.
She croons. I shake my head like a child, and she repeats herself.
Look at me, baby.
The endearment shocks me into turning my head, and I see nothing but love in her eyes.
I adore every piece of you. Never put down your trauma and the experience that shaped you into who you are now. You didn't ask for it and yet came out even stronger than before. Not everyone can do that.
I hug her to me, and she slides a leg between mine, pushing me deeper inside. After a few beats of silence, she speaks again.
We're going to need to do that a few more times. Like, right now.
I chuckle. Insatiable. But if my girl wants another round, then that's exactly what I'm going to give her.
Chapter 31. Ava. I nearly hobbled into the station today after the sexual gymnastics Fallon put me through. After our first time on the bed last night, we ended up in the shower for round 2. Then we moved to the living room and christened most surfaces out there. Fallon was relentless. Not that I was any better. I rode him 6 ways to Sunday, and now my lady bits ache in the best way possible. He might have been a virgin, but he's a quick learner and he's eager to please. Once the dam broke, neither of us could stop the flood of emotion that came bursting in from behind it. Neither of us has said the L word, but I think we're dangerously towing the line. There were times last night where he would lose himself in memories, and when it happened, I made sure to stop and talk him through it. Each time he gave me a sheepish smile, but I never want to downplay his mental health. I'm just happy he's making so much progress. Valen sent me off to work this morning with a toe-curling kiss that had me nearly begging him to have his way with me. Thankfully, he had enough restraint for both of us and headed to the library after dropping me off. The surprise he had been planning the other day is apparently now taking place tonight. With a cheesy grin on my face, I turn back to my computer and go about my daily tasks. The hustle and bustle of the station has mostly gone back to normal after the shock of Detective Waters' passing. No concrete DNA was found to tie back to the culprit, which is concerning. "Ava!" Captain Barnes calls from his office. Jumping up, I poke my head in his door, pink hair swishing around my shoulder as I go. "You rang?" I tease in a light tone. Lately, I haven't been feeling my normal bubbly self, but I'm trying to work on it. "Would you mind making copies for me?" He holds out a few papers and holds a phone away from his ear. "I meant to do it before this call and completely forgot." "You got it, boss," I reply and snag it from him. Lightly jogging to the copy room, I set about doing just that. I cross my arms and tap my boot on the ground as I wait. Rain pours outside. I'm glad we didn't have to drive through it this morning on the way in. I'm seriously getting sick of the gloomy weather that Chicago can't seem to shake. I notice a piece of lint on my pants and pick it off. Plopping it in the trash can, I spot an open folder on the table. It's labeled with today's date, and a gory picture of a pile of bodies lies on top of the stack of papers. What the fuck? I mumble to myself. Who the hell just leaves crime scene photos lying around? That's a write-up for sure. Looking around for the owner of the folder, I peek closer and find something that makes me gasp out loud. A bloody smiley face? Now that is familiar. Sneaking another glance around, I slip the paper onto the copier and make a duplicate for myself. If Xavier is openly doing this shit again after lying to my face, I need to confront him. My best friend won't be mated to a liar. Finishing up the other copies, I take them to Captain Barnes and drop them on his desk. He's in the middle of his call and mouths a thank you before I close the door. The picture of the crime scene remains folded away in my pocket, where I'll use it to interrogate the shit out of Xavier later. He'll feel my wrath for lying to me. Ava! Valen? What a surprise! Celine exclaims when she opens the door a crack. I didn't warn her that we were stopping over, but hoped they'd be home. Good, I'm glad you're here. We have something to discuss. I try to nudge the door open, but she holds it tightly. Are you okay? I can't help but feel like I'm missing something. Celine, you better not be fucking. She looks over her shoulder and back at us. Totally fine, you just, caught us at a weird time. 1 second. Laughing awkwardly, she shuts the door, and I hear her shuffling about on the other side. What is happening? I muse. Valen continues to keep his mouth shut, giving me a shrug in reply, though I'm sure he knows exactly what's up. The deadbolt unlocks from the other side, and Celine opens the door all the way. She's dressed in a robe, and Xavier is nowhere to be found. Her robe lays awkwardly on top of whatever she's wearing underneath. I swear, if he walks by, dick swaying in the wind. Is Zav here? He's the reason I need to talk to you. I look around like he might pop out at any time. He likes to show up in random places. Like the other day when I got off the elevator and happened to look up at the ceiling, and he was just hanging out up there. He'll be out momentarily. She waves a hand dismissively, and we follow her into the living room. So what's going on? Ignoring how odd she's acting, I get straight to the point. Zav is killing people again. Celine laughs. Ava, we already know this. Getting him to stop is like trying to stop the world from spinning. Yes, but he lied to my face about it. He said he wasn't involved in these crimes, that it's poor quality in comparison to what he does. I wrestle the folded paper from my purse and hold it out to her. She unfolds it and her eyes widen. This is his signature, though. He did it. I most certainly did not, Zav yells indignantly, strutting into the room. I try to hold in my laughter, but can't at the sight before me. He's dressed in black boots, tight black pants, and a billowy white shirt that showcases most of his chest. A belt with a silver buckle in the shape of a skull with swords behind it sits on his waist. An eye patch covers one eye, and Midnight sits on his shoulder dressed in a parrot costume. When we make eye contact, the cat meows at me as if to say, "See the shit I have to deal with? What's up with Captain Feathersword?" I manage to get out around giggles. My stomach starts to hurt, and I catch Valen cracking a smile. Excuse me, I'm a sexy pirate captain. This is my first mate, Midnight, and my gorgeous pirate wife. Show them your dress. Zav puffs out his chest and then tugs on Celine's robe. No, it's embarrassing. I can't believe you conned me into this. She struggles to get away from him, but is no match for the persistent vampire. He manages to pull the robe off, and there Celine stands in a bodice ripper-esque crimson dress. She covers her eyes with her hands, and I laugh despite myself. This is too good. Care to explain? I wipe a tear from my eye. Celine sighs, and Zav fluffs up the skirt of her dress. This one wanted to go to the Renaissance convention even though the pirate garb doesn't match. He said if we didn't go, he was going to force me to carol around the city, especially at the precinct, and I can't have that. I wanted to be a pirate. Midnight loves it. Why don't you? Zav whines. Anyway, I announce loudly. Back to the reason I'm here. Why did you do this? I gesture toward the paper still in Celine's hand. Zav takes it, and the look of disgust on his face is humorous. I didn't fucking do this. Look. I inch closer to see what he's pointing at. He holds the paper out to me and slams his finger against it. The smiley face isn't drawn correctly. See the way the eyes aren't quite perfect, and even the smile is slightly off. The way the bodies are piled on top of each other is so sloppy. I take pride in my work and would never do this. He waves his hand dismissively at the picture. This is the most offensive thing I've seen. I can't believe you would think I did it. What you're saying is you didn't do this and someone else did. Why are they trying to emulate you? What's the motive? We all sober at the thought. And how would they know your signature? The police never released that information. Why is someone trying to copy Zav? Is it to draw him out? This doesn't make any sense. Sorry, honey. Zav shoots a sorrowful look Celine's way. Sexy pirate must be put on pause. He holds Midnight's paw out, and we all collectively roll our eyes at his pun. I have something I need to do. Oh no, I was really looking forward to it. Celine's voice is thick with sarcasm. Wait, she holds up a hand. Where are you going? Zav takes off his eye patch and sets Midnight on the ground. Don't worry about it.
4 words I do not want to hear from you.
Valen finally speaks, and I nod in agreement. I clap my hands. Well, with that, I think Valen and I are going to see ourselves out. He has a surprise planned for me. I give a little excited shimmy and salute them. Zav is Celine's problem now. If anyone can figure out where he's going and talk him out of it, it's her. Walking behind Valen, I admire his lean frame and the toned legs that show through his pants. Who would have thought the quiet, contemplative, virgin vampire was a killer in the sack? He's a quick learner, and oh so eager to please. Will you tell me where we're going? I ask Valen as we walk into the apartment. I grab Pom-Pom and hold him against my chest while his little tail wags. The dog might be Valen's familiar, but I'm quite fond of the little guy.
A secret, I'm afraid.
He pushes a pile of folded clothes toward me.
Please change into these, and then we'll go.
Consider me intrigued. Chapter 32. Ava. Gravel crunches under our tires as Valen rolls up to our date spot. Snow dusts the ground and continues to fall from the sky. I'm bundled up in the winter attire he pulled together for me, and as the breeze picks up outside, I wrap the scarf tighter. Trees? I peer out the windshield wide-eyed. Rows and rows of pine trees fill the lot in front of us. A few have string lights decorating them, and the setting sun is the perfect contrast against them. Too busy being distracted by the picture-perfect scene in front of me, I miss Valen getting out of the car and opening my door. I accept the hand he extends and jump out of the car.
I thought we could check off another item on your list and pick a tree together. The tradition seems funny to me, but upon further research, I determined it is a staple for the holiday season.
We walk along while he talks, and I try not to giggle at how matter-of-factly he speaks about a fun holiday tradition. I slip my arm through his, and he looks down at me. The spark of life in his eyes has continued to shine a little brighter, and I reach up on my tiptoes to nuzzle my nose to his. Thank you for indulging me in my silly human traditions. He kisses my temple, and I hum at the contact. We need to find the perfect tree. It hits me now that I said, human tradition. It still doesn't feel like I'm not, especially with my powers refusing to manifest. Rubbing my glove-covered hands together, I stick my tongue out in concentration and survey the rows.
How do you determine the perfect tree, O wise one?
Valen quirks a brow because he doesn't understand this is serious business. Don't make light of tree picking, I chide. First, we need to know the max height it can be based on the apartment. Lucky for you, I have that information since I wanted to buy a tree soon anyway. I pull up the note on my phone. Then we need to see how wide we want it to be. I like mine to be taller with less girth. I wink at him, then smile at his bashful expression. We continue to stroll along, and I pull him over to a tree. See the needles? They should feel soft, not brittle. Fallon takes in everything I say and reaches out to feel the tree. He gives it a shake, and needles scatter across the snow-covered ground.
This seems like a bad tree. Let's try this one.
Look at you already learning, I praise and watch him flip from tree to tree, inspecting them from all angles and shaking the branches.
Ava, I think this is the one.
Valen calls from behind a tree. He's so tall I can see his brown hair peeking over the pine, but otherwise he's hidden. As I inch closer, I look at the tree and see it checks all the boxes. Testing the branches and needles, it looks fresh and strong. Winner, winner, chicken dinner! I pat Valen on the back, and he shoots me a concerned glance.
I already had blood. Why are you talking about a chicken dinner? Are you hungry?
Valen peppers me with questions, and I laugh. Figure of speech, baby. His eyes crinkle around the corners, and my breath is taken away at the sight. What?
I like that nickname. It makes me happy.
He responds softly and gives me a sensual kiss. I hold him to me to make the kiss last longer, and sigh while pressing our foreheads together. Let's go get this tree so I can jump your bones later. I pinch his butt through his jeans. Cutting down and tying the tree to the top of the car is fairly easy. I was worried about getting it all the way up to our apartment, but Valen handles it like a pro. Sometimes I forget what he is, and then he heaves a tree over his shoulder and vampire speeds it up the stairs. Isn't it adorable? I admire the tree where it now stands proudly in front of the balcony window. Now for the best part, decorating. We stopped at the store beforehand to snag decorations. I have some in storage I could pull out, but this year I want to start completely fresh. I let Valen decide what color combo he wanted to do with ornaments. He picked varying shades of blue because it reminded him of my eyes, he said. I snagged a silver tinsel strand and shiny star to finish the look we were creating. And then we headed home.
How does the bulb go on the tree?
Valen tries to stick the bulb between branches, but it slips through. He looks like a toddler trying to make the ornaments stay. You have to put these little hooks on them so they'll hang. Here, I'll show you. I take the piece of metal and loop it through the hole before closing the end. Valen watches as I find the perfect place on the tree and step back. Ta-da! Now you keep going, but strategically place them so it's not too crowded in one area. While he starts to put hooks on the ornaments, I turn holiday music on and feed Pom-Pom his dinner. The Pomeranian wolfs it down, and then joins us by chewing on a bone on the couch, overseeing his domain. I swear the familiar really thinks he's the king of the castle. It doesn't help that Valen does whatever the little dog wants. Get ready, buddy, I address the dog, who tilts his head much like Valen does sometimes. When it really starts to snow, we'll see how you feel about your paws on the concrete.
While I was using the internet the other day, I came across dog boots.
Valen supplies.
I should get him a pair. And perhaps a coat.
Kissing the side of Valen's mouth, I smooth an errant hair behind his ear. Aren't you the best dog daddy there is? The music plays as we go about decorating. The tree begins to shape up quickly. And I decide to ask him a few things, since my curiosity is getting the best of me. Can I ask you about your time as an angel? I test the waters and notice him stiffen slightly.
Why do you want to know?
Valen peers at me from around the tree, and I hand him another ornament. I want to know everything about you, I confess. I haven't wanted to push, though, so I haven't pried up until now. I shrug, biting my lip. In the past, I've never been one to hold back. I can be rather pushy, but with Valen's trauma, I don't want to push him for too much too soon. Valen sighs and puts the ornament on before sitting down on the couch. I guess we're taking a break for this one. Turning down the music, I sit next to him and he grabs my hand. It must be a nervous tic, but he rubs my hand in comfort.
You already know I was a warrior. I helped control the border and made sure nobody entered the realm that wasn't supposed to. Occasionally, a riot would break out where beings attempted to overthrow virtue to get to heaven, and I'd put a stop to them.
Pom-Pom worms his way over into Valen's lap, and Valen begins to pet him.
I did not feel strongly either way about what my job was, but it was monotonous at times. My sister and I were on the same battalion, although right before she disappeared, she had been assigned to a task I wasn't aware of.
I wait for him to either tell me more or tell me to fuck off.
I wasn't notified right away of her disappearance.
He swallows past a lump lodged in his throat.
By the time I was, it was too late for me to detect any trace of her.
I squeeze his hand. That's awful. Do you think that was done on purpose, then not telling you?
At first, no.
He pauses, his eyes distant.
I trusted my kind too much to believe they'd do something uncouth, but when I was sent here, I think it's entirely possible they had a hand in her death and the demon involvement. Even with the feather I found, I need to know whether she's gone for sure.
Oh, Valen. I cup his cheek, and he leans into my touch, brushing his lips over mine in a caress. I gasp, and he uses that to his advantage, his tongue invading my mouth. The next thing I know, he's hiked my leg over his and has me straddling his lap. I gasp his name at the hard, insistent press of his erection. How are you hard that fast? He nips my bottom lip and pulls back. His eyes are hooded as he takes me in. I have no doubt that my cheeks are already flushed. He swoops his hand through my hair and holds the back of my head.
I cannot help it with you. I've been hard since we got home, and I pictured taking you beneath the tree.
Oh, I gasp. Oh. Intrigue fills the word the second time.
Yes.
He leans in and kisses me.
Even when I shouldn't be turned on, as serious as our conversation was, I can't help it.
I think that's how the mate bond works, I whisper, my lips brushing his with every word. It's a bit uncontrollable.
Yes.
He agrees in a deep, sultry voice.
I find that I quite enjoy sex now that I've discovered how heavenly it is to sink into your body.
He brushes his lips over my neck, and I roll my hips against him. It's on the tip of my tongue to beg him to bite me. After last time, I'm eager for the painfully pleasant sensation.
I am glad, though, to have waited for you.
I want to pound my fists against my chest, Tarzan style. That this man is mine, and I'm the only person to have ever known him this way. Caressing his cheek with my fingers, I say, I don't want you to use sex as a distraction, though, from deeper conversations.
I am not,
he says in a tone that suggests he's offended that I would think such a thing. Just making sure, I smile, tracing my finger over his lips. So, underneath the tree, huh? He smiles and wraps his arms around me, standing with me effortlessly in his grasp. Laying me beneath the tree, he makes quick work of unwrapping me like his very own present. He explores every inch of my body with his mouth until I'm begging him to fuck me. Only when he knows I'm about to lose my mind does he sink inside me. Chapter 33. Ava. Get up, Santa came! I rustle Valen from where he snoozes like Sleeping Beauty beside me. I bounce on the bed, my excitement bleeding out of me. I don't care if I'm a grown woman. Christmas will always be exciting to me. Normally, he's awake in the mornings, sometimes even absent from the bed. but our escapades last night must have done a number on him. I feel bad. It seems like every time we fuck lately, he has a harder time pulling himself back from the urge to seal the mating bond. We haven't had a conversation about it since last time, but it's on the tip of my tongue to tell him to just do it. I know he's holding back for me, which is super sweet, but I think I'm ready for that next step. We're inevitable, so why wait? Valen mumbles and shoves a pillow over his head, like a human male rudely awoken from his slumber. I climb onto his lap, straddling him, and set my hands on his smooth, hard chest. Santa left presents under the tree. You have to get up. I push him a little harder, but it's like trying to move a boulder. Muscled abs flex underneath me, and I remember the sensation of running my fingers over the chiseled surface just last night. One slitted brown eye peeks out at me from under the pillow, but he makes no move to get up.
I seem to recall being in a similar position where you refused to get out of bed when I asked.
He rumbles, and I roll my eyes. You wanted to watch the sunrise from the roof, and it was early o'clock. I'm all good with watching the stars at night, but your girl is not a morning person. I reason while shifting my weight to straddle his lean hips. His lips quirk up at my "your girl" comment, and he tosses the pillow off his head. His brown hair is adorably rumpled. Leaning down to pepper kisses on his bare chest, I preen at the way he shivers under my touch. If you get up, I'll make it worth your while after presents. One of them might even be something we'll both enjoy. I sing-song and gasp as he stands more quickly than I can track and carries me out to the living room. I laugh at his primal hold and the heat that now simmers in his eyes. Pom-Pom yips at our entrance and zooms around the room like he too has been waiting to open gifts. Last night, we cuddled on the couch in Christmas sweaters and had a classic movie marathon. My parents and I always had the tradition of opening a gift the night before Christmas, so I gave Valen one from my hidden stash. It was a small stack of books I thought he'd like to read, given his affinity for the library. I thought about getting him a Kindle, but he's mentioned loving the feel of holding a physical book. One of the books may or may not have been a certain vampire book that shaped so many of us in the early 2000s, because I wanted to see how he'd react. I didn't expect him to get me anything, but after I gave him the books, he disappeared for a second and returned with a pretty makeup bag with all of my favorites. He even included the perfume I was running low on. Knowing he paid such close attention to me made my heart happy.
I still don't understand this Santa Claus thing.
He opens a cabinet and grabs my favorite mug. He easily goes through the motions of making my favorite coffee, even adding the perfect amount of sugar and cream.
You tell human children a strange bearded man breaks into their house to leave gifts. Does that not terrify them?
No, I shrug, sliding onto the stool as he passes me the cup. It's tradition. He's nice and brings presents. He shakes his head.
I still do not understand.
I eye him and he corrects himself.
I don't understand.
Good job. I lean over and kiss him. We'll watch the Santa Claus movies later and I'll explain more. But come on, I want to open presents. Hopping off the stool, I scurry over to the tree. A small amount of coffee sloshes out of my mug, and Pom-Pom is quick to lap it up. Oops. The last thing we need is the energetic pup to be bouncing off the walls even more than he already does.
There are more gifts here than there were last night,
Valen says accusingly, joining me on the floor. I went a little overboard, I confess. But it's your first Christmas. You deserve to be spoiled. He caught me sneaking out of the bedroom to place them last night, but let me have my fun and didn't try to ruin the surprise.
You should not.
He shakes his head, rubbing absent-mindedly at his jaw.
This is too much. I don't deserve this.
Oh, Valen, baby. I reach for his hand and squeeze. You deserve this and so much more. He doesn't look like he believes me. I'll make it my mission to show this man, vampire, that he deserves the world. I find myself hugging him more often than not nowadays because I know he needs the reassurance. Here, open this one first. I pass him a gift. I'll save the best for last. He eyes me skeptically before ripping the paper off. He holds the item up, inspecting it.
What is this?
It's a dog carrier you wear. It's sort of like a sling, and you can put pom-pom in it so you can take him places with you. He smiles and holds the carrier out.
I love it. Pom-pom, come here.
The little dog scurries over. Valen drapes the carrier over his body, and I help him adjust it so it rests cross-body style. Scooping up the dog, he places him in the sling. Pom-Pom gives an excited yip, and his tongue lolls out the side of his mouth.
This is perfect.
He leans over to kiss me, and Pom-Pom licks my chin. Clapping, I declare, "Another!" I reach for another gift and hand it to him. He rips into this one with slightly more vigor. He pulls out the shirt and laughs, holding it up.
Big Fang energy.
He reads off the words. I shrug. I spotted the shirt on a clearance rack of Halloween goods and couldn't pass it up. It was a necessary purchase. I reach for another gift, but his hand latches onto mine and halts my progress.
My turn,
he says. Grabbing a present that's wrapped haphazardly, he gives a sheepish shrug.
Celine wrapped some of them for me, but I wanted to do a few, and apparently I'm not very good at it.
No, it's perfect, I insist, taking it from him. The tape is barely holding onto the corners, but I don't care. Tears prick my eyes. It really is the thought that counts. The fact that he took the time to wrap some presents for me, especially when he didn't have any concept of the holiday at first, means more than he'll ever know. I drop the shiny red paper to the floor and lift the lid off the box. A gasp flies out of me, tears stinging my eyes. Inside rests my favorite doll from my childhood. One I thought I lost on a family vacation when I was 9. It's something I know I never even mentioned to Valen. How did you know? I pluck her gently from the box. She's not the same one, but she's close enough. I hold the doll to my chest, running my fingers through her golden curls.
I asked your mom for some help.
He shrugs.
When she mentioned the doll, I really wanted to track it down for you. Zav helped me with the eBay.
I smile and cup his cheek. It's just eBay, baby. Thank you so much. You have no idea what this means to me. He smiles in return. Before I start crying, here's your next one. I hand a bag over to him and wipe my eyes. Valen pulls out the tissue paper before holding up the contents. Shaking it out from its folded state, he brings the scrap of lace up to his torso with a confused look. He wonders aloud, and I can see the gears turning. It's a gift for both of us, I explain and waggle my eyebrows. He glances between me and the lingerie he holds before understanding sparks in his eyes. There's something else in the bag. I nod toward it, and he pulls out the small bullet. As he turns it this way and that, I turn on the vibrator so he can see. I thought it was time we gave toys a try.
Not sure I follow,
Valen replies. I smirk devilishly at exposing my innocent former virgin to ways to enhance sex. I'll tell you about it later. Shall we give Pom-Pom his gifts? I help Valen unstrap him from his chest, although the Pomeranian seems content to stay cuddled against his favorite human. Bringing the little dog's stocking over from under the tree, I let him snuffle through the contents. He immediately pulls out a bag of his favorite treats, and Valen makes sure to give him one. I also got him a gingerbread man costume. We put it on him and lose it at the adorable visual. The sound of Valen's laughter makes me unbelievably happy. He was so closed off to begin with, and witnessing him experience true happiness is the best gift I could ask for. Valen made dog-safe holiday cookies last night and gives them to Pom-Pom as part of his gift.
I have another gift for you, and I hope you like it.
Valen confesses and hands me a small square-shaped box wrapped in candy cane paper. I can tell Celine did this one by the crisp edges. Tearing away the paper, I find a frame with a certificate inside. In the center is a circular snapshot of the sky. A small paragraph lies below it. The star at the detailed coordinates will hereby be named Ava. Just like stars, our loved ones are a constant presence in our lives. Even when we can't see them, they're always there. I read aloud, and tears well in my eyes again. You named a star after me? Valen nods and grabs my hand, rubbing it with his thumb.
You are my starlight, so it only made sense. Tonight we'll have to go out on the roof so we can look at it.
Fuck, I curse. You keep making me sappy. How dare you, you beautiful man. I wrap a hand around his neck and pull him in for a long kiss. Valen has the kindest heart of anyone I've ever met. We open the rest of the gifts and are left with a pile of paper. Once everything is cleaned up, I can no longer keep the giddiness in control. Dancing on my tiptoes, I say, "Okay, the big finale is something outside." Rubbing my hands together, I grin at Valen, and he has the gall to look slightly terrified. "Oh, stop." I swat him playfully. "It's nothing bad." He feigns leaning away in fear when I go to hug him.
Sometimes I do not know with you,
he retorts, but smiles as he says it. You're in for a treat, I promise. Still clad in my pajamas, I quickly change into jeans and a sweater, and Valen does the same. Hand in hand, we make our way downstairs where I lead him to his present. I make him crouch down in the lobby and slide my sleep mask over his eyes so there's no risk of him peeking. Taking his hand, I guide him outside. A few more steps, I encourage, making sure he doesn't fall. Although I'm sure with his reflexes, he'd be offended that I'm even worried about that. You can open. Valen blinks slowly, and it's comical how big his eyes get when he sees what's in front of him.
A motorcycle?
He asks, lips parted in shock. A horse with wheels, I counter with a grin since I love his name for it. I plant my hands on my hips. Since you've mastered driving and you got your license, I figured it was time. Valen indeed got a permit just in case. He talked about going somewhere to rent and ride motorcycles, but little did he know what I had up my sleeve.
Ava, this is too much.
He repeats his earlier words, and I shake my head.
These are not cheap.
You deserve the world. Up until now, you've had a pretty shitty go at life, and I want to make sure you feel loved and appreciated every day. I rub his arms, and he pulls me into a bear hug I melt under. Besides, I know I like clothes and stuff, but I'm smart with my money. I have plenty put back, so I promise it wasn't an issue.
Thank you for this extraordinary gift.
Valen murmurs into my hair.
I thank the universe every day for you, Starlight.
We stand there breathing each other in as the world continues to pass by. It's like we're frozen in our own moment in time and nothing can break it. Okay, go play with your new toy. I know you want to. I wave him toward the bike. He grins at me with a fang-filled smile, and I resist the urge to take him back upstairs for a quick wham-bam thank you, ma'am. As he swings his leg over, I fight the drool that threatens to spill out at the visual of him astride the bike. He shakes out his dark brown hair before fitting the helmet over top, and I swoon at the imagery of him with a mask. New kink unlocked. Maybe I could convince him to leave it on later tonight? Looking hot, stud muffin! I can't help but shout. He looks around to make sure nobody overheard me. When he jumps off and strides back over to me, I take a step back, giggling.
You're trouble.
Valen growls in my ear.
If you're not careful, I'm going to bend you over this bike and have you screaming for a different reason.
Before I can respond, he hops back on and jets off. He lets out a little whoop of joy, and I hug myself in contentment. Best Christmas ever.
Chapter 34. Valen. The motorcycle purrs to a stop in front of the precinct, and I reach behind me, giving Ava's knee a gentle squeeze. She takes her helmet off, shaking out her long, pink hair.
What are you going to get up to while I'm at work?
She asks, attaching the helmet to my bike, though I notice she must like my term horse with wheels, because she keeps using it. I shrug. I'll hang out at the library, like usual.
Do you ever find anything useful there?
I take my own helmet off as she jumps onto the sidewalk so I can talk to her face to face. Plenty. I thought I might check out I believe they're called bodice rippers. See if I can find anything useful in those. She giggles.
Bodice rippers, huh?
I cock my head to the side. Yes, Zav said they'd be helpful.
Oh, baby.
She pats my shoulder.
So helpful.
She leans in and presses a kiss to my cheek. My chilled skin instantly warms at her touch. A motorcycle in the dead of winter in Chicago would be too much for most people, but I don't feel temperature the way a normal human would. It's probably too much for Ava, though, so after today I won't take her out much until it warms up. Have a good day at work, I tell her, my hand skimming hers as she goes to leave.
Have fun with your bodice rippers.
She laughs. I long to tell her I love her. At least I think that's what this feeling deep in my chest is. It's similar to what I felt for my sister, but different. More, somehow. Something deeper. But I don't think now is the time to say it. I wait until the door shuts behind her and the wind has carried her scent away from me before I don my helmet once more and speed off toward the library. Bodice rippers are fascinating. In the span of just a few hours, I've devoured 3. I can't seem to read fast enough. I never knew there were so many names for the male appendage. Things like sword and sheath and velvet-covered steel. It's fascinating. I send a text to Zev. Me. These books are intriguing. Thank you for the recommendation. He immediately sends back a laughing emoji. I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean. I've gotten better at texting, but the slang and emojis are still problematic for me. Me. Why are you laughing? Zev. No reason, Valentine. He sends a bunch of hearts behind that. I bristle. Me. Valen. Call me Valen. Zev. Okay, Cupid. Me. Do not call me that. He doesn't reply, and after a few minutes I send a string of question marks, but he continues to ignore me. With a huff, I slide my phone back into my pocket and return to reading. These books might not be helping me with any sort of research, but they're incredibly addictive and hard to put down. They're so hard to put down, in fact, that Ava rings and asks me where I am. It's only then I realize I was supposed to pick her up 10 minutes ago. I quickly put away the stack of books I read and head to the checkout with the others so I can read them at home. Waving to Edith on the way out, I placed them gently in my backpack, not wanting to damage the books in any way. Then I hurry out to my bike and to pick up Ava. As soon as I pull up, I know there's something wrong. It's in her posture, in the way she keeps her arms wrapped tightly around her body on the sidewalk and her head downcast like she doesn't want to meet my gaze. She pulls the helmet on and hops on behind me. Her arms squeeze me tight as I pull into traffic.
I need to ask you something,
She says, when we get back to the garage beneath the apartment building. What is it? I ask, reaching behind me to rub her thigh before she fully climbs off.
Do you think they're still looking for you?
She asks, holding the helmet to her chest. I hop off and take it from her, carrying both to the elevator.
Whoever took you and held you prisoner?
I can tell it pains her to ask me this. It's rare that Ava is withdrawn, and I don't like it one bit. I shut my eyes, recalling a memory from a few weeks ago. It was after I took Ava to work, a day much like today. I didn't tell her because speaking out loud would make it feel too real. I'm being followed. The thought is instinctual. As discreetly as possible, I change my course, and sure enough, the man about 50 feet behind me also changes direction. When I manage to catch a glimpse of him, he doesn't look familiar. But he is a vampire, and that's all the confirmation I need. This isn't someone friendly. His aura is a putrid color. Stay calm, I tell myself. I let my senses do most of the work for me. I don't smell or feel anyone else nearby that I think is a threat. Turning down an alley, I scale the wall and wait in a shadowed corner. Sure enough, the vampire turns into the alley. He looks around for me, and then up. I leap from my perch onto him. I don't waste any time in dispatching him, ripping him limb from limb. It's like I'm possessed as I leave his body in shreds. He barely even had a chance to fight back. Now that I'm stronger, I'm nearly unstoppable. I always knew I was stronger than most, but this proves it. He seemed like an older vampire, not one of only a few decades with lesser strength. He would have had a fighting chance against anyone but me. But I refused to be taken back to that place, held prisoner and experimented on. Tortured and tormented every second of every day, and I certainly won't be taken from my mate. Not now. Not ever. Yes, I admit as we step onto the elevator, they are. She gasps a tiny intake of breath, her eyes widening. Her bottom lip wobbles.
Oh, Valen.
She breathes.
We need to talk to Zav and Celine.
Why? I ask, curious.
Because
She sighs, tucking a piece of hair behind her ear.
we need to get to the bottom of why they wanted you. That should tell us why they need you back. We've been brushing things under the rug, living in ignorant bliss. But that's not going to help us in the long run.
The elevator doors open, and after I drop off our helmets and scoop up pom-pom for emotional support, we stand outside Zav and Celine's door. Before Ava can knock, the door opens and Xavier leans against it. Well, if it isn't my favorite bodice ripper-loving vampire and his pink sidekick. Come in, come in. He steps aside, motioning us inside. What's up? Celine asks, standing from the couch. Midnight looks around, sees Pom-Pom in my arms and huffs. He leaps off the kitchen counter and swishes his way between Zav's legs before the vampire scoops him up and drapes him around his neck. Midnight closes his eyes and begins to snore softly. Ava pulls out a stool and twists it around to face all of us before she plops onto it.
Captain Barnes closed the Vex case today, so there will be no more police presence there. I don't know what will come of it going forward. I think...
She hesitates, eyeing me, and then Celine.
I think we need to check out what's going on underground. See if we can figure out why they held Valen there. There has to be more to all this, and I know...
She pauses again, eyeing her lap.
I know we all want to move on with our lives and pretend none of this is happening. But it is. And Valen said he's been followed. So I think it's better if we try to get ahead of this.
Celine shivers. I don't like this, but you're right. Schnookums, Zav croons, pulling his mate into his arms. Don't worry, I'll keep you safe. Ava reluctantly brings her eyes to mine.
Are you going to be okay with this?
Well, I'm certainly not letting her investigate it alone, even if Zav is there. She's my mate. It's my responsibility to keep her safe. I'll be okay. It sounds like a lie, even to me.
Chapter 35. Ava.
Why do I need to wear this to investigate?
Valen asks, picking up the orange ascot tied around his neck. He eyes it with disdain. It'll help us lock in and channel our inner detectives, Zav reasons as he drives us all downtown. Celine snorts from the passenger seat and adjusts her rounded black glasses. I was an actual detective. What channeling could I possibly need to do? Truth be told, I have no idea how we let Zav convince us to dress up as the Mystery Inc. gang. Zav dons a green shirt, brown pants, and fake soul patch as Shaggy. His reasoning was he's always hungry, but in this instance, for Celine. Perv. Celine is Velma, wearing an orange sweater dress and fake glasses. Valen is Fred, and I'm Daphne because, of course. Zav even dressed Midnight up as Scooby with a little teal collar and everything before we left. If it were a normal day, we'd all say hell no to Zav's dress-up idea. But he was obviously trying to lighten the mood. None of us are particularly looking forward to returning to the club, especially Celine and Valen. Grasping Valen's hand, I squeeze. He turns to me with a small, sad smile. The poor guy continues to be haunted by his past, but hopefully we'll find answers that will put all this behind us. Whoever held him captive all those years kept him for a reason, and if they're trying to get him back, he's clearly very important. We waited until darkness fell to pursue our investigation, and I pray it goes well. Rolling up to the club, Zav parks in an alleyway across the street, and once he turns off the car, we sit in silence. The front of the building is boarded up and covered in yellow caution tape. Ready to go, mystery gang? Zav attempts to lighten the mood.
Let us go.
Valen sighs and is the first to open his door. Per usual, he's at my side in a flash, opening my door for me. Hey, stop showing me up, Zav whines as Celine steps out before he can get over to her. My honey is too independent to let me open her door. It's not that I wouldn't. He strokes his fake goatee and I shake my head. If we manage to make any progress in our snooping, it'll be a miracle. I'm not sure the red-haired vampire can take anything seriously. Nobody asked, I reply, and he scoffs at me. Celine pats his chest as we cross the street. Don't worry, I appreciate you for letting me do my thing. She kisses his cheek, and I fake gag toward Valen, who smirks. The small moment of humor sobers quickly as Valen and Zav pick both of us ladies up and stealthily speed into the club. Even though the police are gone, we still don't know what we're walking into, and we want to be as inconspicuous as possible. I pull a flashlight out of my backpack and scan the room. It's still riddled with broken brick, splintered wood, and dusty debris. What was once a chic nightclub now lies in tatters. The ambiance is a little freaky, if I'm honest, and I share a glance with Celine, who appears to be thinking the same thing. It's crazy to think that it really wasn't all that long ago that we were at the club partying. It was the first time she met Zav, even though she didn't see him. Ready to head in? I ask, and everyone nods. Pulling on my big girl panties, I attempt to step through the doorway leading to where we want to go. Valen holds an arm out and stops me in my tracks.
You do not go first.
He growls, and I swoon right then and there. Even though he must be terrified, he refuses to let me put myself in harm's way and takes the lead. Zav takes up the rear with us girls in the middle. The door creaks open, and we make our way down the hall. Celine has a death grip on my arm, and I let her squeeze however hard she needs to in order to feel better. I can't imagine how she felt being locked in this place while Zav and I searched for her. At first glance, it's empty except for the occasional bug that scuttles across the floor. Gross.
There's a filing room down this way,
Valen whispers, and I resist the urge to take him away from this hellhole that haunts him. I hate that he has to be back here, even though I know this is necessary. Should we split up? I hate to even suggest it, but there's a lot of ground to cover. Zav replies immediately with a hiss. Fuck no. This place is an unknown. And after what went down, there's no way we're letting anyone out of our sight. We can't risk it. I lower my head in acknowledgement. It was a dumb suggestion, but I want to get out of here as soon as possible. Not only for me, but everyone else. Technically speaking, I'm the only one who didn't see the carnage that lay below the club. Finding the room he mentioned, Valen leads us into a storage room full of cabinets. Some lie on their sides with drawers full of files spilling out. Others somehow survived the battle and only suffered a few dents. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Valen and Celine share a look nobody else could ever understand. The two of them lived out a horror nobody ever should. Celine getting taken and tortured was horrendous. And yet she still managed to save Valen, and the two of them escaped together. Are you both okay? I ask. We can take a minute or two if you need it. They're about to be sick of me checking in like a mother hen. I'm worried for them, though, and the dark place this visit could put them in. Fine, Celine replies shakily and tucks a strand of dark hair behind her ear. She left it down and long instead of in her usual ponytail. Look through the files and see if you can find anything. Her eyes dart up to a vent with the cover hanging off its hinges, and she shivers as a memory hits her. Zav makes his way over to hug her to him. She grasps at his back desperately. Not wanting to interrupt their moment, I get to work sifting through a huge stack of files lying across the floor in the corner. I situate myself against the wall, hoping I don't encounter creepy crawlies, and settle in. Over the next half hour, we each read as much as we can. Various eerie sounds echo through the hall, and each time Valen and Celine nearly jump out of their skin. It breaks my heart to witness their obvious trauma. The longer we're here, the more they recede into themselves. I know with her detective background, Celine can compartmentalize. But this is a lot. For the most part, the papers are based around the club, and not about anything damning vampire-wise. I close my last file with a frustrated sigh and rub my eyes. How is there nothing here? I voice my frustration. I thought it would be a smart idea to come here and try to get ahead of things. But it looks like I was wrong. Zav stands from where he's sitting and stretches like he isn't a vampire in his prime. We have to go deeper into the tunnel system. Whoever was here covered their tracks well. They wouldn't have kept the really important information here. They would have wanted it more hidden. He eyes Celine, who gives him a panicked look but nods. We sat back to wandering down the hall. A maze of halls and stairs awaits us, and we decide to go right for the belly of the beast and try to locate the area they would have taken Valen. The way he describes it sounds like a lab of some sort. Do you know where we're going? I ask him reluctantly, not wanting to set him off. Valen swallows slowly, his steps becoming less confident the farther we walk.
No. I was so out of it down here I couldn't tell you which way was up or down.
Zav and I can go ahead and you two can wait in the car if it's going to be too hard on you. I don't like the idea of dredging up even more trauma for my mate and my best friend.
No.
Both Celine and Valen whisper yell at the same time. We need to do this, Celine adds after Zav and I look at them wide-eyed. Okay, as long as you're sure, I reply. I do have to say, I can't take any of you seriously in your get-ups. Everyone lets out a small chuckle, and Zav puffs out his chest with pride. We continue on, peeking into various rooms until, after what seems like forever, we find the lab. A sterile yet musty smell emanates throughout the room, and a small whimper comes out of Valen. "I got you. I'm here." I soothe and hug him from behind while he hovers in the doorway. He grabs my arms like a lifeline before pulling away to enter the space. I want nothing more than to rip him away from here, but I'm proud of him for persevering. It looks like the police sorted through some things and took items for their own evidence. The cold storage in the corner is open, and it doesn't appear to be working. "They really cleared it out, didn't they?" Zav asks while I shine a flashlight around. Dust floats in the air, and I wrinkle my nose at the smell. "Wait, I found something. It looks like something rolled under the fridge." "I can't reach it," Celine groans. Before she's even finished saying it, Xavier picks up the refrigerator with ease, and she bends down to scoop up whatever she spotted. In her hand is a vial of blood with a label stuck to the side. She eyes Valen warily, but reads out loud. "Patient 0. Blood for vampire mutations round ZZ." Valen holds a shaky hand out, and she gives it to him. Popping the lid and taking a quick sniff, he shudders.
"Definitely mine."
I know he's a vampire and doesn't function like a human, but if he were, I'm pretty sure he'd be sweating bullets and on the verge of passing out based on the expression on his face. "Vampire mutations?" Zav asks what we're all thinking. "They were using your blood to mutate other vampires? How does that make sense if you're just a normal vampire yourself, albeit an old one?" Fuck, that's right. Zav and Celine don't know about Valen's angel status. He told me his backstory, but I kept it to myself out of respect for his privacy. I figured if he wanted someone to know something, he'd tell them. I stay silent and wait to see if he wants to take this opportunity to say something.
"In my past life and pre-captivity, I wasn't a vampire."
Valen rubs his neck in a human way he must have picked up from others.
"I was an angel."
Zav and Celine's mouths drop open, and shock fills their features. A clownish smile fills Zav's face in the next second. "Holy fuck! My Cupid nickname is even more spot on than I thought." He chuckles, and Valen deflates as tension leaves him. "Wait, so you were an angel and then what? You fell?"
"Correct."
Valen nods.
"I was looking for my sister before I was captured, but when I was cast out and sent here, I was cursed to be a vampire, which was rare at the time. The only others were other fallen angels, and there weren't many of us."
Running a long finger along the dust-filled counter, he sighs.
"I lived here a few millennia before I was captured. Whoever they are, they collected my blood and ran tests often, if you can even call them tests. I think it's safe to say, based on what we just found, that they believed my blood could help with supernatural mutations. What are those mutations? I'm not sure."
He rubs a hand over his jaw.
"Perhaps I should have paid more attention, but you have to understand. I long ago gave up on ever believing I would be free."
"What a bunch of sick fucks," Celine adds, and I nod in agreement. "I'm not done." Zav holds out a finger. "You were one of the first vampires?" Valen's brows quirk, not understanding what he's getting at.
"I suppose so. There were others before me, but none that I know of who were captured like I was. I was never in the presence of another fallen. We're different. I would have known."
Zav advances on Valen and grabs his arm while bouncing up and down like a child begging their parent for candy. "Do you know what that means? If they were using your blood to mutate vampires, you're like a vampire father." Leaning conspiratorially close to Valen, he whispers, but is loud enough we can hear him. "Can I call you Daddy?" Quicker than human eyes can track, Valen shoves him off and his features twist in disgust.
I am not your father. That is disgusting.
My dad is disappointed in me already. Zav whines and throws himself dramatically against a counter. This isn't helping my daddy issues. Whatever will I do to get back in his good graces? My chest rumbles with laughter that quickly dies out when there's a noise from down the hall. All of us are instantly on high alert, and my heart races. What was that? Can you guys hear or smell anything? I whisper. The guys force us behind them and pause, concentration lining their face. Come out, little rats. A deep voice taunts from right outside the door. Fuck, they found us.
Chapter 36. Valen. Everything inside me freezes at that mocking voice. I'm transported back to that cell. Cold, frail, and starving, just waiting for the next time they'd yank me out for something, whether to take more of my blood or to do one of their experiments. Ava's hand slides into mine and gives a reassuring squeeze. I inhale her sweet, sugary scent and instantly feel more grounded. Are you up for a fight? Xavier asks me, looking unsure. I nod. No one is going to hurt Ava or Celine if I can help it. Xavier slings the door open, and we come face to face with a row of vampires. Oh, this is going to be fun, Xavier says, rubbing his hands together. The savage gleam in his eye tells me he revels in this sort of chaos. In a flash, he headbutts the one in front. The bald, hulking vampire clearly wasn't expecting that and falls backward into the vampires behind him. Xavier and I will attempt to clear a path, I tell Ava. You and Celine, run. Her eyes flash with fear.
I won't leave you.
I grab her into a quick, furtive kiss. You can, and you will. To Celine, I say, make her go. She nods in understanding. I'm sure she doesn't want to leave her mate either, but unlike Ava, she knows that the last thing they need is to be caught by these guys. I join Xavier in the fray. Even after months of recuperating, I'm still not at my full strength, but I've managed to build back enough that I am stronger than these guys, and they clearly don't expect it. It's the advantage of being a true vampire, a being not human and made, but instead changed. We make such quick work of the 10 or so vampires that the women haven't gotten far. I grab a hold of Ava while Zav takes Celine, and we run with them in our arms. Which way? Zav asks. Fuck, I wish I had paid more attention when I was being held here, but I truly gave up on escape centuries ago, so I never bothered. Think, Valen, think. Down, I say. I know they talked about tunnels down here. Zav gives me a skeptical look. Not up? It sounds like a horde of more vampires coming from above us. I don't know that we can get out that way right now. It might be best to try to shake them in the tunnels. We probably tripped some sort of sensor, Celine groans. We should have expected that whoever held Valen would expect us to come back snooping. We delve deeper beneath the club. This place seems to go on and on for miles, with halls branching off. It would take us forever to explore it all. It's no wonder the police didn't seem to get very far with their investigation and gave up. This way, I say, sniffing the air and stopping in front of a door. Only when I open it, we're very much not alone. A group of drooling, snarling masses of fur glare at us. Their eyes, a feral red and tinted with savagery, lock onto ours. What the fuck are those? Xavier screams, backing away with Celine slung over his shoulder. Even he knows these creatures, whatever they are, aren't worth messing with. No idea, I scream, running after him as he jets off.
They're like vampire dogs.
Ava shrieks as the animals chase us down one of the many halls.
They have huge fangs.
My sole thought is of getting Ava out of here. I have to get my mate to a safe place. But with whatever those things are chasing us and vampires coming from the other direction, we're basically sitting ducks. Come on, Xavier encourages, turning down another corridor. Faster! I overtake the ginger vampire and silently beg that we all make it out of this alive. I didn't find my mate just to end up captured again. We zigzag through the maze of tunnels, losing the creatures somewhere along the way. Somehow we silently work in sync. I have no idea how long we go for, but we aren't finding a way out. I think we need to go back up, Xavier says. We're getting nowhere. Unfortunately, he's right. Are you ready to fight? I ask him. He grins wickedly, green eyes flashing. Always. Using our own sense to guide us, we turn back the way we came. My skin prickles with the thought that we could run into the dogs or vampires at any time. How many do you think? I ask Xavier. I can't tell by smell. He hisses in annoyance. How the fuck are they hiding their scent? He cocks his head to the side. By the sound of them, minimum 20, maybe 30. We exchange a look. Even as strong as we are, 20 against 2 is going to be tough, let alone more than that. Chances are we're going to end up hurt or worse, but we have to try. We only make it about halfway back to our starting point when we encounter them. My eyes rake over the horde of vampires waiting for us. It's more than Xavier's estimate of 20. We set the girls down behind us. I don't bother telling them to run. There's no point. If Zav and I couldn't find a way out, there's little chance they will either. Zav and I stand shoulder to shoulder, facing the vampires. One in front with hair cropped close to his scalp takes a step forward. Come with us, Valin, and we won't hurt your friends. I narrow my eyes. He clicks his tongue. You don't believe me? Understandable. He takes another step closer. I probably wouldn't believe me either. But we need you, you see. And we're willing to negotiate. Who's we? I growl. He grins, fangs flashing. I can't tell you that now, can I? He peers around me, eyes flashing with interest. Nice hair. He coos at Ava. You're a pretty little thing, aren't you? How about once we take out the trash, we have some fun with this one? He says to the vamps behind him, who chuckle. He reaches between Zav and me like he's going to touch her. Violence jolts through my system. I grab his wrist and twist his arm. He screams in pain and drops to his knees. Ah, you're strong, he says through gritted teeth. I won't be taken again, I hiss. He smirks. He always gets what he wants in the end, and he will have you. My eyes widen in shock when the vampire's head separates from his body. Zav drops the decapitated head to the ground. Oops, he laughs. He was talking too much, don't you think? All hell breaks loose as Zav throws the head at the remaining vampires. He rips the arm off one and uses it to slap another with a gleeful chuckle. Seeing him in his element is kind of disturbing. There's no doubt he's a machine, though, and swiftly kicks the legs out from a vampire trying to sneak up behind him. I grab the vamp once they're down, and, with a hefty throw, knock down a small group like bowling pins with the body. It won't kill them, but it's enough to disorient them while we handle those closing in on us. Too many. There's too fucking many, I think to myself. They just keep coming, appearing from seemingly nowhere. The worst part is I can't smell them. At least I can hear them, but having that one sense stolen from me is debilitating. I dispatch one vampire, only to have another wrap its arm around me and pull me backward. Trying to shake him off, I attempt to bite at any piece of skin I can, but it's fruitless. My eyes widen in horror as I pull at his arm, trying to yank him off me. I might be stronger, but another vampire grabs a hold of me, and then yet another, and finally one more until 4 vampires are carrying me, one holding each limb. I shudder and feel a foggy cloud of fear flood my mind at the familiar memory of being held down. A shrill scream rips through the air, the scream of my mate. I fight against their hold with everything I have, a new wave of panic overpowering the trauma that has started to bleed through. Ava. I have to get back to Ava. She needs me. Ava! I roar. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Xavier in a similar position, held against the wall by multiple vampires. He rages and growls, but it makes no difference. A sudden, blinding, bright light and heat bursts forth, and I fall to the ground, dropped by the vampires holding me. The light is so bright that I have to roll to my stomach and cover my face with my hands. Even then, the light still manages to leak into my closed lids. The heat gets impossibly warmer, and I grit my teeth against it. My skin prickles with discomfort. Just as suddenly as it came, it ends, and the space is bathed in near darkness once more. Silence greets me, and I roll over, slowly opening my eyes. A few sparks of white dance across my vision, but I blink them away. Gasping, I take in the scene around me. Xavier lies slumped against one wall, looking around, stunned. Celine has been blown against the opposite wall, completely knocked out. Her arm sits at an odd angle. Once Sav realizes, he shouts her name in agony and rushes over to her. Ava? My voice, crawling toward my own mate. She lies in the center of the blast, the space around her entirely clear. It dawns on me then to check the other vampires. If they're all knocked out, they should be easy enough for me to dispose of. But all I find in their places is ashes. My eyes slide back to my mate and widen. Did she? I pull her into my arms and listen for a pulse. It's faint, but there. What the fuck just happened? Xavier asks, sounding a bit breathless, worry tainting his tone as he pulls Celine into his chest. I force myself to hold his gaze. I think Ava just came into her powers.
Chapter 37. Ava. How does this feel? Any pain? The doctor gently turns my arm this way and that, but I shake my head. No, it feels fine, I reply in annoyance. Guilt ripples through me every time I think about how I was the only one to come out of the tunnels unharmed. Well, it would seem you're good to go, Ms. McGuire. The doctor packs up his equipment and nods at Valen where he lounges against the wall, seemingly deep in thought. I don't remember much from the tunnels after getting ambushed. The feeling of desperation when I saw Valen held captive was all-encompassing. Panic was clearly written across his face, and knowing those vampires were holding him against his will had me fighting to get to him. As a measly human, I knew nothing I did would be enough. So I called desperately on my powers to save my mate and friends. His whimpers of pain sent me over the edge, and a searing pain coming from my chest flooded my system. After that, everything was black, and I didn't come to until I was here being examined by a doctor. Valen said Zav brought us to a hotel dedicated to supernaturals that has an in-house doctor who caters to all kinds of beings.
Are you okay?
Valen asks quietly, uncrossing his legs and slowly walking toward me. Fuck no. Are you? I parrot. He shakes his head, tousling his dirty hair.
Far from it, for so many reasons.
I hold out my hand, and he approaches where I'm perched on the edge of the bed. Sliding his strong hand into mine, he sits so we're pressed together thigh to thigh. I sigh and rest my head on his shoulder. He releases a breath at the contact, ruffling my hair. I'm sure I look a mess, but he doesn't comment on it. How are Zav and Celine? I ask reluctantly. I want to know how they are, but I'm scared to hear the answer. Valen runs his thumb over my fingers soothingly.
As good as they can be.
He glances at me nervously before continuing at my nod.
Celine's arm is fractured and she'll be in a cast for 8 to 12 weeks, depending on how it heals. Zav is fine, besides losing his shit over her being injured.
I deflate at his words and can't help but remember what Jade said about her mom. In trying to save my loved ones, I endangered their lives, and now Celine is hurt. Realistically, I know it could have been much worse. We could have all been taken or killed. But in my current state of self-loathing, I can't make myself see reason. At the emotions rumbling around my head, that pulsing in my core starts to build again, and a gasp rips out of me. It's not painful now that the ball seems to have untangled itself. But it's a foreign feeling, and I'm afraid of it. The more panicked I get, the more it tingles through all my limbs. I stand abruptly. Mentally, I try to push it down as far as I can. I'm terrified of that well overflowing and bursting again. Don't come near me right now, I gasp out, extending a hand to keep Valen away from me. I don't have control of myself, and I'm afraid I'll hurt you. Valen holds his hands out like I'm a wounded animal, and the caution in his eyes breaks my heart. He's not scared of me, but for me.
Ava.
He pleads softly, my name laced with desperation.
Starlight, you're not going to hurt anyone. It's okay. You were trying to protect us, and we know it. Xavier and Celine aren't angry at you, if that's what you're worried about. She's been asking to see you.
He hits me with puppy dog eyes, and I crack. I'm scared, Valen. I cry and fight the tears welling up. Angrily swatting them away, I steel myself. What good are powers that hurt those I love? I know they're new to me, so it's natural to flounder, but Jade killed her own mother with hers.
It's okay to be scared.
He attempts to take a step closer to me, but I back up.
Thinking you're human your whole life and learning you're a witch is one thing. To have your powers manifest in such a traumatic way is another, but I want you to know I'm here for you, every step of the way. You're not alone in this, and Zav and Celine would say the same thing.
He says confidently.
Do you want to see them?
Shifting nervously, I take stock of the power in my chest. It feels like a living, breathing organism. But now that I'm settling down, it does the same. Yes, please, I squeak out. Following him out the door into another room right across from mine, I take a deep breath before knocking on the dark wooden door. Come in, Zav hollers from inside. Valen hands me a keycard. I slide it into the door and wait for the green light before pulling down on the handle. It opens with ease, and I can't help but notice the rich citrusy scent that fills the room. Turning the corner, I spot Celine in bed, propped up by Zav behind her. He cradles her to him like a precious treasure, and I prepare myself for both of them to look at me like I'm a monster. Aves! Celine cries and attempts to sit up. Zav hushes her and keeps her tight to him without jostling her casted arm. I wince at the visual, but am amazed to see their eyes filled with nothing but worry. Celine, I am so sorry. I bite down on my lip, damming my tears. I can't believe I hurt you like that. I don't think I can ever forgive myself. I blurt out, but she simply shakes her head and motions me closer. Pulling me into a gentle side hug, Celine clutches me to her. Stop that right now. This was not your fault. If anything, we should be thanking you for saving our asses. There was no way we were going to get out of there at the rate we were going. Would I rather my arm not be fractured? Sure, but the damage is minimal and will heal. Zav growls at the last part, but isn't focused on me when he does it. I pull away from Celine and lean back into Valen, who hovers behind me. Once my boo bear heals more, we need to talk about what the fuck just happened, Zav says while clutching Celine tighter to him. There's some messed up shit afoot, and the Mystery Inc. gang has to get to the bottom of it. It's then that we glance around at each other and realize we're still dressed up in costumes. We burst out laughing. The moment of reprieve is much needed amid all the doom and gloom. Once silence settles in, I resist the urge to vomit at the power that continues to churn in my chest. An unknown that could either save or destroy us.
Chapter 38. Valen. Ava is not acting like herself. She's trying to put on a facade of normalcy, but it isn't working. I know her better than she thinks, and it pains me that she's hiding her feelings. It's been a few days since we returned home, and if anything, she's continued to recede farther into herself. I try to spark conversation and get her mind off things, but she gives simple responses in a way very unlike her. Her normally vibrant aura has been dimmer. Sighing, I lean back on the couch and throw my forearm over my eyes. What can I do to help? Something butts into my leg, and I look down into wide brown eyes. Pom-Pom stares up at me, eyes shining with love and tongue lolling out of his mouth. His little tail wags a mile a minute, and once he realizes I'm paying attention, he tries to climb up my pants, but his stubby legs won't let him. Uppies? I hold my hand out, and Pom-Pom practically catapults into them. Are you sad about your mom, too? Animals are emotionally intelligent creatures, and the familiar has taken notice of Ava's behavior. I'm curious whether, now that she's unlocked her powers, she'll be able to communicate with him like Jade said. When I brought it up, she immediately shot the topic down and scuttled away. Anything relating to magic is a no-go at the moment. She's scared, and I get that, but I wish my mate would talk to me. I don't like that she's shutting me out. Pom-Pom paws at my chest, and I know what he's asking for since he's been doing it since we got it. Hang on. I soothe and reach for the item he desires beside the couch. Pulling the carrier over my head and setting the straps, I settle Pom-Pom into it. Comfy? I ask, and he rests his head against my chest to gaze up at me. The television in the background switches to another song on the playlist I put on earlier, and I stand. Shall we dance? The familiar yips, and I hold his two front paws, bopping them to the beat. Just as we're getting into the rhythm of the music, the door unlocks and Ava walks in. Her pink hair lays faded around her face, slightly limp. Normally one to dress up and style her hair, she's been leaving it as is. Dark circles ring her eyes, and my heart constricts at the sight. She hasn't been sleeping and thinks she has me fooled on the matter since she keeps her eyes shut and her breath's even.
Am I interrupting something?
She muses and clicks the door closed behind her. Her tone lacks any sarcastic bite. My dance partner wasn't here, so Pom-Pom had to jump in. Will you join us? I hold out a hand, and Pom-Pom pants in excitement at her arrival. Ava seems to wage a mental war. and I swear I see her hand twitch toward me. I try to tug on the mating bond that flickers between us, not fully formed yet, but she pulls away.
I can't. I have to do that thing.
Ava trails off, spinning a finger through the air, and I narrow my eyes. What thing? I ask, inching closer, trying to push her to just talk to me. She slides farther away and attempts to circle around me to scurry to her room.
The thing that needs done.
Ava stutters.
You know, the thing.
Her light blue eyes dart from me to the bedroom door, a plan formulating. Too bad for her, she'll never get past without me intercepting. I set Pom-Pom down in preparation. Try it, I taunt, and a small spark of determination flares in her. As soon as I see her foot lift off the floor, I'm in front of her, caging her in the corner of the kitchen and placing my hands above her head on the cabinets, running my nose along her cheek. I breathe in her sweet scent. You can't hide from me, Starlight. Ava shivers beneath me, and my inner predator preens at his prey being caught. Let's play a game. I drag my nose along the column of her neck. She shivers, and the smell of her arousal fills the air.
What?
She stutters.
What kind of game?
A fun one, I tease. You give me an honest answer, and I'll make you feel good.
Are you trading sexual favors for information?
She asks teasingly. Yes, absolutely, if that's what it takes to get you to talk to me. I hold her gaze.
Fallon,
Please, I beg, and lower my head, pressing an open-mouthed kiss to her neck. Talk to me, love. I don't like you locking me out.
I have vibrators.
She exhales breathlessly.
I don't need you.
I hum. Is that so? I brush my lips over her ear, and she shivers. You don't want my mouth on this sweet cunt? She practically chokes.
Cunt?
Oh, Xavier was right. Those bodice rippers are very insightful. A vibrator, though, I say slowly, dragging my tongue down the column of her neck and nipping her skin when I find the spot where her pulse flutters. I am very curious about what that does. We still haven't played with the one you got for Christmas.
I'll show you sometime.
I lower myself to my knees. She's wearing tights beneath her dress, and I reach under, slowly working them down her thighs. Her small intake of her breath has me grinning in satisfaction. I'll kiss you right here, I say, pointing to a spot high on her inner thigh. If you tell me in one word how you really feel. I keep my finger in that spot, drawing small circles. She shivers and her hand reaches down to grip my shoulder.
Scared,
she answers. I lean in, inhaling her scent before I kiss the spot I promised. Looking back up at her, I ask, why are you scared? Her head falls back against the wall.
Are you sure you're not doing some kind of weird vampire mind magic on me that's making me want to spill my guts?
No, I chuckle. But we're mates, and it's been a few days since we've been intimate. Your body is craving mine as much as I am yours. She hums.
What are you going to do if I answer?
I wet my lips with a swipe of my tongue. I'll kiss you right here. I glide my finger over her slit that's covered by her underwear. Her legs tremble.
You don't play fair.
Not when it comes to you, Starlight. I've let you keep quiet and retreat into your mind a little too long. You're going to talk to me now. Let me ask you again. Why exactly are you scared? She frowns down at me, and I scent in the air just how badly she wants to keep the words to herself. Letting out a frustrated little groan, she says,
I almost killed Celine.
I blink up at her, stunned. Love, I would hardly call a broken arm close to death. She huffs.
You heard what Jade said about her mom. She killed her by accident when she came into her powers. I almost killed Celine. It's pure luck it wasn't more than a broken arm.
I reach up and grasp her chin, forcing her to hold my eyes. You protected us from the worst of the blast. Your love for us shielded us. Celine is just human, though, and therefore far more breakable than even you.
How can you know that?
She pouts down at me. Because you obliterated those vampires, Ava. They were nothing but dust, while the area around us looked completely untouched. Stop beating yourself up for this.
I can't help it.
She whimpers when I kiss her core over her underwear. You were incredible. I kiss her inner thigh, not waiting to pull more information out of her first. You saved us. Stop beating yourself up. We'd either be dead or captured without you. She looks down at me, bottom lip wobbling.
I'd never forgive myself if they took you.
She exhales shakily.
You're mine.
I am. There's no denying the fact that I belong to Ava McGuire, heart, body, and soul.
I'm sorry I haven't been myself.
It's okay, baby. Do you feel better now? She nods.
But I need you.
I grin. Have you missed my touch? I stroke my hands along the back of her legs.
Yes.
She grips my hair firmly. I take each of her shoes off and remove her tights. Next goes her underwear. Standing, I make quick work of ridding her of her blouse and the light pink bra beneath it. My eyes fixate on her breasts, round and firm. The perfect fit for my hands. These, I croon. I love very much. She moans when I rub her nipples.
Who would have thought you'd be a boob, man?
Why do you say that? I ask, leaning in to kiss her neck before I drag my mouth lower and circle each peaked nipple with my tongue. She shrugs, but it turns into a shiver.
I don't know. I thought that since you've been a virgin for like 1,000,000 years, you might not care. I'm kind of glad to know that you're like most men.
She squeals when I bite her neck. A small trickle of blood trails her skin and I lick it away. Oh, the taste of her, sweet like a sugar cookie, hits my taste buds and I moan. I'd give anything to sink my teeth into her and shrink for real. When I pull away, her eyes are heady and those perfect pink lips are parted. Bend over the kitchen table and keep the skirt on, I command. She obeys immediately and peeks over her shoulder, giving me a coy smile.
Those bodice rippers really did teach you a thing or two.
You have no idea. I slap her butt cheek and she jolts forward. A long, drawn-out moan leaves her, and I smile in satisfaction. Sinking to my knees, I bury my face in her perfect pussy. I lap at her center, relishing in the taste of her. I suck at her clit until her legs are shaking, and she screams so loud when she orgasms that I have little doubt that Xavier and Celine heard if they're home. She's still lost in the throes of pleasure when I unbutton my jeans and shove them and my underwear down just enough to free my cock. I give my length one hard stroke before I sink into her sweet, wet heat. Ava claws at the table, her pussy spasming against my cock as she comes again. That's it. I rub the globes of her ass. Take my cock.
Valen.
She gasps.
I
know, love. I know. She mews in protest when I pull out, but I desperately need to see her when she falls apart again. I flip her over so she's on her back and slip inside her again.
Off.
She pleads, tugging on my shirt.
I want to touch you.
I rip my shirt off, literally, because if my girl wants my shirt off, I'm going to get rid of it as quickly as possible. Her fingers caress my stomach and drift farther down to graze the base of my cock every time it slides out of her perfect pussy. Her breaths become unsteady and her inner walls squeeze against me.
I'm coming.
She gasps. Yeah, you are, I growl, holding her hips so I can pound into her.
Yes, oh my God, Valen!
She cries out, squeezing her eyes shut. Open your eyes, I command. You look at me when you come. It takes her a moment, but they flutter open, and the pleasure reflected in her blue eyes has me chasing my own orgasm. Ooh, I grit my teeth. Close. I'm so fucking close.
Wait,
she says, and I slow my thrusts. She gives my stomach a gentle shove. I slip out of her and she hops off the table and drops to her knees. Cupping her breasts, she pushes them together.
Come on my breasts.
Fuck yes, I gasp in surprise. She's bringing to life a fantasy I didn't even know I had. I rub my cock with firm strokes, and it doesn't take me long to reach my climax. My cum splashes across her breasts and coats her in thick, white spurts. Ava drops her breasts and proceeds to rub my cum into her skin. That visual has me coming again, and since I wasn't expecting it, it hits her face. She smiles up at me, unbothered, and takes her index and middle finger to her cheek to wipe away. No, she's not wiping it away. Instead, she brings those fingers to her mouth and sucks them dry. My eyes zero in on her lips. Ava, I growl, and she giggles. Without giving her warning, I scoop her up and toss her over my shoulder. Before she can finish laughing, I've tossed her down on the bed and am slipping into her warmth once more. After that tease, I'm going to fuck her until the sun rises tomorrow.
Chapter 39. Ava. A thud brings me out of my zoned-out stupor. Another. Luna smiles as she nods toward the fresh cup of coffee she just placed in front of me. Blowing a flyaway piece of hair out of my eyes, I run a hand through my tresses and sigh. The mug is pleasantly warm around my hand as I pick it up, and I shudder, remembering the freezing rain outside. Somehow the weather has gotten worse, and Chicago winters are Arctic to begin with. Whoever pissed off Mother Nature needs to cool it before I turn into a pink popsicle. Tracing a whirl in the wood of the bar, I take in my surroundings. On my lunch break, I knew I needed to get out, and Beanhive seemed like the best place. I wandered in slightly zombie-like, and Luna brought my favorite coffee after one glance at me. I guess I drank the first cup while so deep in thought I didn't even realize I was done. It's still a bit weird coming here without Celine. Man, do I miss working with my bestie. Luna wipes the wooden bar down and waves to a customer as they leave. Everyone loves her since she takes the time to get to know those who pass through. That's not even counting the amazing coffee blend that's unique to her cafe. It's so smooth and light in flavor. Are you going to tell me what's got you sighing for the umpteenth time? She peeks at me through blonde and lavender strands. Did I tell you that you rock the hair? I shift in my seat. We should touch up the color soon. She quirks a brow at me. Nice deflection. Seriously, Ava, what's wrong? This quiet energy isn't like you. Genuine care seeps into her tone, and I deflate. I don't like seeing you like this. As I launch into my tale of woe, Luna listens to everything with a concerned expression. I don't leave any details out from the investigation, power explosion, or my relationship with Valen since all of it went down. Nobody is close to us, so I don't have to censor anything. Although if they did hear, it would probably sound like I was recounting some crazy show or book. So that's where I'm at. I nearly killed my best friend, and I have these powers I don't know how the fuck to control. Even now they swirl in my chest, and occasionally a tingle will shoot down my arm. I feel like a loose cannon. I don't know how to control my magic. What if it comes bursting out of me again? Could I level this entire building and everyone here with it? That's heavy. Luna's fingers flex on the counter. Her nails are painted a silver glitter color. It's a reminder that I haven't even felt like getting my nails done, which is so unlike me. What happened to Celine doesn't sound like it was your fault, Luna murmurs. You can't be too hard on yourself. It seems to me like you guys only managed to escape because of you. Making a tisk sound, I swirl my coffee around. Now you sound like Valen, I grumble. Luna nods to one of her employees, who assumes her spot working the bar. She walks around to my side and takes my hand with a gentle tug. I grab my mug with my free hand because I'm not going to leave a drop of coffee behind. Leading me to the back where an empty table is, she sits and tugs me down with her. Her blue eyes, a brighter, more vibrant shade of blue than mine, shine as they search my face. There's a calming energy about Luna. Her general personality and aura are comforting, and I find I can talk to her easily. It's not that I can't talk to Celine, but I think anyone could walk up to Luna and have a conversation without it feeling awkward. Have you practiced your magic more with Jade? She asks, crossing one jean-clad leg over the other. She has a killer pair of brown boots that encases her lean calves. Not yet. I let her know what happened, but told her that I'm not ready to dive into the deep end. I know I need to, but I'm too chicken shit right now to do it. My lips flatten at how small I feel. It's quite the departure from my loud personality and fuck-all way of living life. The fact is, I need to learn, and as quickly as possible. If I'm able to help Valen with whatever is going on with those underground tunnels and break the spell my ancestor used to bind him, then the sooner I learn, the better. But I'm so fucking scared. Luna pats my leg, and I take another sip of coffee. I think you should call her up and pencil in a time to start slow. It's a huge adjustment for you, having active powers. But who better to help than a fellow witch? She knows exactly what you're going through. You said it yourself. Blowing a breath out of my nose, I give her a small smile. I guess you're right, oh wise one. Luna flips her hair over her shoulder with a grin. I might not be as crusty as Valen and Xavier, but I do know a thing or two in my young age. She sticks her tongue out and crinkles her nose. I almost laugh at her verbiage choice of young age as an immortal being. But I guess considering she was turned in the early 2000s, that does make her young as far as vampires go. It would make me feel better if I could channel these powers into something helpful. Right now, we're sitting ducks. If I recreated what I did in the tunnel, but more controlled, I think we'd have a fighting chance, but who knows if that's even possible. The bottom line is, Valen is still being hunted by the sick fucks who held him captive. And I want to be able to protect him. I sigh and down the last of the contents in my cup. I'll feel caffeine jitters later at work. Or maybe it's because a plan is formulating in my head and I feel more inspired and energized than I have in days. I can't keep burying my head in the figurative sand. If I'm going to help my mate, I have to be proactive. Luna hums thoughtfully. You know what? I do think I'm going to call Jade. I snap my fingers and point at Luna, who gazes back, confused. She has all kinds of spell books and tomes in her shop. There's got to be something I can find to help there. I know Valen wouldn't sit back and let something happen to me. I need to be proactive and stop wallowing. Blue eyes watch me warily from across the table. Please be careful. Talking with Jade is one thing, but magic isn't something you want to mess around with when you aren't ready, especially advanced spells. Pfft, I'm always careful. I wave a hand and smile. Bells jingle against the door as I step into Jade's stationery store after work. I drove myself this morning so I'd have the car, but still texted Valen to let him know I wouldn't be home right away. He's such a worrywart that if I don't, I know he'll come looking. And now there's no telling who or what might be looking for him, so I'd rather he not be out on his own. Jade's helping a customer at the counter, so I peruse the store until she's done. A few others mill about, and it makes me happy that her store does well for itself. Nowadays, with everything at our fingertips and going digital, I imagine selling stationery is tough. Hey, girl, Jade calls, walking over to me. She rocks an all-black ensemble from top to bottom, and her dark hair flows over her shoulder in a glossy curtain. I felt your power when you walked in the door, but standing this close, it's electric. Picking up my hair and rubbing it between my fingers like I can touch the energy, I frown. Really? I don't know if I like that. I don't feel yours. You'll learn to mask it. She gives my arm a reassuring squeeze and nods her head to the back room. Come on. We make our way to the back room, and I pointedly ignore Liam, who tries to wave at me from where he stocks a shelf. I'm glad you're finally ready to talk. Letting your powers sit without learning to control them can be dangerous if you let it go on too long. She gives me a pointed look and then flits around the room looking for a specific book. I eye the others on the shelves. There are so many of them that surely there must be answers in one of them. I'm sorry for being a coward. I got hung up on hurting Celine in the process of unlocking my powers. And then I remembered what happened to you with your mom, and it got all jumbled in my head. Jade gives me an empathetic glance and motions me over to a table in the center of the room. We both kneel on pillowy cushions, and she lays out her pile of books. She opens one, and we both cough at the dust that flies out. Been a while since I cracked open one of these bad boys, she comments and flips through until she finds the page she's looking for. Aha, here it is. She turns it toward me so I can see it. My brow furrows at the odd diagrams and arrows pointing in different directions. What am I looking at? Are we cracking some code? In a way, Jade replies. It's a set of exercises to go through to help you control yourself. It's a lot of mental motions, but a few physical too. It'll feel silly at first, but I promise it does help. A faraway look enters her eye. After Mom, it's what helped me get on track, so I can attest to it. My stomach sours at her comment, and I reach for her hand. I understand what she's feeling now more than ever. I'm not into the sappy shit, but thank you. She laughs and blows out a breath. Okay, let's start with this one. Picture the ball of power and use your mind to manipulate where it moves. It might resist at first, but you have to stay open and work with it. From there, we go through the list of exercises, and she's right. I do feel silly. At first, nothing is happening. and my frustration turns into my powers working against me. Jade is a great teacher and gives constructive criticism without berating me for not knowing what I'm doing. Slowly but surely, I figure things out. By the end of the lesson, I'm feeling less shaky and more in tune with the glowing core of my body. When I don't think about it as destructive, it helps me work in tandem, and the prickly tingle is much more comfortable as it radiates through my limbs. Just like that, Jade praises, and I open my eyes to see a wide grin across her face. A phone rings in the stationery side of the store, and she calls for Liam to pick it up. When he doesn't, she jogs out of the room to grab it while grumbling about not being able to find good help. The little devil on my shoulder starts speaking in my ear, and I glance around the corner to find Jade deep in conversation. She's facing the other way, so I duck back into the witchy side and dart over to the rows of books. Not having a fully fleshed out plan, I start to open random ones and take pictures of the spells. Every few seconds, I check to make sure she isn't coming back and snag as many photos as I can. What are you doing, Ava? I chide myself for being sneaky, but I know if I told Jade I wanted to practice more advanced spells, she'd say no. That's a smart answer and one I should heed. But I'm desperate to help Valen. Who knows when those goons will show back up to try and haul him back to their dungeon lab. I'm terrified that if he gets taken, I'll never get him back. I have to be ready. Something in these books has to work. But I don't have the patience to work my way up to them. And frankly, we don't have the time. Okay, thanks for letting me know and getting it sorted, Jade says from the other room, but it sounds like she's getting closer. I'll keep an eye out for the delivery this weekend. Bye. Her footsteps echo closer, and I dart back to my spot at the table. Picking a random diagram on the page in front of me, I follow the arrows and mimic the motion with my arms. Your book is upside down, Jade snorts, and I peek out from one eye to see it indeed is. Fuck, so much for being smooth. Oops. Guess I'm getting a little tired. I think I'm going to head home. I feign a yawn and grab my belongings. You did well today. Pat yourself on the back, Ava. She follows me to the front. We'll have to set up another time to work on it, but you already have a much better handle than I did at this stage. Feeling a little guilty, I simply smile and wave while I exit the store. Once I'm situated in my car, I pull up my camera roll and scan the pictures I took. Some of them are completely useless since they're in languages I can't read or understand. A few, based on the name of the spells, are also a no-go, unless the one that's used to make a person more beautiful is going to help us knock the enemies dead. Frustrated, I keep scrolling until I land on the last one. Use for danger, I murmur to myself. That's perfect! I cheer and keep reading. The items necessary for the spell to be completed are listed, along with a few others. Others that can strengthen it and allow it to last longer. I bring up my notes app on my phone and quickly make a list of supplies. I need a little more time to read over the spell and feel confident enough to try. But in a few days, a week tops, I'm doing this.
Chapter 40. Valen. Valen is fucked, Zev blurts. Xavier Higgins Lockwood. Celine smacks his chest with her good arm, and he rubs it with a smile. Her other is still in its cast, resting against her chest in a sling. Leaning forward, he feigns privacy from Celine with a hand covering his mouth. She pulled out the full government name. Oh.
Higgins?
Ava asks. Celine sighs and attempts to pet Midnight, who hisses at her, and instead jumps into Zav's lap to curl up. He won't tell me his actual middle name, so I pick a new one every time. She eyes him with annoyance, but a small smirk pulls on the edge of her lip. He enjoys it way too much. I haven't known Celine for long, but she's a lot happier and more carefree than she was only months ago. It seems to have to do with leaving her job and spending more time with her mate. There are nights where I'll hear her waking from a nightmare and Zav soothing her. But as time goes on, they've lessened. No, but seriously, Valen is fucked. And not just by Ava. He makes a crude gesture with his hands that I now understand. Ava gasps, and I grab the nearest cat toy and throw it at him with my enhanced speed. The toy hits him in the head and falls to the ground where Midnight lazily swats at it from Xavier's lap, even though he's not even close to reaching it. Hey! Zav rubs his head like it actually hurt. The pink-haired one's bad influence is rubbing off on you. You're not getting a gold star this week. He harumphs like a child. A knock at the door has the girls turning their heads toward the noise, but I smelled Luna approaching the moment she got on the elevator. I walk over to open it for her, and she thanks me before breezing by and into the living room. So sorry I'm late. Immortality didn't change my lack of time awareness. Luna apologizes and sits next to Ava on the couch. Pom-Pom, who was passed out on the cushion next to her, jolts awake at the commotion. He stretches one little leg out behind him like a ballerina, and then the other before jumping onto her lap. He attacks her face with doggy kisses, and she laughs. Did you have a big stretch after your nap? Luna kisses his fluffy forehead and gives full-body pets before the familiar settles down in her lap, much like Midnight. Their auras intermingle in happiness. Zav claps, and Midnight cracks one eye open to give him the stink eye. Closing it, he flips onto his back, tail swaying lazily. Back to business. We need to talk about what happened at the club. Ava pulls at a fraying piece of her shirt.
Sorry for delaying this, guys. I didn't mean to make you all wait. I just couldn't face it after what happened.
She looks pointedly at Celine's arm, and her blue eyes dart down to the floor. Aves, I've told you 1,000,000 times it wasn't your fault. Please stop blaming yourself. Celine coos, reaching to give Ava's hand a gentle pat. I wind an arm around Ava's waist and pull her into me for comfort. She relaxes into my chest, and I marvel at how I'm able to soothe her with my touch. Kissing her ear because I can't resist. I revel in her sensual shiver. Zav fake gags, and I spear him with a glare. He does that, and yet has been our biggest cheerleader. So, the vampires who held Valen captive are trying to get him back and have most likely been lying in wait since he escaped. Celine details and holds up one finger. Valen is a fallen angel turned vampire, and therefore they want to collect his blood because it's special. She holds up another finger. Finally, it would seem they're using his blood to experiment on others. Did I miss anything? She wiggles her 3 fingers in the air, which Zav promptly grabs and nips at. Wow! Luna marvels and tosses her blonde and purple hair over her shoulder. I missed out on all the fun. Thanks for tagging me in this time. Pom-Pom stares up at her as she and Ava both pat his belly. Spoiled little prince. She turns to me. So, you're an angel, huh? I'm a fallen, I reply. A true vampire. Hey, Zav whines. I'm offended. I roll my eyes at his interruption. For lack of a better explanation, vampires like you and Zav are mutants, created artificially. And while you can create your own vampires with your venom, it's not the same as me. My senses are heightened even more than yours, although it's taken time for them to recover after captivity. And I have no weaknesses like your kind does. There were no flaws for me to carry over into this second life because angels are already superior beings. In other words, Xavier says loudly, Valen is like our vampire daddy. You could have been created with the venom and blood of another fallen, I huff. It's possible I'm not the only fallen who was captured and used for, well, whatever it is they're doing. It's obviously much more than just turning random people into vampires. I'd still like to think you're my vampire daddy. Zav grins, sliding his arms across his chest. Look at us, father and son reunited. If you were my son, I would have abandoned you, I mutter. Oh my God, Xavier groans. I finally find my vampire father, and he's a deadbeat dad. Figures. I shake my head, and Ava snickers beside me. She gives my knee a reassuring squeeze. I have a question, Celine interjects. If both of you have a heightened sense of smell, then why didn't you scent the horde of vampires coming for us? Everyone goes silent at her question. I'm not really sure, I wonder aloud. You mentioned Genevieve did the same previously. It shouldn't be possible, and yet here we are. I suppress a shudder at her name and see Celine flinch too. Zav pushes his black-framed glasses up his nose from where they slipped. The bitch totally covered her scent. It's why I couldn't track Celine. Could they have come up with something to mask scents with your blood? If they're experimenting with making vampires, who's to say they aren't creating who the fuck knows what else, including something to hide their scents? If you're committing illicit activities, it would be mighty handy to be able to hide your scent from other supernaturals. Rain begins to pound against the window, and we all turn to watch, including the familiars. That's not normal either. Luna sighs and plays with Pom-Pom's furry ears. We all know rain can mean a lot of supernaturals in one area, but this is excessive. It's baffled human meteorologists, but we know better. The question is, why has it gone on this long? And why haven't we seen more milling about? Ava glances between us three.
Is it rare for supernaturals to gather in one spot?
Not being able to resist, I slip a hand up the back of her shirt and stroke the bare skin there. Having her pull away was hard, and now I find I want to touch her at all times. She jumps at the initial touch, not having expected it, and then smiles. I catch Luna out of the corner of my eye watching us and wonder what is going on in her head. Zav picks Midnight up and drapes him around his neck when he starts to fall off his lap. The cat nuzzles his neck and promptly falls back asleep. Supernaturals tend to keep to themselves, even those within the same species. While certain geographical areas will hold certain species more than others, they're still spread out. For it to rain, and in this capacity, there have to be a lot of soups gathered. Zav explains, concern filling his tone. I wanted to brush it off as odd at first, but the longer it goes on, the more it worries me. With everything going on with Valen and the group utilizing his blood, I don't want to imagine what's going to happen if they have a hand in it. Jesus, Celine mutters. Ava stares thoughtfully out the window.
They're not going to stop coming, are they?
I lock eyes with Zav and find nothing but determination in their green depths. The last thing either of us wants is our girls getting hurt, or worse. We're not going to let that happen. No, I confirm. As long as the spell Ava's ancestor placed on me is still working, they'll keep trying to capture me. It binds me to them. If they recapture me, I won't be able to escape. Whoa, what? Celine blurts out, and Luna peeks around Ava in shock as well. How were you able to escape with me then? I run my fingers through my hair. I have my theories, I murmur, my eyes sliding to Ava. When I was on my way out, I felt this pressure holding me there, but I kept going. And then I saw Ava and it was like something in me unlocked, and I could leave. But the spell isn't broken? Celine asks, nose crinkling much the way Ava's does when she's confused. No, I shake my head. I still feel it. I need more details about this spell, Zav says. You two have been leaving us in the dark, and I don't like it one bit. He wags a finger in admonishment. I run a hand through my hair and sigh. My captors utilized the witch of Ava's bloodline to bind me to them so that I couldn't escape. It was their only hope of keeping me for their experiments. Otherwise, I'm too strong and too powerful for them. Celine looks at Ava. Do you think you'll be able to break this spell since you're from the same bloodline?
I think so.
Ava replies, but I see her hand shake a little in her lap.
No, I will. I have to.
I hate that my fate has been placed entirely on my mate's shoulders. I don't like the idea of her burning herself out to try to save me. If it comes down to it, I'll willingly give myself over to whoever this organization is to keep Ava safe. She's so new to her powers that she risks burnout if she tries bigger spells. I fear those powers that exploded from her and vaporized those vampires, turning inward. And something tells me this won't be an easy one to undo.
Chapter 41. Ava. I dial Luna, and she picks up in one ring. Mission is a go, bitch. I'm going to need you to bring some candles and a large fry from McDonald's. Extra salt. What mission? She asks, confusion heavy in her tone. Mission protect Valen and all of us, I reply. I found a spell. Is this a good idea? She hedges. Her hesitation grates on that part of me that's desperate to help Valen. You're still a new witch, Ava. I have to try something, I grump. Are you going to help or what? Of course. She sounds offended that I'd even suggest that she wouldn't. Great, just bring the goods. I hang up before she can say anything else. Mission? Celine asks, sitting on a kitchen stool with a glass of wine. I thought this was girls' night. At least, that's what you insisted to the guys when you forced them to leave. As if anyone can force Xavier and Valen to do anything. I just happened to mention that there was a new bowling alley opening and they were looking to start some leagues. Since Xavier is weirdly obsessed with the game, I thought he'd enjoy it, and I figured that Valen could do with some guy time. Although, now that I think about Valen and Xavier sequestered together on a bowling team, Celine just might be down a mate. It is girls' night. I tuck my stubborn strands of flyaway hair behind my ears. It just happens to include a little spell work. Her eyes narrow. Shouldn't Jade be here? No, I snap. Because she didn't exactly approve of all of this. I gesture around to the dimmed apartment. I know she wouldn't help me since she wants me to go slow, but Celine, I have to try something. I hope she hears the desperation in my voice. You saw how many vampires came for Valen in those tunnels. They didn't want us. They wanted him. I have to protect my mate. And I don't want you injured again either. If this were Zav, wouldn't you be doing the same? Hey. She takes a sip of her wine. I didn't say I wouldn't help. But I will be pleading the fifth when the guys find out what we've been up to. I plant my hands on my hips and try to ignore the feeling of Pom-Pom pawing at me to get picked up. Hopefully he won't tattle on me to Valen. They're not going to know. Not unless I manage to break the spell. She arches a lone dark brow. Or something goes wrong. Nothing's going to go wrong. You'll see. 20 minutes later, Luna knocks on the door with a bag of candles in one hand and a McDonald's bag in the other. I snatch both from her. I still don't understand what the fries are for, she says, closing the door behind herself. I'm hungry, and my period is about to start. I always crave McDonald's fries when it's coming. Plus, I give the bag a shake. We need salt for the spell. You don't have any salt? Selena asks. I could have brought some. She purses her lips. This was more fun. I stuff a handful of fries into my mouth and drop half of one on the floor for Pom-Pom. God, I'm starving. I should have had you get a burger, too. What do you need all the candles for? Luna asks, taking the empty stool beside Celine. For ambiance, obviously. I stick my tongue out and down another handful of fries. I've been extra hungry since coming into my powers. It's as if my body is burning extra calories to sustain all the magic simmering inside me. It seems like this is a pretty simple protection spell, I go on. I'm not certain it'll undo my ancestors, but I figure it can't hurt, right? I give a tiny shrug. Both girls eye me skeptically. After another couple of fries, I dust off my hands and gesture to the floor. Let's do this thing. I set up the candles in a circle and use salt to thinly line it, just as the spell said to do. It's a crude circle if you ask me, but hey, we'll see what happens. In the middle, I toss one of Valen's t-shirts. Ow, I grunt, ripping out a few of my hairs to sprinkle onto the fabric. I'm hoping the hair of a witch instruction was literal. You need something personal of Valen's? Celine asks, eyeing up the shirt. Yeah, I reply, tossing down his toothbrush for good measure. I might have something, she muses. Of Valen's? Confusion fills me, along with a possessive feeling. I don't like someone else having something of his. Even knowing Celine is my best friend, it's like a primal side of me is staking claim at a threat. I forgot about it until now, she says. Let me grab it. She rushes next door to her apartment and is back a few minutes later. She hands me something wrapped in a bundle of fabric. I slowly unwrap the object, and I'm surprised to find a necklace. It's gold, but not our gold. Immediately, I know this is something not of this realm. Something far too heavenly for Earth. It has to be something he brought with him as an angel. It's beautiful, I murmur. It's too beautiful, too precious. He had this with him? She nods. I saw him holding it a few times, so I grabbed it when I escaped. But in the chaos, I completely forgot about it. I feel terrible. He's probably thought that it was lost to him forever. He's never said anything about it to me, I say softly. I lay the necklace in my growing pile of items in the circle. Luna, I need you. I motion her over to me. I need some of your blood. My blood? Why mine? She eyes me skeptically. It said I needed blood of a vampire, and you're a vampire, so you're my lucky volunteer. She gives a small shrug. Happy to help. She bites into her own hand and holds the bleeding flesh over my pile. How much? That should be enough. Already, her hand is knitting itself closed. It's still odd to me that supernaturals are real and things like accelerated healing exist. Now what? Selena asks. Now we sit and I say the spell. At least I think that's all there is to it. I should have consulted Jade first, since she obviously has way more knowledge than I do. But I knew she would say I wasn't ready. Besides, what's the worst that can happen? The three of us sit in a triangle formation. Luna to my left and Celine across from me. Pulling out my phone, I read over the spell again just to be sure I've remembered the exact wording. I reach for each of the girls' hands and close my eyes. Reciting the words feels foreign, and not at the same time. I practiced a little when I wasn't with Valen. It's a different language, but it's similar to English. I'm sure I fumble over a few words, but try to stay as close as possible to the original. I open one eye and look around, frowning when I see that nothing has happened. Ugh, I groan. Did it work? I don't know, Celine supplies. It's a protection spell. Maybe there's not. The space on the floor where Valen's shirt is seems to open up, the items disappearing into a massive shimmering red and orange hole. I grapple forward when I see the necklace about to fall and sling it behind me. I would never forgive myself for losing something that must be so precious to my mate. What is that? I gasp, shielding my eyes from the sparkling colors. You're the witch. Shouldn't you know? Luna shrieks, scuttling back from the hole. I'm kinda new at this whole thing, I retort, as a breeze fills the space, lifting our hair. Pom-Pom whines from his spot in the corner. That's when the lights begin to flicker. I don't like this, Celine cries. I don't like this at all. This was a terrible idea. The lights go out entirely, and when I look toward the windows, I watch them go out all across the city. What the fuck? I mutter. The lights flicker again, and I swear I see a shadow of a man. Who's there? Celine asks, which freaks me out further because if she saw a man too, then... The lights come back on and I scream, because there is a man. A very tall, pale, blonde, scary-looking man with tattoos, glowing golden eyes, and horns. He surveys us all in confusion before he zeroes in on Luna. He cocks his head to the side and steps over the salt and candles. Luna scuttles backward but stops when she collides with the armchair. The giant man crouches in front of her and reaches out with surprising gentleness considering his formidable appearance. He grabs a strand of Luna's hair and rubs it between his fingers. I can't see his face, but I swear I can feel him smile at her. Wife, he croons. She snarls at him and exhales one word. Demon. Chapter 42. Ava. As quickly as the intruder is in front of Luna, he's thrown up against the wall. The movement is a blur. A boom sounds that feels as if it rattles the room. A few frames I have hung on the walls fall off. Pom-Pom, having had enough, yips in fear and darts into the bedroom. I hope he didn't run across broken glass with his little paws. An animalistic snarl echoes through the space, and I watch as the unknown man is thrown against the other wall so quickly I can barely track it. A huge body-shaped dent is left behind. That's going to be hard to explain to the landlord. Celine, Luna, and I scramble to huddle together over in the corner. I squint, trying to focus on what's happening since they're moving so quickly. A familiar dark-haired vampire has the mystery man pinned up against the wall, one hand fisted in his black shirt, and his forearm locked against his throat threateningly. There's a dangerous gleam in Valen's eyes I've never seen before, and his fangs have punctured his lip, causing blood to dribble down his chin. He looks downright feral.
Who the fuck are you?
Valen roars in fury.
Why is a demon here?
The blonde man looks like he's enjoying what's happening. A taunting smirk pulls at his lips, and his golden eyes crinkle at the edges in amusement. He doesn't respond and simply stares back at Valen. A sudden breeze next to us has Celine and me jumping. Luna doesn't, probably because she sensed our new arrival. Xavier pulls Celine into him, and a displeased sound rumbles in his chest. He runs his hand over her and sniffs her, probably searching for injuries. You are in a heap of trouble, Celine. Zav warns, and she eyes him warily but melts into his touch. He doesn't pull out her first name unless it's serious. Casting her eyes down, she frowns. She's shaking, and I can tell what happened spooked her. It did me too, but I forgot about her residual trauma from being held captive. Guilt wiggles its way into my chest, because I put her in danger once more, even though I was trying to prevent it in the first place.
Do not make me repeat myself,
Valen threatens, getting right in the man's face.
Who are you? And how did you get here, demon scum?
Finally, the horned man rolls his eyes and shoves Valen off. We all watch with wide eyes, Valen included, as the newcomer wipes dust off his shirt and rearranges his clothes. Smoothing a hand through his pale blonde hair, he sighs like he's bored and didn't just move an ancient vampire like it was nothing. If it'll get you to stop wrinkling my shirt, I'll answer. The man goads. The deep timbre of his voice would have me shivering if I wasn't already obsessed with another supernatural in the room. He adjusts a few silver rings that line his fingers sporadically. Leviathan. But I prefer to be called Levi. Demon scum is rather offensive, don't you think? And don't even consider. He holds up a single tattooed finger. Laying a hand on me again. I let you get away with that because you took me by surprise. You won't be so lucky next time. His gaze wanders lazily around the room until it lands on Luna. Golden orbs flare as he watches her with an intensity that crackles through the air like a physical thing. I swear his hair flashes pink, but that's ridiculous. It must be the light or my mind playing tricks, because when I blink, it's the same pale blonde it was when he showed up. As for why I'm here, search no further than the pink-haired one. His eyes slide over to me briefly, and I stiffen under their weight. It's not long before he's staring at Luna again, and she's looking back inquisitively.
Do not look at her.
Valen seems to recover from his shock and stands in the man's, Levi's, sightline, cutting off his view of me. Levi tisks and rights the couch from where it fell forward onto the floor during their fight. Once back in working order, he perches on the corner cushion and crosses his long legs. It helps slightly to not have him towering over us, but his energy is still intense.
What do you mean Ava's the reason you're here?
Valen asks, and I sense Xavier looking at me from the side. She summoned me. Levi shrugs. He sets his elbow on the arm of the couch and rests his head on his fist. It's a good thing she did, because I've just found something very important. He continues to track Luna's movements as she sits on one of the stools warily. When Luna moves her hand to swipe a strand of hair away, I see shimmering air around her wrist. The fuck?
Ava.
Valen growls, and I stiffen before ducking behind Luna. Xavier and Celine watch me, and I shake my head at them not to give me away.
Do you think I cannot see you?
Valen whispers, and I see him peeking around Luna at me. Fuck, I mutter, and step out from behind her. Looking over at Levi, I see he's standing once more and advancing on us. Valen zips in front of him with a hand hovering above his chest. Before he can make contact, Levi gives him a withering glare. Now that I'm paying attention, I can see Levi's shirt is open almost down to his belly button, revealing a chiseled torso with tattoos littering it. They appear to be celestial in nature and in no particular pattern. Glancing at his arms where the sleeves are rolled up, I see tattoos stamped there and down to his hands as well. His body is a patchwork of ink.
Stay where you are. Demons are the last creatures I trust.
Valen grates out, and Levi smiles, but holds his hands up in a peaceful gesture. Why did you call me your wife? Luna glares at him from her seat, the novelty of the imposing figure wearing off. Levi doesn't respond, but gives her some serious bedroom eyes. Okay, Buster, calm the fuck down, Zav interjects. He's always been protective of Luna, and I'm sure his instincts are flaring right now.
Leave Luna alone. And why do you have horns? You look like a coat rack.
Levi squints at Zav's comment, but quickly grins in reply, showcasing pearly white, perfectly straight teeth.
Funny, coming from the oversized mosquito.
Zav gasps and holds a hand to his chest like an offended Victorian child.
Take it back!
Valen scoffs and seems to momentarily forget about scolding me.
Whoever you are, you need to go. I will not have my mate in the same room as you.
His dark brows pull on his angelic features, and I resist the urge to smooth them out.
Mate?
Levi snorts.
I don't think so. The bond hasn't been completed, but it does seem like it has you hanging on by a thread. Do you need to take a lap? Cool down?
The demon teases. Valen's chest begins to heave, and I know we're seconds away from another WWE brawl. A phone chimes, and I turn to see Zav pulling his out of his pocket.
I know where we'll take him. I texted a friend at the hotel, and he said we can throw this one.
He points toward Levi.
In a holding cell in the basement for the time being.
Levi observes his lean fingers and wipes debris off his skin like they aren't talking about locking him up. I catch Luna watching him out of the corner of my eye, but she coughs and looks away when she notices.
Let's go.
Zav makes to grab for Levi, who dodges before he can.
Do not touch me, cockroach. My legs work fine.
Zav wrenches open the door, and Valen ushers Levi from behind to escort him out. Before they can make it through the entryway, Luna yelps and Levi is wrenched back by an invisible force. A shimmering gold tether manifests in the air and floats daintily. The beginning of the glittering thread wraps around Levi's wrist, and the other end wraps around Luna's.
What the hell is this?
Luna shrieks and tries to shake off the thread. As quickly as it appeared, it vanishes with a few glowing orbs blinking out after.
Why am I tied to the blonde behemoth?
Levi eyes the thread with a smile and turns his wrist this way and that, trying to make it appear again. He yanks his wrist toward himself, and Luna is pulled forward in response. She makes a sound of shock and places a hand on his chest to steady herself.
Seriously?
Zav tries to pull Levi away from Luna, but they only make it about 6 feet before they're snapped together like a rubber band.
Well, this just got interesting.
Chapter 43. Valen. A vampire meets us in the lobby of the hotel Xavier has brought us to. It's the same one we came to after the events in the club. We left Celine and Ava behind, so it's just us, the demon, and a reluctant Luna who keeps eyeing her wrist like she's debating cutting it off. The vampire looks our motley group up and down, his top lip curling in distaste. Don't spill any blood in my hotel. I mean it. I think the statement is meant for all of us. I'm not sure what Xavier told this guy before we showed up here, but he doesn't seem surprised by the sight of a demon in his hotel. Then again, from what Xavier said on our way here, this is neutral ground, so demons might be a common occurrence. It's interesting watching others mill about the room and knowing they could be any supernatural species. Different colored auras float by as I scan the room and spot a few. The vampire turns on his heel, and I assume we're meant to follow. We pass by the elevator bay and turn down another hallway where there's a private elevator he has to use a gold key card to access. Who are you? I ask him. He lifts a single black brow at me. Grayson. But you can call me Gray. I can sense he's old. Not as old as me, but much older than Xavier. The group of us steps onto the elevator, and Gray has to swipe the card again. The door's shut, and some sort of cheery music that doesn't fit the current mood begins to play. The demon begins to hum along at the same time Xavier whistles the matching tune. Xavier glowers at the demon and stops whistling. The demon, I refuse to call him by his name or nickname, grins at Xavier and hums even louder after that. I do so hate it when you drag me into your shit, Xavier, Gray says in a lilting voice as the doors open. There's a slight accent I can't place, one like he's lived in many places. Oh, please. Zav pushes off the elevator wall and grabs a hold of the demon's elbow as if the creature couldn't easily shove him off. Something tells me the demon is getting a kick out of this whole thing, because I highly doubt we could have forced him here like we'd prefer to think. I'm strong, but he might be stronger, as much as I hate to admit it. You love my drama. It keeps you entertained. Gray gives a gruff sound in reply that I think might be a laugh. He leads us down another long hall with dark wallpaper lining the walls and gold sconces interspersed. There's only one door at the end of it. He pulls out a new key card and swipes it. You lot in first, he commands, ushering us through. I look around and find that we're in an incredibly elegant penthouse. The door shuts behind us and a trace of terror snakes down my spine. Something tells me we're not leaving until this guy lets us, and I don't like that thought. I don't believe he wishes harm upon us in this moment, but that's not to say he won't down the line. This looks pretty nice for a holding cell. The demon smirks, and Xavier snarls. The only reason you're not in one is because I wouldn't do that to Luna. Luna smiles and murmurs, I appreciate it. Gray circles around to stand in front of us again. He looks the four of us over before his warm-toned eyes settle on Xavier. You said it was an undeveloped witch who summoned the demon. I believe the word I used was immature, Zav replies, looking at his nails. Hey, I snap. She's not immature. She definitely is. He coughs into his hand. I slap the back of his head, and he reaches up to rub the spot. Not nice, Dad. Gray rolls his eyes. I'll take you to Cyphrin, and he can see what he can do about this. He gestures at the demon and Luna with exasperation. Luna scratches at her wrist like she can feel the bind holding her to the demon. We follow behind Gray again as he leads us farther into the penthouse. Eventually, he stops in front of a wooden set of double doors and knocks before swinging them open. He gestures for us to go in first and then closes the door behind us without joining. We're standing inside a large, beautiful home library. If I wasn't worried about the demon beside me, I would take it in more, but just a cursory glance tells me this is a collection I envy. Cyphrin, Xavier sing-songs. Come out, wherever you are. The warlock materializes out of the shadows to our left. Warn a guy next time, Zav gripes. The warlock looks him up and down and replies with a simple, no. The warlock, Cyphrin, flicks dark, almost black hair from his eyes. His hair is a little shorter than Gray's, his skin olive-toned. His eyes are an unusual shade of blue, almost navy, with a hint of purple and gold. He waves his hand through the air around us and seems to be reading something we cannot see. I thought you said a protection spell was used, he questions Zav, who turns to me. She's my mate, so it's only right that I reply. That's what she said. He hums. It appears she actually used a summoning spell. I pinch the bridge of my nose. Leave it to Ava to summon a demon instead of doing a protection spell like she planned. And how did this one show up? I ask, gesturing at the demon. His horns have vanished, leaving him looking relatively normal. And how quickly can you send him back to where he came from? I snarl. Cyphron chuckles and cocks his head to the side as he stares down Luna. Your blood was used for the spell? Yes, she answers hesitantly. He hums. He gestures again, and some sort of rippling purple mist shimmers around the demon and Luna, revealing the thin golden chain that connects them. He makes eye contact with the demon, who shrugs. Cyphron shakes his head. I'm powerful, but I can't undo this. He gestures at the bonds. This is unique. What do you mean? Luna blurts, desperation lacing her tone. There has to be some way to undo this. She tugs against the thin golden chain. This isn't permanent, is it? Cyphron purses his lips. By the way his eyes flash, I have a feeling he knows more than he's letting on. I can't understand why he's staying quiet, but perhaps I'm reading into things since I've only just met the warlock. Ignoring her questions, he says, I can't undo this. You two are bound together until... Until what? Luna snaps. Until, he replies vaguely. The magic will know when whatever it's meant for has been fulfilled. The demon flashes a white-toothed smile at Luna. Looks like you're stuck with me, love. We can't go more than, 6 feet apart. Luna's voice raises, and she even stomps her foot. I have a business to run. I'm sorry, Cyphron says. There's nothing I can do. Zav throws up his arms. What was the fucking point in coming here? You were supposed to help, and all this has accomplished is me not being with my honey bear. This is more complicated than I expected. The warlock grits out. I get the impression he doesn't like being questioned. Whatever, Xavier grumbles. Whatever? Luna repeats. I can't stay stuck to this monster. Oh, love. The demon holds a hand to his heart. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon. There's a difference. A monster wouldn't be this handsome. He rubs his clean-shaven jaw. Well, if it makes you feel better, the magic that binds you prevents you from killing each other. Luna's mouth pops open. I hadn't even thought about him killing me. The demon grins again, his golden eyes flashing with amusement. I might be a demon, but I don't like getting my hands dirty. I have people for that. Your souls are bound, Cyphron goes on. Literally. Like mates? Luna asks hesitantly. Like mates, Cyphron confirms. It's why your blood summoned him. Luna shakes her head. No, I refuse. Refuse? The demon croons. I'm hurt, Luna. You should feel blessed to have such a handsome mate. You could be cursed with the ugly ginger or the grumpy fuck. Ugly? Xavier shrieks in a high-pitched tone. You take that back, you patchwork-looking motherfucker. I rub my temples. Every time I turn around, things get more complicated.
Chapter 44. Ava. I'm sitting on the couch with Pom Pom on my lap when Valen's key jingles from the other side of the front door. After they left, I picked up the mess and made sure no shards or debris were on the ground. The fluffy pup was shaken after everything, and I had to comfort him since Valen was away. Celine decided to go back to her own apartment and decompress. She didn't outright yell at me for what I did, but there was definite disappointment in her downturned expression. Sensing his favorite person, Pom Pom jolts up and sleep is forgotten. He launches himself off the couch and runs toward Valen. He gives the familiar a few pats, but doesn't pick him up and give him love like he normally does. Fuck. I'm in deep shit. Sensing he's not going to be the first to talk, I test the waters. Were you able to send Levi back? Valen growls at the name and shoots a glare my way before giving me his back and leaning against the counter. The stiff set of his frame has me biting my lip. Is Luna okay? I hedge. An angry sigh is my only response. Are you okay? A slight breeze is my only warning before I'm flat on my back on the couch. Valen holds himself above me and anger dances in his brown eyes.
Am I okay? Are you fucking kidding me, Ava?
He grates through clenched teeth. My heart jumps at the emotion behind his words. He's never this harsh with me.
What were you thinking? You summoned a literal demon. Not only did you put yourself in danger, but you risked Celine and Luna. How do you think Xavier would have felt if something happened to Celine at your hand? What do you think I would have felt coming home to you, hurt or worse because of a demon? You know how I feel about them after what happened to my sister. I don't understand your thought process with any of this.
Valen huffs after he's finished. I'm stunned at first, but it quickly morphs to anger. I thrash to get him off me, but he's an immovable boulder. Get off! I grunt to no avail.
No.
Valen holds my legs tight between his and crowds my face with a hand on each side.
You are going to explain to me what the hell you were thinking with that death wish summoning spell. To answer your question, Luna is still stuck with the demon for now. They couldn't separate them, and the only reason he's with her alone in her apartment right now is because the bond won't let them kill each other.
Trying once more to get out from underneath him, even though I know it's impossible. I let out a cry. Frustrated tears leak out of the corners of my eyes. My chest heaves with desperate breaths. I was trying to help you, you stupid vampire! I shout in frustration. I want to protect you, so fucking sue me. Valen's eyes widen, but he still doesn't move. Pom Pom barks from the yelling, and we both ignore him. I know it was stupid. And yes, I should have been more careful, especially with my friends involved. I admit reluctantly. But it was all to help you. I feel so powerless, which is ironic for someone with supposed magical powers. There are bad vampires after you, and it doesn't seem like they'll be letting up anytime soon. I refuse to let them drag you back to that dungeon. I shout and collapse, boneless against the couch. A tear falls down my cheek and soaks into the cushion. I had to do something, okay? You and Zav can't stop all these vampires, and I can't sit and wait through slow lessons with Jade. I decided to act. It might not have been the most thought-out plan, but I tried to save you. The last line comes out as a whisper, and I shut my eyes to avoid the disappointment in his gaze. I can't lose you, Valen. I just can't. My voice cracks. The room is silent aside from my heaving breaths. Pom Pom whines from wherever he is. The weight above me lets up, and I peer through one eye to see Valen sitting in the corner of the couch, gazing out the window at the starry night sky. Pulling myself up to a sitting position. I hug my knees to myself in comfort and wait. I'm not sure how long we sit there before Valen speaks.
Having someone so dear to me is foreign. Yes, I had my sister, but even then, it was a different kind of love.
He turns toward me, and the devastation on his face is painful to look at.
Ava, you are my heart and soul. I cannot have you entering situations where you put yourself at risk, even for me. It would wreck me to lose you. It would be far more harrowing than being kidnapped again.
I jolt up. Don't say that. Nothing is worse than that. Valen shoots up too, hands on his lean hips.
While I understand where you're coming from, I have to disagree. What you did was foolish and stupid. It never should have happened.
You know what? Fucking fine. I'm done talking to you about this. You can sleep on the couch tonight. I shriek and stomp into the bedroom, yanking the door shut behind me. It slams with finality, and I slide down until my back is leaned against it, resting my head on my knees. I cry softly until darkness greets me. Waking up on the floor in a strange position is something I haven't done since college. My body aches in protest as I attempt to find my bearings and figure out where I am. Patting the floor, I feel around for my side table. Once I hit the wooden leg, I fumble my way to turning on the lamp. I squint against the light and blink to adjust to the room. Sitting on the bed, I remember the yelling match Valen and I had. My phone is almost dead on the side table since I didn't plug it in during my rampage. The time says it's 3 a.m. I groan, rubbing my stiff neck. It's surprising I was even able to get a few hours of sleep. But it was probably the emotional drain of it all. Flipping back the covers, I settle into my bed and attempt to go back to sleep. As the minutes tick by, I realize it's not going to happen. I hate to admit it when I'm pissed at him, but Valen is my secret to sleeping well these days. The stubborn side of me wants to stay camped out in our bedroom, but the other doesn't want to start a new day mad at each other. Having made up my mind, I tiptoe over to the door and stand in front of it. I reach for the handle but hesitate. What if he doesn't want to see me? I acted like a brat, and his concerns were justified. This mate thing is fucking hard.
Are you just going to stand there? Or are you going to come out?
Valen calls, and I stiffen at being caught.
Please come out, Ava.
He pleads, softer this time. I open the door and peek around to see Valen's tall frame bent up uncomfortably on the couch. Pillows and blankets are tossed around the living room haphazardly, and his hair sticks up in all directions. It seems like neither of us could sleep very well. Pom-Pom, on the other hand, dozes in the corner, and his little legs flail like he's having a doggy dream.
Come here.
He holds out his arms, and I shuffle over before joining him. He cradles me against his hard body, and I sigh at the contact, already feeling loads better. I'm sorry, I murmur, needing to apologize. It was totally foolish to attempt a spell way above my skill level. I was focused on nothing but helping you, and in the process, I hurt those I love. Tomorrow, I'll apologize to Zav, Celine, and Luna for pulling them into such a dumb plan. I run a hand through the rat's nest on my head and cringe at the knots I'll be ripping out tomorrow. I love you so much, Valen, and I need you to know that I only want what's best for you and your well-being. Soft strokes against my side are his only answer at first. He nuzzles his face into my neck and places a kiss along my throat. A flick of his tongue has me shivering and backing farther into his body.
I love you too. You are my heart and soul given form outside of my body.
His words make my heart squeeze.
I know your heart, Starlight, and it's full of nothing but pure, unadulterated love. It's touching that you care so deeply for me that you'd resort to something as extreme as this. If we swapped places, I suppose I would have come to a similar conclusion as you. While I'm still very displeased, I took the hours we were apart to reflect on your side of things. Apologizing to the others would be beneficial, I agree, and I appreciate your apology to me. I must also apologize for shouting at you, but you have to understand where I'm coming from.
Fallon explains, but I cut him off with a hand over his lush lips. I do. I concur. Let's both say we're sorry and agree to move forward with a plan where everyone is on the same page.
Agreed.
Fallon whispers and tucks me in with him for a peaceful rest of the night. Chapter 45. Ava. I wake up again, my body entirely on top of Valen's, where we lie on the couch with his arms wrapped around me. At some point, Pom-Pom jumped up with us and lies by our feet. Pushing my hair out of my eyes, I yawn and look around. Light is barely peeking in through the windows.
Good morning,
Fallon says, his voice hoarse and deep from sleep. I love when I get to see him like this, unguarded and adorable. Morning. I give him a small smile. I'm still a little sad that we fought, but I understand his frustration. My stomach rumbles and Valen grins.
Should I make my mate breakfast?
Please no, I gag, thinking of the rubbery scrambled eggs he made me the other morning. Very thoughtful, but my stomach didn't agree. He's gotten a lot of recipes down, but those give him trouble for some reason. I've got it covered, big guy. I pat his chest and roll off. After a quick breakfast, cereal for me and a tumbler of blood for him, I shower and get ready for work. When there's a knock on the door, I expect to find Celine or Xavier. But instead, it's an irate Luna with a smug Levi. We have to figure out how to get him off me, she shrieks, storming inside the apartment. Levi strolls behind her. Though he has to pick up his pace, so she must be getting far away enough that she's tugging on the bond. It's odd how sometimes you can see it and sometimes you can't.
I really don't get the rush,
Levi says lazily.
I'm quite a joy to be around.
Ugh! Luna turns on the demon. You're insufferable. To me, she says, I can't go any farther than what? 6 feet from this man? I made him sit his ass outside the bathroom to shower. And what did he do? Waltzed right into pee. Did you know demons pee? Because they do. She holds a finger up in annoyance. And if that wasn't bad enough, he shakes off his dick and turns around to grin at me in the shower and says, nice tits. I swear the tips of his hair flash a brilliant shade of blue for a moment, before settling back into blonde.
I don't know why you're so offended, he drawls. It was a compliment.
I like my privacy, she snipes.
You saw my dick. It's only fair I saw your tits.
She gapes at him. I didn't ask for you to whip out your dick while I was showering. I asked you to sit outside the bathroom like a good little demon. He adjusts his black button-up shirt where it opens at his chest.
First off, good and demon aren't usually associated together. Second, there's nothing little about it. And you know that.
He smirks, sliding muscled arms across his torso. Valen snarls in the corner, and I frown. I know how he feels about demons, so there's no way he's happy about Levi being back here. The only thing I can do is take you guys to see Jade. I can't promise she can help if Cyphrin couldn't do anything. Anything is better than nothing, Luna sighs. Let's go, dog. Levi cocks his head at my puzzled expression.
She's taken to calling me that since I'm leashed to her. It's kind of kinky, if you ask me,
he explains. Oh, shut up, she gripes. Valen, you stay here, I say.
Fuck no,
he growls.
I'm not letting you go anywhere with a demon.
He's shackled to Luna. There's not too much he can do, right?
You'd be surprised.
Levi purrs.
I'm very good with my fingers and tongue.
Valen's nostrils flare.
I'm going.
He bites out the words. I nod in understanding. After calling in sick to work, we all pile into my car. My heart gallops in my chest. I just know Jade is going to kill me when she finds out what I've done. Jade looks up from the magazine she's flipping through when we walk in, and arches a dark brow. A witch, 2 vampires, and a demon walk into a stationery store. But I'm not sure what the punchline is.
Dracula has to get his stationery somewhere,
Levi says lazily, eyeing Valen.
Pennsylvania,
he grins. Valen, my normally calm, sweet, and reserved vampire, looks like he's 2 seconds away from punching him. Cocking her head to the side, Jade asks, When did your motley crew befriend a demon? I lower my head in shame. I summoned him, I whisper. You what? She asks, stepping out from behind the counter. I didn't catch that. I lift my chin and meet her eyes. I summoned him. Her mouth drops open and her eyes ping-pong from me to Levi. And we're chained together, Luna says, lifting her arm. The chain glimmers in the early morning light. How the fuck did you summon a demon? Jade asks me, and I curl in on myself. I took some photos of spells from your books. It was supposed to be a protection spell, but I must have done something wrong. So now we have Levi. He's like Luna's pet.
Woof, woof.
Levi barks and winks at Luna. Jade presses a hand to her forehead. Pointing at me, she says, You're a giant pain in my ass. I cover my face with my hands. I'm sorry. She holds up a hand and flips her hair over her shoulder. I don't believe you. Jade steps around all of us and flips the sign to closed and locks the door. This might take a while. I bite my lip. That sounds ominous. She looks me up and down. Good. I follow her like an unruly school-aged child who's being reprimanded by the principal. The other 3 fall into step beside me. Luna and Levi sit down on the couch on opposite ends. Valen's nostrils flare as he stares down the demon. Levi just grins and tips his head like he's greeting an old friend. Give me your phone, Jade demands, hand outstretched to me. What? Why? She rolls her eyes. I'm assuming the pictures you took are on your phone. She makes a gimme gesture with her hand. With a sigh, I hand my phone to her. Now show me which spell you used. I move to her side so I can peer down at the screen. That one, I point. She clicks on the photo and zooms in. You fucking idiot.
Hey.
Valen bristles on my behalf. It's okay, I tell my mate, sensing his annoyance. She's not wrong. You thought this was a protection spell? Did you not read the whole thing? Well, yeah, I shrug. It says use for... Oh. Jade shakes her head and deletes the photos, going the extra step to permanently delete them. There's a reason I haven't let you perform spells yet. Your magic is young, untrained, and volatile. That spell isn't a good one. It's too open-ended. So in this case, you ended up with a demon. Levi wiggles his fingers.
Nice to see you, Jade.
She shakes her head. Shut up, Leviathan. You two know each other? I ask in surprise. I know a lot of people. Jade sighs, handing me my phone back. Is there anything you can do to uncuff us? Luna asks desperately, lifting her arm in the air. The glimmering golden chain shines brightly for a moment before vanishing. Jade shakes her head. Sorry, but that's something only you two can do. Luna shoots her head to the left to glower at Levi. How? Jade stares down Levi, and he gives a subtle shake of his head. Gathering her hair back in a ponytail, she secures it and says, That's for you two to figure out. And if we don't? Luna asks, pure panic in her voice. Then it's a good thing you're both immortal, so one of you won't be forced to drag around a corpse. Luna whimpers. This is the worst.
Oh, come on, darling. You could have been chained to someone ugly. At least you got me.
Luna glowers at the demon. You think highly of yourself, don't you? Levi gestures at himself lazily.
Of course I do.
See? Luna turns back to Jade. This is impossible. I'm sorry, Jade says, though I'm not sure how genuinely sorry she actually sounds. But even if there was something I could do to undo this, I wouldn't be able to. This is old magic, ancient. It's something I've only read about. I thought it was a myth, but obviously not. She waves her hand toward the two. Elaborate, Luna demands. But Levi shakes his head again and Jade shuts up. You three need to go. Ava and I have a lot of work to do. I gulp. We do? Yes, she says, pulling items and books off her shelves. I wanted to take things slow with you because, like I said, your magic is volatile at the moment, but you've shown me that you refuse to do that. So today begins the accelerated program. Buckle up, Buttercup. I can tell it's on the tip of Valen's tongue to protest, so I shake my head. Go, I tell him. I'll be fine. He follows Luna and Levi out to the front, and I instantly miss his presence. Jade holds up a finger for me to wait and heads after the others. A moment later, I hear the door click locked once more. She returns, smoothing her hands down her jeans. Let's get started, shall we?
Chapter 46. Valen. A few weeks later, I drop Ava off at work and head over to Luna's. I've been avoiding Luna's place and making Xavier do blood runs for me so that I don't have to see the demon. But it's time for me to put on my big boy pants, as Ava likes to say, and face him. After all, he's more than likely not the demon who killed my sister. The chime dings merrily as I step inside the cafe. Luna's behind the counter, making some sort of drink, so she doesn't notice me at first. She passes the drink off to a customer and winces, then hastily jumps back when I assume she takes a step too far. I look around, though, and don't see the demon.
Hey,
Luna greets when she spots me.
Haven't seen you in a few weeks.
Yeah, sorry about that. I rub the back of my head. I've been avoiding...
Levi? Yeah, wish I could do the same.
I hear a snicker that must come from the demon himself.
Do you need a drink?
I shake my head. No, I wanted to talk to him. Where is he, exactly? A hand shoots up from beneath the counter.
Right here.
He waves his tattooed hand. He's under the bar? I ask Luna.
Where the hell else am I supposed to stash a demon? I'm not going to piggyback him all day.
She grumbles. She opens the hinged part of the counter and gestures for me to come back.
Have at it.
I come around to the back of the counter, and sure enough, the demon is sitting on the floor, tucked up under the counter. He waves.
Howdy.
With a sigh, I crouch down across from him. What? He rolls his eyes. Too scared to sit beside a demon? Oh, please. I've faced worse than you in battle. I grumble, settling down. I refuse to make skin contact in fear of necrosis. He scoffs in return. The demon watches me with acute golden eyes. To most, I'm sure they're intimidating. Spit out whatever it is you have to say. You wouldn't have come here without a good reason, Valentine. Suddenly, Luna squats down and eyes both of us.
No physical altercations under the bar. I know it's tempting, Valen, but please refrain while in my place of business.
She hisses before popping back up. Spicy, isn't she? He licks his lips, and I feel my lip wrinkle in disgust. I do not like you, I say with finality. The demonic spawn snorts. Should I clap for that revelation? I fucking know. My fist clenches with the urge to punch him in his stupid face. Violence isn't strong in me. Even as a warrior in the past, I didn't crave it like some of the others, but in this moment, I'm feeling the need to spill some blood. Not only are you crude, but you're tasteless in your vernacular. He rolls his eyes at my statement. A demon killed my sister, so excuse me if I don't take much liking to your kind. Golden orbs snap to mine and flare slightly. Is that what you think? A smile that's all sin and immorality stretches across his face. I sit up. What's that supposed to mean? The smug expression continues to grow, and he trails a hand up Luna's leg where it steps closer into his space. She swats at him, and he blows a kiss up toward her. Leviathan, I snap. Aw, you finally said my name. I'm touched. I guess we'll work our way up to Levi as we get closer. He croons, only serving to make me more furious. I'm sure you'll figure it out soon. I prefer to sit back and watch the drama unfold rather than rushing to the end. More fun that way, don't you think? He tilts his head and stretches out a long leg to brush his black boot against mine. Jerking away, I settle farther down the bar. Luna, I don't know how you go about your day-to-day with this heathen. I call up to her and cross my arms over my chest. She gives a humorless laugh.
It's like living with a toddler with a penchant for touching your butt and driving you to your mental brink on a daily basis. Remember when I mentioned I wanted a pet after seeing Pom Pom in Midnight? This one needs to be rehomed, preferably in the hellish variety.
A small smoky mass dances across the demon's shoulders, and I watch as it seems to travel across his body and down to where his hand rests on his thighs. What is that? I ask. Some kind of demon magic? A soft smile I didn't know he could make forms. I don't like humanizing him or thinking he's able to have genuine emotion. Something like that. He sifts the black fog through his fingers, and it flashes the outline of a figure quicker than I can track. Is that all you had to say? No other questions for me? Or did you want to bond, unlike you and your pink-haired friend? A tug in my chest at the mention of Ava has me resisting the urge to go to her. Sleeping next to her and being physically intimate continue to be a struggle. Oh, I see. Leviathan, I suppose I can call him by his full name, traces one of his tattoos in the shape of wings on his forearm. I wonder if he knows how close to the mark he is with that one. Trouble in paradise. Do I need to tell you about the birds and the bees? Make sure to wrap it up and practice safe sex, he chides. I'm fucking leaving, I conclude and stand up. Luna peeks at her watch.
Lasted longer than I thought you would. Say hi to the girls for me. I'm going to continue to hope I can lose the dead weight because the alternate makes me want to cry.
Nodding to Luna, I start to step out from behind the bar. Before I can, though, I make eye contact with Leviathan. So many secrets swirl within their depths, and I squint at him, trying to figure out his angle. He seems mighty comfortable acting like an unwanted pet when he's powerful enough to force hands. I'll be seeing you, Valentine. He tips his non-existent hat my way, and I stroll out of the coffee shop, away from the being who clearly knows more than he's letting on. It's not until I'm a few blocks away that I realize I've never told him my full name.
Chapter 47. Ava. I slide into the car with Valen behind the wheel. He greets me with a gorgeous smile that quickly drops into a frown at my expression.
What is wrong?
He tilts his head in question, a rogue strand of hair falling over his brow, and I almost laugh at the lack of contraction usage. He knows better at this point, but still defaults to it when he's not thinking sometimes. Either that, or he does it to tease me. I sigh and buckle myself in before settling back against the seat. I run a hand through my hair and watch the rain outside. There's been another murder. I roll my head over to look at him.
Copycat savior again?
At my nod, he curses and floors it.
Well, this is turning into a habit,
Zav comments at all of us gathered in his living room. Once home, we promptly called everyone to get together to discuss everything that's been happening. This time, we switched it up and are having the conversation at Zav and Celine's apartment.
Why can't we get together to do something fun, like go see a movie?
Zav whines from his seat on the chair in the corner. Celine sits on his lap since he made a fuss when she tried to sit by us. Something about us trying to steal his woman.
I don't understand why he needs to be here.
Valen mumbles in reference to Levi, who is sitting on the couch with Luna at the opposite end. Luna needs to be included since she's entangled in this too now. You know Levi doesn't have a choice in coming, Celine says pointedly. Zav covers her mouth and she glares at him, trying to shake his hand off.
You're not on a nickname basis.
Levi shakes his head at Zav's antics.
Why the hell are you playing with my cat?
He asks Levi.
Let him go.
It's true. Midnight is settled on Levi's lap, and Pom-Pom is resting on his feet. The familiars made their way over to him as soon as he arrived.
What are you, Snow White?
Zav blurts.
It's not my fault they have great taste.
Levi shrugs a tattoo-covered shoulder. Somehow in the Arctic temperature, he's rocking a sleeveless tank that showcases his muscled arms and dinked body. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious about whether he has more elsewhere on his body. It's a chaotic canvas of tattoos, but they also seem to depict a story, and Levi seems like a complicated guy. Even with all her protesting, I catch Luna watching Levi with a glint of interest in her blue eyes. Unfortunately for her, she isn't as smooth as she thinks, and Levi catches it too. When they hate fuck, it's going to be electric. I clap to steer everyone back on course. Okay, let's stop fighting and get down to why we're here. Whoever is copying Zav's killings just committed another murder. Zav clears his throat and holds up a finger.
Let's say copying loosely, since it doesn't look anything like my work.
Of course he has to make that distinction again. I'm not even surprised.
It's super fucking weird, though. Where did it happen this time?
I rattle off the general vicinity, and he loses himself in thought before shaking his head.
All this weird shit going on has to link together somehow. Or no. The rain from a potential concentrated area of supernaturals, Balin's captivity and the usage of his blood, the killings, and your magic, Zav finishes. It has to be, Celine agrees, looking a little paler than normal. I itch to hug my best friend, but I stay where I am because I know Zav would end up holding on tight to her rather than letting me get to her. Possessive fucker. But how? She voices the question that plagues us. We all sit and try to connect the dots. Well, everyone except for Levi, who seems to be in his own world, cuddling with the familiars. A small cloud of black smoke appears on and around his body occasionally. It shimmers in and out of existence, almost like the bond he shares with Luna. Are you on fire? What's going on with the smoke? Zav suddenly asks. Glad it's not me going crazy. Valen must sense my thoughts because he leans close.
I saw it before myself.
I turn to look at him and he nods. Levi whispers a word that must be in another language, and the foggy cloud materializes once more on his forearm. He speaks to it softly, seeming to encourage it.
Speaking to your non-existent friends, Zav scoffs.
The cloud flares for a second before settling into a familiar form. A chameleon? I ask, confused. Sure enough, a green chameleon sits on Levi's arm. It looks nothing like the black cloud from 5 seconds ago, and exactly like a reptile you'd get at the pet store. Levi strokes the back of it lovingly, and the chameleon's eyes shudder in pleasure. The only odd thing about it, its eyes are a crimson red.
This is Trix,
Levi supplies, but doesn't say anything else.
Okay.
Zav drags out the word.
Not only do we have a freeloading demon, but he brought a discount dragon.
Levi's head snaps up, and his eyes flare angrily. His hair flashes a red color. And I realize the pattern I'm noticing, but don't voice it. Holding the chameleon to his chest, Levi directs his retort at Zav.
You can say whatever you want about me, vampire, but don't say shit about Trix. You will regret it. I can promise you that.
Luna looks over at me, stunned, and I catch a wide-eyed Celine glance over as well.
Hey, it's okay.
Luna scoots a little closer to Levi and tries to defuse the situation. Rubbing Midnight's furry ear, she looks at Levi.
He's just joking. He didn't realize it was a sore spot.
None of us know what's going on since Levi doesn't offer up much information. But he seems to deflate a little at Luna's ministrations.
Wait,
Celine says suddenly. Do you have the addresses on hand for the killings from the copycat?
Actually, I do.
I pull out my phone and find all the pictures I've taken.
I figured they might be useful.
Here. She grabs the phone as I pass it over to her. Setting her phone on the coffee table, she references mine and draws a little dot on each of the sites. The rest of us watch as she does her detective thing. Holy shit, Celine breathes.
What? Luna leans forward.
Celine has drawn a star, hitting each of the murder sites. And at the dead center of them all is a familiar location. The hotel.
Chapter 48. Valen. The hotel, I blurt. The one you took us to when this one showed up? I hook a thumb toward Levi. The very one, Zav says, drumming his fingers on the table and eyeing the map Celine drew on. There's a gala coming up. I don't know if it could have anything to do with that. A gala for what? Luna asks. They have it once a year, Xavier explains. It brings in powerful supernaturals of all types.
Is that the reason for all the rainy weather?
Ava asks, her hand gripping my knee. Xavier is quick to shake his head.
No, the weather issues have been going on way too long to be because of that.
I need you to explain this hotel thing to me more, I interrupt. How do you know these guys? Who are they? Xavier shrugs. It's owned by 5 powerful supernaturals. Grayson the vampire, Cyphron the warlock, Alder, who's a werewolf, and 2 others I've never met. Their mission with the hotel was to create a safe place for all supernaturals. There's no fighting and no killing on their property. It's more than a hotel, though. Sure, you can stay there, but it's also a place to exchange information and set up meetings, that sort of thing.
Is this where your contact is?
Celine asks him with a narrow-eyed stare. Maybe, Zav says in his most innocent, that's not innocent at all, tone.
I don't understand why whoever this is would be pointing us to the hotel, especially if it's a safe space,
Luna says, leaning forward. As she does, her shirt rides up, and I don't miss the way Leviathan's eyes scan the bare expanse of her back. I don't know either. Zav rubs his jaw. There's so much that doesn't make any fucking sense about any of this. And I hate being confused. It's very annoying for me. He runs his fingers through his hair so the red strands stand up every which way. Somebody's trying to tell us something. Ava fidgets next to me.
I really don't like this. It feels like whoever is trying to get Valen back is lying in wait.
I'll reach out to my contact who may or may not be at the hotel. He side-eyes his mate. And tell him to keep his eyes and ears open. We'll all do the same. He stares down all of us, and a feeling of both dread and determination fills me.
Chapter 49. Ava. The bell above Jade's door chimes merrily when I step inside. It's a stark contrast to my current mood. I know where Jade is coming from, taking things slow and steady, but it's maddening. I want to be able to help Valen, to help my friends. I'm a witch, after all. But since my powers have been bound for so long and I know nothing of my heritage, I'm practically a newborn. This is so much harder than I thought it would be. I was foolish when I attempted to cast a protection spell. Foolish and naive. Hey, Jade greets, shrugging on her coat. I narrow my eyes. Are you going somewhere? Am I late? We're going somewhere. She pulls her hair out from where it caught under her coat. Where? I ask curiously. She zips up the coat and tugs on a beanie. Think of it as a field trip of sorts. A field trip? I repeat, narrowing my eyes in suspicion. Should I be worried? No, she huffs, grabbing a purse from behind the counter and draping the strap over her shoulder. It'll be fun. Liam? She calls out behind her. Hold down the fort while I'm gone. She hurries over to me with a smile. Come on, it's going to be fun, I promise. Outside, she leads me to a dark SUV parked out front. It's far enough from the store that I figured driving was easier than walking, she explains. Especially with this cold. I won't complain about a warm car over this. I gesture to the snow falling softly around us. Inside the car, she turns down the radio. Where exactly is this place? There's this hotel in the city. Arcane. Have you heard of it? It's basically a glorified club for supernaturals to get together. Neutral ground, if you will. Yeah, been there briefly, I reply, remembering getting patched up there after the events in the tunnels. I didn't have much time to explore, though. I know I'm a delight and will always be your favorite, but I thought you might enjoy being around other witches. Nerves bubble in my stomach. I've always been a confident person, never shy. I've always been chatty and never suffered from social anxiety. But suddenly I feel like I want to open the car door and tuck and roll out of here. I feel like an imposter, a fraud. My lack of ability with my magic except the basics, levitating objects, turning book pages, unlocking and locking doors, has me feeling inadequate. It doesn't help me feel any better that all the murders come back to this place. Don't be nervous, Jade says, like she can read my mind. Who knows, maybe she can. I'm not nervous, I say defensively. Okay, she taps her fingers on the steering wheel. But it would be okay if you were, she assures. When we arrive at the hotel, she tosses her keys at the valet and winks. He checks her out in a way that makes me think they might have hooked up before. I look around the swanky lobby with wide eyes. Everyone around me looks human, but more. They carry themselves in a way that's wholly different, with a grace and confidence a mere human couldn't emulate. I bet I stick out like a sore thumb. I don't possess the etherealness these supernaturals have. Too many years being human, I suppose. You're overthinking, Jade says, once again making me question whether she can read minds. How do you know that? You're not reading my mind, are you? We reach the elevators and she pushes the button to call one. No, she laughs. Your body language is incredibly easy to read. She crosses her arms over her chest and taps her foot impatiently, pushing the button in rapid succession like a little kid. When the doors slide open, she takes a startled step back. My eyes widen at the tall man who takes up the entire elevator. Not with his size, but his presence. If I thought the others milling around the lobby were intimidating, they have nothing on this guy. Silver-hued eyes flash from me to Jade, where they narrow before his brow furrows. He stalks past us, and Jade closes her eyes, a look of annoyance on her face. The doors begin to slide closed, but she sticks her foot out to stop it. Come on, she says, gesturing me forward. When we're alone in the elevator, I ask, who was that? No one, she sighs, leaning against the wall. I don't believe you. I don't care if you believe me or not. She stretches out the fingers of her left hand, eyeing her dark purple manicure. When the doors open and Jade leads me down the hall, all thoughts of the mysterious man are forgotten. There aren't rooms spaced like a normal hotel. These are much farther apart. Jade slides a keycard out of her pocket and stops in front of a door that doesn't look any more remarkable than the ones we already passed. Holding it open wide, she motions me inside first. It's a large open space, but within that space, there are various designated seating areas. Everything from the walls to the furniture is done in shades of deep purple and red. Women and men are dispersed throughout the space, some chatting, some working on laptops, and some doing small magic. A rock seems to lodge itself in my throat. They're like me. I see why Jade brought me here. I didn't expect to immediately feel like I belong here, but I do. I might only be doing basic magic that most learn as kids and teens, but one day I will be able to do more. So much of it, according to Jade, is intuitive. How do you feel? Jade asks me. Happy, I reply. Good, she smiles. Let me introduce you to some people. After she escorts me around to about 15 witches and warlocks, we settle at a table with an older witch named Helena and a witch closer to our age whose name is Penelope. Ava's magic was bound until very recently. She was adopted and didn't know she was a witch. Jade explains. Oh dear, Helena says, clucking her tongue. That's horrible. Having your magic bound can be a painful thing. I never noticed, I admit. I guess because I was raised human, I didn't know better.
Well, I'm so happy you found your true heritage. You're safe and welcome here.
She pats my hand. There's something about the way she says it that has my throat closing up. Should we play a game? Jade asks. Something with magic? When Penelope hops up and returns with a box of the game of life, I start laughing. What does this have to do with magic? You'll see. Jade winks and gives my elbow a playful nudge. It'll be good practice for you. The practice turns out to be using my magic to move the game pieces, spin the wheel, and pick up the cards. It sounds easy enough, but for a novice like me, it's tiring. As much fun as I'm having, I can't help but worry that if this alone weakens me, how can I possibly help Valen and my friends? How can I break the spell my ancestor cast upon him? After 3 long rounds of the game, I'm drained and exhausted, but still happy. It was fun to laugh and joke with my own kind. My own kind. How strange is it that I'm beginning to think of myself as something other than human? Several other witches came over to watch our game and offered me advice on how to better control my magic and avoid fatigue. While it was a tad overwhelming at times having people spout so much information at me, I know a lot of the advice will be helpful. After we've said goodbye to Helena, Penelope, and a few others, we leave the room and head back to the elevator. How do you feel now? Jade asks. Sad, I answer honestly. Sad? She blurts. That wasn't my goal. I just mean, seeing how much of a community you guys are and realizing that I've missed out on this my entire life, it made me a little sad. She gives me a soft, understanding smile. You've found us now, Ava. She gives my wrist a gentle squeeze as we step onto the elevator. Do you think I'll ever be able to do it? I ask her, my eyes glued to my boots. Do what? Confusion fills the question. Break the spell on Valen. I have no doubts, she says with a confidence I'm sorely lacking. But first, we have to find out exactly what the spell was. I've been researching during every spare minute I have. Thank you, I tell her sincerely, pulling her in for an unexpected hug in the lobby. You're welcome, she squeezes me back. Do you want to come back to the store or go home? I can drop you off anywhere. Home, I answer. I'm too tired to practice more magic, and I'm missing my vampire. It's crazy how quickly that word has changed. Where it once meant a place, it now refers to a person. Valen is my home, my safe place, where I always want to be.
Chapter 50. Valen. I might not have need for human food, but I've found that I do love preparing it. I'm not sure if it's the cooking itself I enjoy or the pleased hum from my mate when she tastes something she likes. At first, I was an awful cook, but then I took it as a challenge. I made the bagels myself, I tell her, sliding the egg sandwich I prepared onto the counter in front of her. I was determined to master scrambled eggs after the last disaster, and this is my newest attempt.
Yourself?
She says in surprise.
Like from scratch?
I nod. It was easy enough to make the dough, and then you boil them and bake them. I hope it's good.
I'm sure it'll be delicious,
she says before taking a big bite.
She
hums.
Oh, Valen, this is incredible. You've come a long way.
I can't stop my smile from spreading. You like it? She takes another bite and chews and swallows before replying.
I love it. You should write a cookbook.
I chuckle and sling a dish rag over my shoulder. I don't know about that. Let's not get too carried away. While she eats her breakfast, I clean up the mess I made in the kitchen. I take the empty plate from her so she can dress for work. She already has her light pink hair swept back in a bun and her makeup done. I haven't seen her wear her hair like this before, and it has me itching to pull the pins from it and watch the long length cascade down her back. As desperately as I want to follow her and do just that, I stay rooted in the kitchen. I won't be a distraction and cause her to be late for work. The kitchen is spotless when Ava opens the bedroom door and strides out in a knee-length skirt paired with tights, a blouse, jacket, and heels. Ava, I groan.
What?
She asks innocently, grabbing her long winter coat and tugging it on. You know what?
I don't.
She smiles innocently.
Do tell.
You're testing the limits of my restraint, I tell her. You have no idea how badly I want to bend you over the table and lift that skirt up. She smiles, obviously pleased with herself.
Later.
She teases with a wink.
I have to go.
I shrug on my own jacket. I don't need it, but the humans stare at me strangely when I go without it, so I've made a habit out of being sure I have it on cold days. Let's go then, Starlight, I say, pressing a hand to the small of her back. The sooner you get to work, the sooner you get home. She smacks my stomach lightly.
You're incorrigible.
I'm never getting my fill of you. I duck down to nip her earlobe, and she squeals. I keep my hands to myself on the drive over to the precinct, but I nearly lose my resolve when she kisses me goodbye and leans over to press her hand against my cock. She's a tempting little tease, and I love it. When she's safe behind the doors, I pull away and head to the library. I don't make it inside the doors before I realize I'm not going to find what I'm searching for here. Leviathan's words have been haunting me since our conversation at Luna's. I know there's more than what the bastard demon is telling me. Getting back into the car, I head to Jade's. I figure if there's someone who can help me, it's her. I park in the lot behind her shop and walk around to the front. A growl rumbles out of me at the sight of Liam behind the counter, although my annoyance is short-lived when he sees me and practically pisses himself. Jade, customer for you, he calls and disappears. I shake my head. Anyone that pathetic could never be worthy of Ava. I don't know why I let my possessive feelings get the best of me. I know it'll get better once the bond is in place, and I know Ava wants it, but I'm scared. Jade comes from the back and arches her brow in surprise when she sees me.
Wasn't expecting you, vampire. What can I help you with?
I'm looking for a book.
Okay, she drawls. What kind of book?
Got anything on demons? I ask.
A few,
she shrugs.
Not as many as
Arcane, though, she says, referencing the hotel.
But I can loan you what I do have.
I appreciate it, I reply. She hands me a stack of books, and instead of hanging around to browse through them, I go straight to my car and call Zav.
Hello,
he answers in a very poor imitation of a British accent. Hey, I reply. I need to go to Arcane. Do I need a pass or something? Isn't it sort of a members-only thing? I ask. He hums thoughtfully. Why do you need to go there? I picked up some books from Jade on demons, and she mentioned there would be more at Arcane. Zav chuckles.
You're doing research on Levi, aren't you?
Yes, I answer through gritted teeth.
I'll meet you there in 20. Gotta let my girl finish first, you know.
Finish what? I ask dumbly. That's when I hear Celine moan. I immediately end the call. It takes 30 minutes for Zav to arrive, and when he pulls in beside where I stand beside my car, he rolls down his window and says, Sorry about that. My girl is greedy. I don't need to know about your sex life, I grumble. You sure you don't need some pointers? He slaps me on the back. I'm happy to help. I promise we're all good in that department. I adjust my hold on the books in my arms. Good guess on assuming you need a membership to get in here. It seemed like the type, I mumble as we approach the doors. Don't worry, buddy. We'll get you your own membership before we leave. Zav leads me into the building, nodding at a few people as we go along. The elevator takes us down instead of up, and when the doors open, my jaw nearly drops. It's the largest, most expansive library I've ever seen. Greater than even the libraries where I come from in Virtue. I could get lost in here for days, months, maybe even years, trying to absorb all the information stored away. I hate to break it to you, but I don't think they have any bodice rippers on hand. Zav smirks, sliding his hands into the pockets of his jeans. I roll my eyes and shove my stack of books at him. Find a table and stay there. I'm going to find some more books. We have to keep this stack separate, though, since they belong to Jade. I tap the top book. Why do I have to babysit the stack of books? He frowns. Because this is my thing. He sighs. Fine. We locate a table and I point a finger at him. Stay, I say, just like I do with Pom Pom. Zav adjusts his glasses. You're so lucky I got laid before this. Otherwise, I'd be a menace. I walk away, shaking my head. When is Xavier not a menace? The library is well organized, and while there is a librarian, I don't employ her help because I don't want to raise any red flags. Scanning the shelves, it takes me a good 20 minutes to find the section I'm looking for. I grab a card and load it up with books that look promising. As I push it back to the table where Zav is, he eyes up my finds. How do you think you're going to get through that many books? He asks. I can check some out, can't I? I ask. Before he answers, I add, besides, you're helping. The books thump against the table as I drop a stack in front of him. Ugh, he groans. Do I have to? Yes. I pile the rest of the books on the table. What exactly are we looking for? He picks a random book and opens it up. Any mention of Levi, I reply. I think he knows something about my sister. I keep thinking about that day at Luna's and how he danced around the topic of my sister. It was like he was toying with me, waiting for me to put the pieces together, but I feel clueless. Oh. Zav arches a brow. What's her name? He asks. Saphira. It feels so strange having her name roll off my tongue now that I say it so infrequently. Just saying it reminds me of a massively different time in my life. I'll keep my eye out for that name. He mock salutes me. We both focus on our task, and honestly, I'm surprised by how serious Xavier seems to be taking it. Hours pass by in a blur as we read, but nothing stands out. After a while, Xavier stands and stretches. I'm going to put some of these away unless you think you should go through them too. I wave my hand dismissively. I trust you. Any of these you want me to put back? He asks, gesturing to my discarded pile. All of them. He loads the 2 stacks back onto the cart. My vampire senses make reading much quicker, but there's still so much content to get through, and who knows if these efforts will even be fruitful. While Xavier is gone, I finish going through one book and start another. I crack open the first page and realize it's not just a book, but a genealogy chart of various demon families. The urge to shove it away and deem it useless is strong, but my desire to be thorough is stronger. I scan through the names, searching for anything familiar. In my angel days, my path crossed many times with various demons. My blood runs cold when I get to one name. Abaddon. A fallen angel turned demon by his own actions, a worse fate than mine as a vampire. Beneath his name is a line of many, many children, and considering the age of this book, it's possible there are more now. I take my time reading the names and stop when I get to one named Amadeus with a horizontal line drawn to a very familiar name. Saphira. It's possible there's someone in the demon world with the same name as my sister. Names aren't wholly unique. I could brush it off if it weren't for the fact that the line that connects Amadeus and Saphira has another line drawn beneath it. A child named Leviathan. Whoa! Zav laughs. You look like you've seen a ghost. Silently, I point to the family tree. His eyes widen. Does this mean? I nod. If it's true, then my sister is Levi's mother. I'm going to kill the little shit. Chapter 51. Valen. The door slams against the wall and creaks on its hinges as I barrel into Luna's apartment. Zav chuckles behind me. Valen! Luna screeches and inspects the wall for damage. What's wrong with you? You're acting like a bat out of hell. I ignore Luna. I have other things to deal with at the moment. I'm going to fucking kill you if this is true. I see that the demon who leans against the wall with a casualness that makes me want to rip his heart out. Violence churns in my gut, and for the first time in a long time, rage threatens to consume me. I'm finding it difficult to keep a hold on my emotions. Aw, did you finally figure it out? Leviathan unfolds his arms and claps slowly. I wondered when you would. Shall I get a gold star sticker? Maybe a cookie and a pat on your head for a job well done. He arches a single blonde brow. His teasing only serves to boil my blood, and I quickly advance toward him. With a rough shove he isn't expecting, I manage to throw him onto the couch. Due to the connection, Luna yelps and is also thrown as collateral damage in their bonded distance. An animalistic snarl sounds from Leviathan, and he's up quickly, checking on Luna where she's fallen onto the rug. Before I can apologize, he has my shirt in his grasp and his face in front of mine. In a flash you'd miss if you weren't paying attention. His pale hair is a vibrant orange before settling into its original color. Do not hurt my wife, he threatens with deadly intent. The next time you pull shit like that, I won't hesitate to bury you in the ground. Got it? Levi! Luna chides, walking over and shoving between us. She nervously eyes both of us and sighs. Let's cool off a little and sit in the living room like civilized supernaturals, okay? Holding Leviathan's golden gaze, I refuse to look away as long as he continues to stare back. We're locked in a silent battle of will and refusal to submit. I notice his shadowy familiar floating around his shoulder out of the corner of my eye. Fucking stop! Luna pulls Levi's face toward hers, which ends our stare down. Sit your ass down! She growls and he plops onto the cushion with a huff. With a smug grin back on his face, Levi watches her with unbridled obsession. You know I love it when you take charge, wifey. Luna scoffs in return and examines a throw pillow she suddenly finds fascinating. I'm sure she's thinking about launching it at him. I told you to stop calling me that. I choose to sit in an emerald green chair off to the side and away from their couch. Bending a leg over my knee, I attempt to corral all the emotions running through me. Leviathan simply watches and waits for me to address him. Is it true? I finally settle on, rubbing my finger against my lips and trying to hide my irritation, though I know I'm failing epically. Xavier stands in the corner of the room, his eyes ping-ponging back and forth while a gleeful expression overtakes him. At least someone is finding all of this entertaining. Is what true, Valentine? He counters. Is the sky blue? Is Luna a vampire? Is my cock pierced? All of these things are indeed true. Use your words. It's quite exhausting playing guessing games with you. Luna's blue eyes widen and her mouth drops to form a perfect O. I can't handle you, she mumbles under her breath. The fight goes out of me momentarily, and my shoulders sag. Is Saphira alive? I whisper the question, half scared of his answer and having the minuscule ounce of hope I possess shattered. Tilting his head at me, he takes his sweet time answering. Leaning forward, making the silky fabric of his shirt dip, he grins slyly. Yes. I lean fully back in the chair, my thoughts racing a mile a minute. I'm sure my heart would be racing in equal measure if I still had one. My sister is alive. Standing up, I begin to pace the room. I can't handle sitting still now that I possess this news. How? Why? Was she taken by your father? Stolen and used to breed you? I fire off the questions in rapid succession. She would have told me if she was leaving of her own volition, wouldn't she? Leviathan eases back against the couch and plays with a purple strand of Luna's hair that falls against her shoulder. She gives him the side eye, but doesn't comment otherwise. It's simple, really. She left for one reason, and one reason only. He shrugs lazily and meets my eyes when he says, Love. I halt my steps and level the demon with a glare. There is no way my sister, one of the top generals in the angelic army, willingly left virtue to not only go to iniquity, but to be with a demon lover. Leviathan shrugs with indifference. Believe me or don't, but it's nice to finally meet you, Uncle Valen. He tacks the last part on, I'm certain, to mess with me, and I growl in annoyance. He grins, having hit his mark. Uncle? Luna hisses, having taken in the whole scene with confused eyes. Let me break it down for you, wifey. Leviathan claps and rubs his hands together. Valentine here has a sister named Saphira. While on a mission, Saphira met Amadeus, a demon general she was tasked to assassinate. Instead of carrying out her orders, they fell in love, and she snuck away to be with him. Not only did they live happily ever after, but they had a child. What was his name? Anyone? He raises his own hand, and I glower at his antics. That's right, Leviathan. Luna gasps, and her eyes ping-pong between us. Valen's sister? Is your mother? Leviathan looks at me once more and waits for my response. I hesitate before responding, not wanting to speak it into existence. Yes, she is. That wasn't so hard, was it? The demon tisks and adjusts a silver ring that sits on his pinky finger. Imagine my surprise when I was not only summoned here to this one, he nods at Luna, who blushes, but to my uncle, of all people, who greeted me with a body slam. Skipped the meet and greet and went right for the jugular. Literally. My lips turned downward. I found Saphira's feather coated in demon blood. She had gone missing without a trace. What else was I supposed to think? I counter. It was a logical conclusion based on the facts I had. It made sense that she was killed by a demon, one of the most dangerous, emotionless, and ruthless creatures. Leviathan's lip curls in disgust. Emotionless? You've got it all wrong. He stares out the window and seems to lose himself in a memory that has him shaking his head. If anything, demons feel everything. Angels are the ones who deserve the unfeeling title. He advances toward me, and I stand my ground. Cruel and self-righteous. Angels are the epitome of the frigid stereotype you like to label us with. Memories cycle through my head of various angels I met and worked with throughout my life. Having essentially been a fighting machine for the higher-ups, I never thought too much about our kind being the aggressor. Yes, we physically fought others, but it was to better the state of the world. No? How can you prove this? Can I talk to Saphira? Where is she? I'm struggling to come to terms with what he's saying, because if he's being honest, then everything I know about being an angel is a lie. Was I fighting for the wrong side? Were we the aggressors? My sister can set things straight if I can talk to her. Leviathan snorts and strokes the back of the red-eyed chameleon that materializes on his forearm. You can't. Part of the deal when she decided to stay with my father was that she could never leave iniquity. Our chests heave as we come down from our angry highs. She's happy? I whisper. Leviathan tilts his head at me. I'd like to think so. He sits back down and crosses one long leg over the other. I was their only child, and both of my parents spoiled me. A wistful expression floods his face, and the chameleon climbs up his sleeve to perch on his shoulder. The whole time he holds a hand underneath the creature in case it slips, and I feel the cage around my heart thawing slightly. It's hard to undo years of negative emotion, though. I'm sure she'll scold me when I'm back home. She periodically checks in because she's a worrywart. Even though he sounds exasperated, there's fondness in his tone. It feels strange to hear him talk about my sister in that way. She showed vulnerability on occasion, but only in private. I knew her as a ruthless army general. Picturing her with a baby and a husband is difficult. I desperately wish I could talk to her and see with my own eyes that she's okay. Brother cousin! Xavier suddenly shouts and walks toward the demon with open arms. Come again? Luna asks while watching the exchange with a quirked brow. Leviathan holds Zav at arm's length while he tries to push past like a needy toddler. Does it deter the redhead vampire? Of course not. Valen is my vampire daddy, and Levi is his nephew. Therefore, we're brother cousins, he explains. I scowl. That makes absolutely no sense. Xavier shifts his attention to me and slides into my personal space, causing me to tense. It doesn't have to make sense to you. He taps my nose. Luna rolls her eyes, but mirth twinkles in her blue eyes when Leviathan finally lets Zav hug him after he runs back over. The tie between her and the demon shimmers briefly in the light, and I catch her glancing at it. So there's no way I can see Saphira. Forgive me if I don't fully believe you, I say, attempting to bring the conversation back around. We have a powerful witch we could reach out to. Leviathan shakes his head. A fallen angel turned vampire is not going to be allowed to cross the threshold into iniquity. And considering I'm bound here at the moment, he raises his wrist. There's no way for me to go in person. I'll have to see what I can do, but seeing her is impossible, Uncle. A sense of determination fills me at his words. My mind is still a mess after all the revelations, but I refuse to accept what he's saying. I'll find a way to contact her, even if it kills me. Chapter 52. Valen.
Where have you been?
Ava shrieks as I step through the door. Worry fills her tone, and I spot Celine behind her, wearing a similar expression.
Is Zav with you?
She asks, and as she does, the man in question enters behind me.
I can't believe you two. How dare you go off the grid with everything that's gone on?
She yells at her mate with indignation. Celine is quickly picked up from her position on the couch by her mate and rushed next door to their apartment. Her shouts and pounding against Zav's back can be heard even as their door closes behind them. I shut our door and kick my boots off. Every piece of clothing on my body feels too tight after everything. Sighing, I run a hand through my hair and feel it flop back into place. Fuck, I'm so sorry. I forgot to pick you up from work. I apologize as it hits me just how much time has passed. I didn't mean to go radio silent either. Once I saw that family tree, I was consumed with finding out what was fact and fiction and lost all common sense. For millennia, I've been unaware of what happened to my sister. The idea that I might finally have answers had my common sense fleeing me.
It's okay. I got dropped off by a coworker. He lives close by, so it wasn't a big deal.
Ava brushes it off. She leans forward to make eye contact, and I watch as she observes me with concern wrinkling her brow.
Do you understand how worried I was?
I bristle at her words, zeroing in on one. He. Ava levels me with a look.
Oh, calm down. He is in a loving marriage and also happens to be about 40 years older than me. Don't evade the question.
I know, I'm sorry. I reply and drop onto the couch, pulling her into my lap. She tries to resist at first, but quickly melts into me.
Seriously, what's going on?
She pleads with wide blue eyes. I feel like shit that I kept her in the dark today. It wasn't intentional, but that doesn't make it any better.
I started to think they might have taken you again, but then Luna texted to let me know you were at her place talking to Levi. Thank God she answered, because I was ready to tear through the entirety of Chicago looking for you.
She rubs my cheek with a gentle finger.
Why were you at her house?
Nuzzling her neck for comfort, I allow her scent to flood my nose before answering. I was doing some research on demons because I felt like there was more going on than Levi had claimed, and came across a piece of information that needed confirmation. Remember when I told you about my sister, that I believed her killed by a demon? I feel her nod beneath me. It turns out that not only is she alive, but she's Leviathan's mother. The words feel like sand in my throat, even now. I'm still in disbelief. It seems impossible that my sister would have fallen in love with a demon, based on what I know of their kind. But it seems like there's a lot I don't know. So perhaps Leviathan wasn't lying, and demons are not exactly what I've been made to believe. Ava jolts away and stands in front of me. Her face is comically frozen in a state of shock.
What?
She shrieks, planting her hands on her hips. Her hair is the slightest bit damp from a shower and curling around her shoulders.
How's that possible if a demon killed her?
Pom-Pom comes running out from the bedroom at the commotion and licks my hand when I hold it out for him. Grabbing one of his toys that lies precariously on the floor, I throw it, and he goes scuttling across the floor to get it. His nails make a clickety sound as he goes. Focusing my gaze on Ava, I reply, apparently she fell in love with said demon and staged her death to live happily ever after in iniquity. Now I'm stuck with a golden-eyed, sarcasm-laden demon for a nephew. Ava paces and throws Pom-Pom's toy when he brings it over to her. This continues through our conversation. She presses a hand to her forehead.
This is fucking crazy. Isn't this a good thing, though? Your sister is alive. You can talk to her. Find out the truth.
I shake my head and relay what Leviathan told me.
Screw that.
Her nose scrunches in annoyance.
What's the point of being a witch if I can't help with this? We'll go to Jade and see what she says. Between her powers and the books in the shop, there has to be something. And she knows other witches, too. Maybe one of them could help.
Reaching out to snag her waist, I pull her in front of me. Pom-Pom growls when he realizes we aren't playing anymore, but quickly settles on the floor to chew a bone with his little legs splayed out behind him. We watch the dog and laugh when he huffs in annoyance. Pushing her tank top up slightly, I stroke the supple skin there. A faint red line from my fang still resides in that spot, and I internally puff my chest at the mark on my mate. She loves when I tease her with my canines. We'll do it tomorrow, I declare. For now, I just need to hold you. I plead with my eyes, and she nods.
Don't scare me like that again, Valen. I mean it. I can't envision a life without you now that I have you in it. We're a team.
She places a hand on my cheek, staring at me with all the love in the world. A love I'm not sure I deserve, but one I'll cherish for the rest of my days. I kiss her in response and murmur apologies while soothing both of us with gentle touches. That night, I toss and turn, but take solace in the fact my mate is here and my sister is supposedly alive. And I'll hopefully find the answers I seek soon.
Chapter 53. Ava. It would be really great if you could lose my number. Jade grouses the moment I open my door. I was out late, and the last thing I expected was a call from you to come over at the ass crack of dawn. You could have said no, I reason, stepping aside to let her in. She rolls her eyes. Yeah, right. Do you have what I asked for? I stride over to the kitchen table and pick up the McDonald's bag and large Diet Coke. I shake the bag at her. Sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, a hash brown, and Diet Coke. I think I might love you, she says. A minute ago you were annoyed with me. I laugh. She snatches the bag and sits at the table. I'm drunk and it's 6 a.m. I only went to bed like 2 hours ago. Not alone, might I add. Of course I'm annoyed. This, she opens the bag with a flourish, will help with my hangover. There's not some magic spell to make it all go away? I ask curiously. If there was, don't you think I would have used it? True. I curl my legs under me. Valen should be out in a minute. I don't think he expected you to get here this fast. It was the promise of grease and Diet Coke that did it. She bites into the sandwich and moans. I don't know what it is about this, but it's the best hangover food. Jade's almost finished eating when Valen emerges from the shower. He tugs on a hoodie and ruffles his damp hair. Care to fill me in on why you needed me so early? She looks between the two of us. Valen pulls out a chair and sits between us. He fills Jade in on what he discovered. And I swear her mouth gets wider with every word.
Is it possible?
He asks when he finishes. Is what possible? She asks for clarification.
A demon and an angel having a child.
Hybrids are always possible, she responds. Our biology isn't really that different. There are many among us, and you don't even know it because they take after one side more than another. In Levi's case, the demon side.
So, you think he's telling the truth?
Valen asks. He covers his face with his hands like he wants to hide from this fact. I do, she replies. Turning her gaze to me, she asks, "What did you use in your summoning spell? It might help me understand why he was specifically called here." "I told you it was a protection spell," I gripe. "Just because you thought it was a protection spell doesn't change the fact that it's a summoning spell. Now, tell me what you used." With a sigh, I answer, "A shirt of Valen's, Luna's blood, and..." I pause, trying to remember what else it was. "Oh, and a necklace. It was one Celine said she found in your cell, so I figured..." Valen perks up.
A necklace?
Yeah, I stutter, startled by the intensity with which he asks the question. "She said she had seen you holding something a lot when you were in the cell beside her. So when she escaped, she grabbed it for you and forgot about it until I was performing the spell."
Where is it?
He demands with an intensity I've never seen before. "Where's what?" I ask dumbly.
The necklace.
He demands.
Where is the necklace?
I look around. I don't remember. Most of the objects disappeared when Levi was summoned.
It can't be gone. We have to look for it.
Valen says frantically. I hop up from the table and start looking around. Valen lifts the couch up with ease. We find a pile of dust, but it's necklace-free. I'll have to remind him another time to do that again so I can vacuum. "Wait!" I cry out. "I remember grabbing it when things started vanishing. I threw it, but I can't remember which direction."
Where is it?
Valen asks, spinning in a circle.
It has to be here.
He looks like he might start hyperventilating, which worries me. He shoves the coffee table aside and lifts up the entire rug. Nothing there either. He lets out an irritated groan. "We'll find it," I promise him, although I worry it has disappeared for good. "You'll find it," Jade says, pointing a finger at me. "I still have a hash brown to eat." I roll my eyes at her comment. I head into the kitchen and search beneath the edge of the cabinet. Still nothing. It's not like the necklace could have gone far in all the confusion. I check beneath the media center next. It's too dark to properly see, so I yank my phone from my pocket and turn on the flashlight. "Aha!" I cry in victory. "There it is!" I'm inching my fingers underneath when suddenly the piece of furniture is lifted into the air. It goes flying across the room along with the TV and knickknacks. "Valen!" I scream in annoyance. "What the hell?" He doesn't hear me, though. He's too focused on the glimmering necklace. He picks it up between delicate fingers. The chain is broken and the gems slightly cracked, but he doesn't look like he minds.
This is all I had left of her,
he whispers.
Our kind. When one dies, we let their belongings sail away, but I was selfish.
His eyes meet mine.
I couldn't get rid of this.
He lets out a humorless laugh.
I suppose maybe that was a sign I was already on my way to being fallen.
Jade balls up her wrappers. "You confirm that that's your sister's necklace?" Valen nods, staring at the necklace in a way that tells me he thought he'd never see it again. "Then I think it's safe to say that Levi's telling the truth. It belonged to his mom, and since she couldn't be summoned, you got him instead. Luna's blood was also the biggest pull." My brows knit. "Why would that be?" Jade lets out an annoyed huff. "Please tell me you're not this dense." I shrug innocently. With another groan, she says, "They're mates. I thought that was obvious." My mouth practically unhinges, and Valen pinches his brow.
You mean I'm stuck with this demon for good?
Jade shrugs and takes a loud sip of her Diet Coke. "Probably. You better start bonding with your nephew."
Why are things never easy?
Valen groans. "Because there's no fun in the ordinary?" Jade suggests. Valen plops onto the couch and lets out a breath. He slowly meets my gaze.
I guess I owe the demon an apology. My sister really is alive.
Yeah, you do. I pat his shoulder. And Valen? He cocks his head to the side in question. You should probably stop calling your nephew the demon.
Chapter 54. Valen. Turn it up, I can't hear, Zav whines from his station on the couch.
You're a vampire, dude. You can hear perfectly fine.
Ava replies with a straight face as she turns it up anyway. Zav peers around Celine, who rests against his side. I can't hear over the gears turning in that one's head. He motions toward me. It's safe to say I still haven't fully wrapped my head around everything. My sister being alive and her having run to iniquity to be with a demon, which resulted in my nephew. Midnight snuggles into Zav's lap and Pom-Pom licks my cheek from where he perches above my shoulder on the couch. The familiars, of course, had to join our TV night. Occasionally, the Pomeranian will wander over to try and make friends with the black cat, but Midnight still isn't having it. Ava is next to me with her hand resting on my thigh. Ooh, it's dangerously close to my cock, which she likes to accidentally brush against. A bowl of popcorn rests between the girls, who frequently take handfuls of the cardboard-tasting snack. I tried it for Ava, but quickly declined any future pieces. Sav and I both have a glass of blood to sip on instead. Tell me again why she's torn between these two. Mr. Broody isn't comparable to his wimpy brother. Zav motions toward the screen with a sneer. Don't even get me started on the ancient vampire and the blonde who should just fuck and get together. What started as Zav and Celine coming in while we were watching the Vampire Diaries has now become an unironic group watch of the show. We were in the middle of a later season, but they got sucked in, and the movie we originally planned to watch has been long forgotten. "Aw, we're out of popcorn," Celine sighs. "Want more?" She holds the bowl toward Ava, who agrees. Celine starts to get up to pop another bag and accidentally leans on the remote, causing the TV to change channels. "Fuck, sorry guys." Ava makes to switch it back when we all freeze at what we see. Another murder has been committed, just as gruesome as the last few. Our mayhem murderer strikes again, the news anchor states in a monotone. When will this crazed psycho finally be caught? More in a few. I make eye contact with Xavier, who looks pissed. Celine hasn't moved from where she stands, and Ava makes a noise of concern. It's right by Arcane. I gesture to a building less than a block away that I recognize in the background. There's no way we're wrong in our prediction, I say while rubbing my chin. Pom-Pom's fluffy face rubs against my cheek, and I grab him to hold in my lap. Ava reaches over to stroke his back for comfort. Thank goodness for the pet companions to keep us calm when we need it. Speaking of... Zav speeds over to his bag on the counter and brings a stack of envelopes over. I pulled some strings and got us all invites to the gala I was talking about. Now more than ever we need to be there. Celine hugs herself. Yes, but is it not playing into their trap as well? Whoever is copying you is purposely trying to lure you in. Has your contact not gained any new intel? Zav shakes his head and adjusts his glasses. Nothing out of the norm. Ava stands and brushes dog hair off her tights.
I think we should scope it out. Celine doesn't work at the station anymore, but I do. I could potentially get some insider info as I happen to pass by, if you know what I mean.
My instincts scream at me to tell her no. I don't want her anywhere near the crime scene created by a monster that still lurks out there. I'll go with you. I grasp her hand in mine and turn toward the other two. Are you coming? Zav seems to have a similar internal struggle, but thinks better as he gauges Celine. A sparkle fills her brown eyes, and I know he doesn't stand a chance. Let's go see what this sick copycat fuck thinks he's all about. Flashing lights and squealing sirens fill the same street Arcane occupies. All four of us piled into Celine's car with Xavier in the driver's seat. He drives like a maniac, which isn't a surprise. We park across the street, but down far enough that we aren't too deep in the crime scene. I see the vampire and warlock we interacted with, plus someone else I haven't seen before, someone with equal power chatting with the police. The vampire seems to have a permanent scowl on his face, and the new man's crossed arms scream, "Don't fuck with me." The warlock remains silent, save for a few comments here and there. "What's the plan?" I ask and move to look at Xavier, except he's not there. The redhead vampire is invisible to the human eye, but I see his likeness streaking through the night with supernatural speed. The head hotel vampire tracks him too, and I notice his eyes briefly dart in Zav's direction before he rolls them and settles back on the cop. "That little asshole," Celine sighs. "He's worse than a child. I swear he's going to get himself killed one of these days." "Quite irresponsible," I add. "Who would walk right into the heart of a scene like that?" Turning toward Ava, I eat my words because she is exiting the car and walking right toward it. "Unbelievable." I throw my hands in the air. "How did we get saddled with two extroverted, lawless mates?" I ask Celine. She shrugs and shares a knowing look with me. I'm going to spank Ava's ass raw when I have her alone later tonight. I make to follow her, but she flits her hand at me from behind her back. Sitting back with a hiss, I prepare myself to swoop in and save her should anything go awry. Who's to say the killer isn't in the vicinity watching us? Sure, there are cops and other soups, but that doesn't mean anything when we're dealing with someone with such erratic behavior. Celine taps her fingers against the dash of the car, and we both sit in silence while we wait for our partners to return. I watch Ava like a hawk from where she talks to a female detective she seems friendly with. The driver's side door closes as Zav suddenly reappears. He shakes his hair out like a dog, and water droplets spray Celine and me. The drizzle has started to turn into a downpour. "Ugh, gross!" Celine swats at her mate. "I can't believe you ran off like that. Did you see a lollipop you had to have?" He snags the finger she wags at him and licks it like one. Her cheeks turn a red shade, and I look away when his eyes heat into molten emeralds. Clearing my throat, I break the sexually charged moment between them, and he glances over like he just remembered I'm here. "Right," Zav replies. "I found something." "You did?" I ask, leaning forward, gripping the seat. "Sure did," he responds with a hint of something off in his tone. Just then Ava slides back into her spot in the back with me. "Well, that was fast. Anything worthwhile?" Celine asks. Ava shakes her head, a pink strand falling loose from her messy bun.
The detective wouldn't tell me much, but did say it followed the pattern of the last few. One person absolutely decimated to pieces, and a copycat of Zab's scenes.
She shudders. "Thankfully, you have me here in my amazing vampire senses to catch what the humans missed." Pulling out his phone, Zab zooms in on the scene, focusing on a particular blood splatter pattern in the very corner. It's so minute, it could easily be missed. "An arrow drawn right at Arcane." With a sigh, he says, "We'll have to keep our wits about us when we go to the gala. Obviously, someone wants us there, and unfortunately, I think we need to go." "I'll reach out to Luna, and we girls can go dress shopping," I doubt I own anything fancy enough for the gala. Glancing at her phone, Celine grimaces. We only have a few days before the event, so I'll have to make it quick. Do you guys have tuxedos? I open my mouth to answer, but Zav is quicker. No, but that just means Daddy and I get to go shopping. Aw, you're going to help me pick out my first tuxedo. Father and son bonding moment. He clasps his hands over where his heart would be, and I flick him on the forehead. Shut up.
Chapter 55. Ava. I still think the light blue dress is the winner, I say as I admire Celine in her latest try-on. Normally, dress shopping would excite me more. It's not like I have a plethora of ball gowns hanging in my closet, even though I'm a fashion lover. But with everything that's going on, it's hard to feel excited. I browse through a rack of options. Zav said this was a black tie event and the attendees go all out. Luna, at least, seems to be enjoying herself, while it has taken more coaxing to get Celine to try on dresses. But even then, I think she's having a little fun. I agree, Luna supplies, taking in the dress Celine wears. How does this one look? She turns so we can look at the back of the purple floor-length dress.
Hot as fuck,
a certain demon says from his station on the floor. The whole time we've been here, he's been throwing in his own opinion on everything she's tried on. It's a little hard to explain why a 6'7" blonde man is parked on the floor while she tries clothes on. The shopkeeper gave us a quirked brow when Levi followed us into the dressing room area, but we laughed it off, joking that he was eager to see her all dolled up. Not technically untrue, but he wouldn't be here if he wasn't chained to her. And if my dumbass hadn't summoned him. One nice thing about having him here is we have protection in case of an attack. Zav and Valen were reluctant to let us go shopping, but Levi assured them we'd be safe with him. I also have my magic, even if it's still shaky and I'm not very good at it. Jade keeps reminding me that it takes most witches the first 20 years or so of life to master their magic. I've only had a few short months to work on things. But considering Valen's in danger and God only knows what else is going on, I'd feel better if I were making more progress. I didn't ask for your opinion, Luna huffs. She adjusts the layers of hair around her face and then pulls some of it back, turning this way and that in the mirror, like she's trying to decide how she'd style her hair with this dress.
Well, you're getting it, sweetheart.
He holds his hands up innocently.
I only speak the truth, and the truth is you look hot as fuck.
He leans back against the wall with a smug smile. Luna's eyes flare, but I detect a hint of interest in them. If I were to guess, the persistent demon is wearing her down. With the way sparks are flying, I wouldn't be surprised if it gets physical between them soon. Unfortunately, I agree with Levi. That's my favorite on you, too. Celine nods her head. Turning toward the mirror, Luna smooths down the fabric of her dress and tilts her head. Her eyes lock with Levi's behind her, and she sighs. I suppose you're right, as much as I hate to agree with you, she grumbles. I walk over to the rack and rifle through more dresses. I've tried on so many I've lost count, but none of them have felt right. I'm happy you found yours. Meanwhile, I'm floundering over here. I complain and snag a mermaid-style green dress, a flowy blue ball gown, and a pink-to-green gradient dress with puffy cap sleeves. You'll find one, Celine calls out assuredly from the changing room. She found one option early on that looked incredible on her, but didn't want to commit just yet. My phone chimes in my pocket, and I take it out to find a text from Valen.
Valen, I miss you.
Ava. Photo attachment. I smirk as I send him a picture of one of the dresses I tried on. I felt particularly sexy in it, but it wasn't right for the event. My boobs practically spill out from the top. Valen's text bubble pops up and goes away a few times before a text comes through.
Valen. Holy fuck. I'm going to kill Levi. He didn't see you in this, did he? Fucking demon. That's it. I'm coming to you.
Hurrying to respond, I scold him but laugh as I do. Ava, don't you dare. He has been a perfect gentleman and only has eyes for Luna. I honestly don't think he's looked our way at all. Ava, I think that's the first time you've called him Levi.
Valen. I figured I should at this point. Apparently he is my nephew. Doesn't mean he isn't an ass, though. Valen. Hurry home, please. Pom-Pom and I need you back here.
I send a kiss face emoji and pocket my phone once more. I need to figure out my dress situation, and I can't afford any more distractions. We need to make sure we blend in with everyone else and don't stick out like sore thumbs. Celine steps out of the changing room, and I shake my head. Her nose wrinkles when she sees the red dress and goes back in to try on the next without a word. While the other two girls are in their rooms, I look at Levi to find him already watching me with golden eyes. What's your game? I use the opportunity to ask him what I've wondered.
You summoned me, witch, so you tell me.
His head tilts in a way that reminds me of how much of a predator he is. I don't feel unsafe around him, though.
I simply want to find a way to return home.
He stretches out a hand and assesses the silver rings that adorn practically every finger. I squint at him and plant my hands on my hips. That may be true, but I doubt you'll go home without taking someone with you. I tilt my chin in Luna's direction, and a conspiratorial smile graces Levi's lips. Why do you keep calling her wife? I ask, my tone accusing. Levi shrugs and adjusts his corded arms where they rest against his lean stomach. He's the picture-perfect example of the cat that ate the canary.
That information is on a need-to-know basis. And you, Ms. McGuire, are not in the need-to-know category.
Throwing my hands in the air at the cryptic demon, I fight my way through the dressing room curtain and yank it shut. 2 of the 3 dresses are a definite no. But the last one has me gasping when I try it on. I sweep the curtain aside. What do you think? I show the girls, and both of them gasp when they see it. I think I may have found my winner. Falling around me like silk. The dress starts in a pale pink that matches my hair, and gradually flows into a green. You'd think it wouldn't work, but somehow it does. I feel like me. An elevated version, that is. Luna and Celine clap. Even Levi gives an approving nod when I glance his way. But his golden eyes go right back to Luna. 2 for 2. Celine? I ask. She holds up the original dress that she wavered on. I'm going with my gut in picking this bad boy. Her selection is a pale blue dress with sheer sleeves dotted with delicate pearls. It makes her dark hair stand out, and I know Zav is going to go feral for it. Yay! I head to the dressing room to change back into my clothes so we can check out. After securing shoes and matching accessories, we say our goodbyes. I'm antsy to get home and chat with Valen. I want to bring up the mating bond and see if he's ready to solidify it. I love the stoic but sweet vampire and don't want to wait anymore. It's very possible something bad could happen at the gala, even death. I won't sugarcoat it to myself. And I want to belong to him in all ways before that happens. I'd rather be his bonded mate for a short time than not at all. Chapter 56. Ava.
How was shopping?
Valen asks, following me into the bedroom where I hang the garment bag in the closet. The 3 of us paid extra to have the seamstress alter the dresses to fit perfectly while we were there, and then grabbed lunch while we waited. Levi seems to have a fondness for Panda Express. He ordered 2 full boxes of food and ate it all. It went well, I say, shutting the closet door and carrying the other bag of goodies with me to the bathroom. I like my dress.
I missed you,
he says in a low murmur. I turn around. He looks adorable. His eyes are full of yearning, and he has his lips puckered slightly in want of a kiss. So, like any good girlfriend, I shut the door in his face. In my defense, it's for a really good reason.
Ava,
He huffs on the other side. The knob rattles.
let me in.
Nope. I set my bag down on the counter.
You realize I could break down this door, right?
He asks as I turn the knob for the shower. It squeaks loudly. One of these days, maybe I'll remember to pick up some WD-40 from the store. I understand that, but you're not going to do that because you're not Zav. While the shower warms, I remove my clothes that smell of the food court and pin my hair up. It's not hair wash day, and I won't risk getting it wet. A thump sounds on the other side of the door, and I can only assume Valen has slid down to the floor. I grin to myself at the silly vampire. Once I'm freshly showered, I take my time drying my body off and slathering myself in lotion. Slipping on a set of lingerie I snagged from the store, I assess my appearance in the mirror. Valen might be stoic at times, but even he can't resist this. I spritz a small amount of perfume onto my neck and wrists before I open the door. Valen immediately flops into the bathroom on his back with Pom-Pom in his arms.
Hi.
He blinks up at me.
Hi.
He repeats, more choked this time as he takes in what I'm wearing. Hello. I nudge his shoulder with my toe. Before I can comment on him lying on the floor, he sets Pom-Pom down and hops up.
Fuck, Ava.
He curves a hand around my hip.
Look at you.
You like? I do a spin, letting him take in the lace and ribbons from all angles.
Very much.
Standing on my tiptoes, I wrap my arms around his neck. It's too bad I'll only let my mate take it off me once the bond is complete. His eyes narrow on me. Please, Valen? I press a hand to his cheek. Please. I want you in every way. It's time. A muscle in his jaw ticks.
The mating bond. This is forever. A bond stronger than marriage.
I cock my head to the side. And you think I don't know that? What I feel for you is unlike the love I've ever felt for another person. And forgive me, but with the current uncertainty of things, whatever's going on with these killings and whatever monster it is that wants you, I just want to be yours in the way that matters to your kind most. I want our bond. I want you. I'm never going to change my mind on that, Valen. I rub his cheek. You are so special, and you don't give yourself enough credit for that. I love you. I want you. Please, make me your true mate.
You drive a hard bargain.
He growls a moment before his lips descend on mine. Is that a yes? I ask between kisses.
Yes.
He groans, licking the sensitive skin of my neck. Is it going to hurt? I ask.
No.
His hair brushes against me and sends a shiver down my spine. He lifts me easily in his arms, and a moment later my back is pressed against the bed.
You drive a hard bargain.
He draws his finger around my nipple. The mesh bra cups do little to hide the peaked buds.
And you don't play fair.
I smile up at him. Playing fair doesn't get me anywhere. Not when my mate is a stubborn vampire who thinks he knows best. He huffs a sigh.
You are something, Ava McGuire.
But I'm your something, I argue back. He chuckles.
That's true, Starlight.
He brushes his nose against the curve of my neck.
Are you ready, my love?
I nod, and a small gasp flies out of my lips when he bites my neck with a tenderness that doesn't pierce my skin.
Say it. I need to hear you say it.
I'm ready, I gasp. Make me yours. The bite of his teeth into my flesh has my fingers digging into his shoulder. I suddenly wonder why I didn't make him take his shirt off first. I desperately want to feel his bare skin against my fingertips. I feel the pull of my blood into his mouth, and it feels so fucking good. "Valen," I moan. My eyes flutter from the sensation. He wrenches himself away, licking gently at the wound on my neck before kissing down my chest.
"You have no fucking idea how divine you taste."
He purrs and drags his fangs along my breast.
"I could taste you every day for the rest of my existence and never tire of the flavor."
Valen pulls back to bite into his own wrist and offers me his blood. Rising up to sit, I have a moment of hesitation. Not because I don't want this, but because I'm scared of how it might taste. But when I wrap my lips around the wound he created, it doesn't taste at all like what I expected. He's right. Divine is the only word to describe the flavor of him. I'm not even a vampire, but the way his blood tastes is exquisite. Back and forth we take blood from one another. With each lap of my tongue against his skin, I feel it, the bond becoming stronger. It's like a physical thing between us, pulling us closer and closer. And when it snaps into place, I physically fall back onto the bed from the intensity of it. I feel it. I feel him. It's like he's everywhere. I feel him inside me, his being. It's like I'm no longer solely myself. I am him and he is me and we are one. He smooths a strand of hair off my forehead.
"Are you okay?"
He asks. Never been better. I reach up, wrapping my hand around his neck and forcing him to meet my mouth in a soul-sealing kiss. God, I love this vampire. He moans into my mouth, and I swallow the sound. I don't think I'll ever get used to the way he makes me feel. His fingers skim over my bare stomach, and I shiver. His touch is gentle as it drifts lower, until his fingers edge their way beneath my underwear. I arch off the bed when his cool fingers rub against my aching wet core. He slides one finger easily inside me, and then another, pumping them gently.
I love you,"
he whispers, kissing the bite mark on my neck. "I love you too," I whimper, biting my lip when he uses his thumb to rub my clit. "Valen!" I cry out, fisting the sheets. In no time, my orgasm roars through me, and I thrash against the covers. Valen might have been a virgin when we met, but he's a quick learner. He might know my body better than even I do. He yanks my underwear fully off and rips my bra in half. "I liked that," I scold, "and it was expensive."
"I'll buy you a new one,"
he croons before swirling his tongue around my nipple. I bow into him and whimper as he moves to give attention to my other breast. "Why am I naked and you're not?" I whine, sliding my hands beneath his shirt. "Take something off." He obliges by yanking the t-shirt over his head and throwing it. It hits the lamp, which crashes to the floor, but neither of us pays it much attention.
"I want to take things slow,"
he murmurs against my lips when I fumble with his belt. "And I don't want slow," I argue. "I want my mate to fuck me hard and fast. Please don't make me beg."
Greedy little thing, aren't you?
He nips my ear.
"It's truly unfair how pathetic I am when it comes to you. I can't seem to deny you a single thing you want."
In a speed that seems impossible, he rids himself of the rest of his clothes. Then he sinks inside me in one forceful movement. My core flutters around him. Somehow I'm already close to coming again.
"Is this what my girl wants?"
he asks, voice gruff as he pounds into me. "Yes," I whimper. I like it when you're rough.
Fuck.
He drawls. He pulls out of me and flips me onto my stomach before yanking my hips into the air. He thrusts into me again from behind and fists my hair, tugging on the strands. Yes, 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 I chant. His fingers dig into my hips, and I have little doubt I'll find bruises tomorrow.
Oh, you take me so well.
I whimper as he drives into me, and if it weren't for the grip he has on me, I would collapse onto the mattress. I cry out when his fingers find my clit. Fallon, I can't take it. His body covers mine, and his mouth finds my ear.
You'll take everything I give you, and then some, like the good girl you are.
He slaps my ass, and a scream flies out of me. I grab the nearest pillow and bite down onto it. The next time I reach the cusp of orgasm, he bites into my hip at the same time and sends me screaming into the void, the pain more pleasurable than anything. He's right there with me. And as the last quakes of our orgasms begin to fade, he pulls me into his arms and holds me close.
Mine,
he says possessively, kissing the bite on my neck. Yours, I concur, and pull his wrist and mimic him by placing a gentle kiss where his wound was. His is mostly faded, thanks to his fast healing. I love this man. Vampire, fallen angel, whatever you want to call him. More than I ever believed it was possible to love another. It's not just the mate bond that has me feeling that way. It's him. Valen represents everything good and right in the world. He's too pure, too special to have endured the things he has. I'm almost fully asleep when I hear him murmur,
forever will never be enough time with you, but I'll take everything I can get.
Chapter 57. Ava. Arcane looms in front of us like a shiny beacon of wealth. People dressed to the nines ascend the stairs and flash invites before being let in by the doorman. My heart threatens to implode with how fast it's beating. This amount of opulence all in one place is a tad overwhelming. Wow, I marvel as my eyes dart around. Are you sure we're allowed here for this?
I told you, I've got us. I know a guy.
Zav scoffs and adjusts his tux.
Or 5.
Our limousine slows to a stop in front of the building. The driver comes around to open the door and extends a hand for me to take. I start to do exactly that when Valen pops out in front of me and shoulders the man out of the way. He's been particularly possessive since we sealed the mating bond a few nights ago. And it's kind of hot. Okay, very hot. He's been a bit different, too. In a good way. Lighter. Freer.
My lady?
Valen bows slightly, and I take his strong hand with a smile. Zav and Celine file out behind me, followed by Levi and Luna. I brush my skirt down and blow out a breath I didn't know I was holding. The whole gala has not just me, but our whole group on edge. One might say it's dumb to go into the belly of the beast, but we're not going to find answers elsewhere. Last night we sat down and planned how we wanted the night to go. We're each equipped with multiple exit routes and plans to follow in case things go awry. But we will investigate as much as we can. Whoever is messing with Zav seems to be pointing to the hotel. And even though nothing seems out of the ordinary yet, I can't help the chill that races down my spine. I look around for signs of anyone who sticks out, but so far everyone looks like they belong. I smooth a clammy palm down my dress. I can't help but wish I was better prepared for this. That my magic came easier to me and I was prepared to fight. But the fact is, learning that kind of magic takes time, and a deep understanding of even the most basic of spells. That knowledge doesn't keep me from being annoyed, though.
Ladies, here are your invites, Zav says as he passes us gold foil detailed papers. In scrawling script, it details the gala and welcomes us to the annual event. Daddy Valentine, here's yours. He laughs as he hands it to my mate, who scowls in response. Zav glances at Levi and shoves his invitation against his chest with a huff, before joining Celine again. The vampire and demon's relationship is very back and forth. Zav is currently angry with Levi for not sharing his bowl of Cheez-Its, even though he doesn't need human food to survive. Apparently, neither of them particularly enjoys the cracker snack, and yet Zav argued it's the principle of sharing is caring. Let's roll, I sigh and pick up my dress to start the hike up the stairs. After showing our invites, we're escorted inside, and I gawk at the decor that wasn't there before. Both human-looking supernaturals and those with horns, tails, wings, and more mill about in harmony. My eyes bounce around as I take everything in. It's incredible. Close your mouth. You're going to catch flies, Zav chides as he walks by me. Celine sends an apologetic smile my way and follows him, her arm tucked carefully into his. Looking stunning in her blue gown, Celine wears her hair in a half-up, half-down do. She's littered her hair with delicate pearls to match those on her sleeves. It's quite the contrast to her typical attire of leather jackets and jeans. I think Zav passed away for the second time when he saw her. He wears a red button-up under his black tux jacket. It's by far the most dressed up I've seen him. It's crazy. Even being a vampire myself, there are still so many supernaturals I've never met. Luna comments as she walks alongside me. I'm still a baby in the vampire world, and sometimes I forget how new I truly am to all of it. I scan her form and smile at the gorgeous lilac dress she dons. It truly does fit her perfectly, and plays off the lavender streaks in her hair. She has her blonde hair down, but with a braid running behind her ear to keep hair away, save for some face-framing strands. Silver earrings litter her ears, and she keeps her neck free of jewelry to show off the gorgeous top of the dress. Why are you looking at other supernaturals when I'm right here?
Levi wraps a hand around her waist and nips at her ear. You need to learn something called personal space, buddy. Luna shoves him off, but Levi is steadfast. I catch what looks to be another vampire admiring Luna, and Levi snarls in his direction. We continue our walk, following the red carpet to the ballroom. I've never been inside it and look forward to seeing how dolled up it is if the lobby is so radiant. Fallon squeezes my hand from where he still holds it. I smile up at him and catch the small twitch in his brow. Are you okay? This will be a lot of people to be around in a confined space.
I'll be fine, Starlight. Don't worry about me.
Another squeeze to my hand, but one I think is more for him than me.
I just want everyone to come out of this unscathed. There's a disturbance in the air I can't put my finger on.
While he scans the area, we file slowly into the ballroom. I can't help but admire his strong form. Wearing all black has him looking dangerous and sexy. He appreciated my dress when he first saw it, too, if his hungry gaze was anything to go by. I promised him he could peel it off me later. The crooning of violins swirls through the air as we get closer. Soft murmurs serve as an undercurrent, along with the clinking of glasses. We show our invites one more time to security at the entrance of the ballroom before they pull back heavy black curtains to reveal the gala happening inside. This is a whole other tax bracket. Just breathing the air is too expensive for little old me. I laugh and tilt my head back to look at the ceiling. The ballroom is full of marble columns and more twinkling chandeliers. It's almost like gold flecks are continuously floating through the air, but not getting into anyone's clothes or hair. A group plays string instruments on a central stage, and huge spreads of food are laid out on banquet tables. There are plenty of crystal blood dispensers and food I've never seen before. Many that seem inedible to me, but I'm sure aren't to others in attendance. Thankfully, I spot some normal-looking human food. Seeing creatures and things that are so unfamiliar reminds me of how big the world really is, and how much I don't know. I'm slowly coming into my powers, but still far from where I wish I was. Valen's palm slides down to caress my backside and nudges me to the side. The 6 of us find a relatively quiet corner to stop and survey the room. The guys all watch with eagle eyes and slowly scan the crowd. It's tough when there are so many people packed into one room, even one as big as this. I try to stand on my tiptoes and my heels to help look, but it's difficult. Being short doesn't help when it comes to recon. Valen picks me up without taking his eyes off the room and sets me down so my feet are on top of his dress shoes. It doesn't give me too much added height, but I blushed at his thoughtfulness. "Have you smelled anything off yet?" I ask, peering up at Valen and resting my head against his chest. He gives my forehead a quick kiss.
Nothing out of the ordinary that I've scented.
Zav nods in agreement at his words, and his arm tightens around Celine.
"We need to stay vigilant. We can't let our guard down."
He turns a reluctant gaze to Levi.
"Have you noticed anything, Jolly Green Giant?"
Levi ignores the nickname and shakes his head.
"No, but something feels off. Can you sense it?"
"I sense it," Luna says softly, looking around with a worried gaze. Levi's hand twitches at his side like he longs to reach for her. More people fill in the ballroom, the volume going up with them. It becomes difficult to hear each other over the conversations filling the space, and the music being played nearby. I get jostled by a group passing behind us, and Valen is quick to wrap an arm around my waist to hold me steady. "Thanks." I smile up at my mate. He grins down at me, the warmth in his eyes making my stomach liquefy. The fact that he helped me and risked being touched by others without question has me teary. The lights dim somewhat, and a spotlight settles on another stage erected in the back of the room. A group of 5 men stand in front of a podium. The center one introduces himself as Cyphrin and welcomes everyone to the gala.
"Our goal with Arcane has always been to provide a safe place for any and all supernatural creatures. A place where we can relax and be ourselves. While to the outside world, we appear to function as a hotel. Everyone is vetted. Therefore, no humans ever check in. We pride ourselves on being a safe place for those who need shelter. But we are also so much more than that. We thank you all for your generous donations through the years. You're what keeps Arcane running."
I poke Zav in the arm. "Are you a generous donor or something?" He shrugs.
"You could say that."
"What does that mean?" I hiss. Another shrug from the red-haired vampire.
"Sometimes they ask me to take care of pesky problems. And if those pesky problems happen to have a lot of money, they wire the money to themselves."
My mouth falls open.
"What?"
He smiles innocently.
"I still only kill bad guys. Don't look at me like I kicked your puppy."
In my time chatting with Zav, they've finished up on stage, and the music starts up once more. Couples descend onto the dance floor, and Valen is quick to tug me to join the fray. Despite knowing that I should be keeping a lookout for anyone suspicious, I allow myself to enjoy being in Valen's arms. I don't really know this kind of dancing, I confess.
"I've got you.
He croons.
Just follow my lead."
I let Valen sweep me along the dance floor with practiced ease, and I think I fall a little more in love with him. When the song ends, another begins immediately after, and Valen easily alters our dance for the new song. He smiles down at me, opening his mouth to say something. That's when the lights cut out. And a moment later, screams fill the room. Chapter 58. Ava. Fallon's grip on me tightens, and my heart stutters. A chill works its way through the room, and I shudder at the malevolent energy it holds. What's happening? Can you spot anyone? I ask and try to look around. It's so dark I can't see shit, but Fallon should be able to. Fallon hisses through his teeth, and I feel the swish of his body as he looks side to side. The thudding of feet and screams have made things more than a little disorienting.
Too hard to tell right now. Stay close to me,
Fallon says as he attempts to pull me toward the outskirts of the ballroom. Wait! I yell above the chaos. What about the others? In my initial shock, I forgot we weren't near them since we were dancing.
They can take care of themselves. We planned for something like this and agreed to protect our respective mates.
Fallon explains. I stop resisting and allow him to pull me away, but not without worry. I almost trip over a fallen hors d'oeuvres tray, based on the clinking sound and the squish of food beneath my feet, but Fallon keeps me upright. The urgency in which he pulls me isn't typical, and I know he's trying to be careful while getting me out of harm's way. The problem is, we don't know exactly what danger we're fleeing from or where it's even coming from.
I see Zav and Celine, come on.
Fallon urges, and I follow blindly. Ava, is that you? Celine calls, and I use my arms to feel out in front of me. I hit the pearls along her sleeves and sigh in relief. Are you okay? Zav asks in a tone that's the most serious I've ever heard from him. I nod, and Fallon grunts in reply.
You?
We're good, for now, Celine answers. But I can't see shit.
And neither can I,
Zav grumbles.
Stupid, no-good, shitty eyesight.
I feel her shaking slightly beneath me, and my heart goes out to her. She and Fallon must be terrified right now, more so than us due to trauma of their kidnapping. Run! Someone screams, and a stampede of feet head our way. I squeak as we're run through by them and hold tight to Fallon. Unfortunately, the strength of those running, flying, and zipping by rips us apart, and I'm quickly separated from him.
Fuck, Ava!
Is the last thing I hear before darkness meets me. A pounding headache rouses me, and I groan, picking my torso up off the floor. I blink a few times to clear my eyesight and jolt at the unfamiliar surroundings. It looks to be a row of jail cells, and I'm cuffed by a set of metal chains that meet the wall. Yanking on the restraint, I only succeed in scraping skin off my wrist and hiss in pain. Fallon? I call, not seeing him with me. Is anyone there? The room isn't as musty as one might think, but it's giving me flashbacks to underneath the club. A groan sounds from my right, and I pull forward as much as I can with the chains to peek out of my cell. Who's there? A mumbled curse word is the reply, followed by my name.
Ava?
Relief fills my chest at the familiar voice. Zav! Is Celine with you? What about Fallon? I cross my fingers my mate is at least with them, knowing the four of us were together before we were separated. A feminine whine of pain tells me Celine is with him at least.
Celine is here, but Fallon isn't. He's not with you?
Zav calls out. Fuck. No! I stifle the urge to cry. It's just me in here. My cuffs clang as I attempt to find some sort of relief for the tension in my arms. What the hell happened? All I remember is the stampede of people and then passing out. I rack my brain for any clues. Shifting echoes through the room as Zav and Celine must try to stand. I hear clanking and a thud that tell me they're tied up like I am.
I wish I knew. I held Celine to me for protection before passing out.
Zav growls and yanks against his chains.
What are these made of? I should be able to break them, no problem.
He screams out in frustration. Celine manages to peek around the wall between us so I can barely see her face. Her hair is a frizzy mess around her forehead and her cheeks flushed. "Are you okay, Aves?" Tears well up in my eyes at not knowing where Valen is. I'm so scared for him, Celine. Who did this to us and why did they take him? Is it his original captors? I don't like this one bit, and I knew something was going to happen. I bite down on my lip in an attempt to hold a sob inside. It's not like I could have predicted this exact scenario, but it felt like we were prepared enough to keep something like this from happening. Nothing can go according to plan for any of us, it seems. Where were Levi and Luna? I didn't see them after the chaos started.
We have to hope they can take care of themselves. I'm sure Levi has it under control, wherever they are.
Zav huffs and keeps trying to undo their restraints. I'm not sure how long this continues, but time seems to stretch uncomfortably. I attempt to pull on my magic to see if I can get it to at least loosen the cuffs. But for some reason, it refuses to cooperate every time. What good am I as a witch if I can't use my magic when I need it most? It's like the well of power within me won't flow out. I remember Jade saying high emotion can both help and hinder. It seems like this situation is the latter, as much as it pisses me off. I attempt to meditate in an effort to calm down, but it doesn't help. Ugh! I shout, frustrated at myself. I can't believe he's out there somewhere and we can't get out of these cells. Please be okay. Like I summoned him, I hear the voice of an angel. Well, fallen angel.
Ava!
Valen! I call back, relieved. My cuffs clang against the bars as I attempt to peer out. I'm not sure why I keep trying, as if my range of motion will somehow magically change. He appears before me looking flustered and manic, but otherwise okay. I don't spot any injuries, but that doesn't mean anything. Seeing his hair and tucks out of place makes me feel extremely violent. Whoever touched him will beg for death once I'm through with them.
Stand back,
he warns. I do just that. With a powerful kick, he sends the door to my cell flying, and I marvel at his strength. He then rips my cuffs from where they circle my wrists.
Man, I totally could have done that, Zav whines, and I snort. Stupid ancient vampires with their super special powers.
In the next second, the air is whooshed from my lungs when Valen runs in and pulls me to his chest. He cradles my head like something precious, and mumbles thank goodness over and over again. I clutch him just as tightly and fight the tears that want to spill over. I'm so fucking glad he's okay that I don't have time to question why we're locked up and he's not. Pulling back, I inspect his body and poke and prod for injuries I can't see.
What are you doing?
Valen laughs, and I harumph in response. Checking. Don't bother me. I scold, and he laughs again. Once I'm satisfied, I pull him back in and snuggle into his chest. His soothing scent helps calm me down. Guys? Celine calls.
Truly a touching reunion, but a little help here?
Zav adds. We head over to their cell, and he tells them to step back. As Valen heads in to rid them of their cuffs, a chuckle sounds through the room.
Ah, just who I was hoping to see. Actually, a few someones.
We all freeze and look at each other. Pure, unadulterated terror lines Valen's body, and he resembles prey much more than the predator he actually is. If he's this scared, we're fucked. Slowly turning around, I frown at a familiar man. Despite his familiarity, I have trouble placing how I know him.
Damien.
Valen growls, crouching protectively in front of me. The man cocks his head to the side, and a strand of silvery blonde hair falls over his forehead.
Glad to see you remember me, Valentine.
His grin is nothing but pure evil.
I was beginning to think you'd forgotten.
Valen is frozen in fear in front of me, and I wrap my fingers around his arm. The man, Damien, leans around Valen and eyes me up and down.
Dear Valen, aren't you going to introduce me to your mate? It would be a shame if I forgot my manners like you so clearly have yours. I'd hate for my hand to slip around her throat. Humans are such delicate creatures. They die so easily.
Valen moves to shield me more fully.
Don't fucking look at her.
Damien's eyes narrow.
You don't give me orders, Fallen One.
His words are said in an even tone, but there's an iciness there that dares Valen to overstep. Who the hell is the man exactly? He doesn't seem like a vampire or a warlock. There's something about him that feels different, but in a way I can't pinpoint. Like he's been altered somehow.
Grab them,
Damien orders.
all 4 of them.
And that's when the shadows that have been clinging to the walls pull away and come to life.
Chapter 59. Valen. I thought I'd gone through horrors being kidnapped and tortured. Hearing Ava scream is 10 times worse than that. The sound rings down to my core and rips my chest in two. Thick black smoke snakes its way around my limbs and my throat. Jerking my head to the side, I see Zav and Celine in similar compromising positions, but the two appear to have been knocked out. Ava looks scared and exhausted where she attempts to break free. I fight the fog of shadows to get to Ava, but my efforts are futile. Why can't I get out of this infernal smoke? Confused? Damien tisks. My shadows are impenetrable. The only way you're getting out of them is if I allow it. His shiny black shoes clack as he crosses the floor with unhurried ease. I fight the tremble my body wants to succumb to. I don't dare give the bastard the satisfaction. It's hard to suppress a natural reaction to someone who did horrendous things to me. He was at the helm of most of the sessions and experiments. Even if he wasn't the one who usually doled them out, he was the one calling the shots. Poor Valentine, he tisks, crouching in front of me. You thought you'd gotten away from me. And yet here you are, back at my feet. He snags my chin, and I avert my eyes, not wanting to give him eye contact. Look at me. Now. Damien shakes my head, but I refuse. Tell me how you broke free from the cells before. No? He asks when I stay silent. Fine. I know how to make you talk. A strangled cough comes from Ava, and I look over to see her desperately gasping for breath. Her face is already turning pink, and her body spasms as she clutches her throat to no avail. Ava! I move toward her, but make no progress. You son of a bitch! Let her go! I'll talk! I concede. The shadows must let up because she gulps down a much-needed gasp of air and sputters. She curls in on herself and rests her head against the floor to catch her breath. Turning to Damien, I clench my jaw and finally make eye contact. His face is a mask of eerie calm, but I see the anger bubbling under the surface. He's always been sadistic, and the last thing I want is him messing with Ava. That wasn't so hard, was it? He cocks his head at me. Now answer my question. How did you escape? My lip curls in disgust as I look at him. I don't know. For years I was unable to leave and I couldn't understand why, and as I became weaker, the fight inside me died. I know now that Ava's ancestor put a spell on me to keep me bound, but back then, I had no idea what they'd done that kept me prisoner. Damien smiles and stands from where he was crouched. Slowly circling my prone form, he stops in front of Zav and Celine's cell. They're still unconscious, but seeing him so close to them has me on edge. I know firsthand how dangerous this man is. I see you need more motivation. Damien waves a hand, not looking away from me as he does. Zav groans, slowly coming awake, and Celine fidgets where she lies beside him. He looks up and growls, trying to get up. When the shadows keep him from doing so, he spits in Damien's direction. Snapping his fingers, the shadows wrap tighter around Celine, and she coughs just like Ava did. You monster! Fucking stop! Zav screams, his wild eyes darting to meet mine. There's an urgency in them, and I snarl at the situation we're in. I don't want to give Damien any information he might need to do further harm, but with the girls here, he has the perfect leverage against us. Leave them out of this, Damien, I yell. They have nothing to do with it. Damien clucks his tongue and squeezes one more time before easing up on Celine. Zav corrals her weak body to his. The unhinged vampire looks defeated in this moment. I hate what Damien has done to us in such a short amount of time. I beg to differ. My brows draw together at his words. After you got your little human out, I realized I underestimated you and that Valentine was probably with you. Did you like my presence, Xavier? He turns toward the red-headed vampire. I tried to, emulate your designs in an effort to lure you out. He cocks his head to the side. You don't seem appreciative. He clucks his tongue. Such a shame. Xavier scoffs, and understanding floods his features. Those poor imitations, subpar at best and totally laughable. If you wanted to take me out to dinner, you could have just asked. Damien was behind all of the copycat murders? I would have never guessed that. Squatting down, Damien lets out an irritated sound. You are nothing but an abomination, Xavier Lockwood. I should have put you down like the dog you are when I had the chance. Same for your blonde friend, who I know is somewhere in the building. Standing once more, he brushes a piece of invisible dirt from his immaculate suit jacket. Through trial, there are bound to be errors. Now I'm slowly but surely eradicating those errors. He gives Zav a knowing look and walks back over to me. One by fucking one. If he knows Luna and Levi are here, that means he's a step ahead of all of us, which I fucking hate. My mind races with potential exits, but I'm coming up blank. I can't scent anything nearby, and since everything around me is unfamiliar, that puts us at another disadvantage. Back to you. Damien crouches in front of me once more. It should have been impossible to escape, and yet you did. The curse bonding you to us has been broken. Explain, he hisses. How did you do it? I don't take kindly to my things running away, Valentine. I shake my head once more. I already told you I don't know. Celine helped me physically escape, but once I was out and with my mate, that was that. Damien's silvery eyes narrow. I still can't believe you would stoop so low as to mate with that witch. His voice raises as he speaks. A crude laugh leaves him. You have no idea what you've done, Valentine. None at all. He walks toward Ava, and I panic. I've seen him irate on rare occasions. I swear he's constantly simmering under the surface, and only rarely does it bubble over. Somehow, by mating with Ava, I've just sent him into a boil. What does my mate have to do with you? I yell, trying to move, but again being denied. Damien stops and glares at me over his shoulder. As soon as you mated this filth, you severed the cursed bond. That wretched witch I used to curse you wove a way out for you into the spell. A mate from her bloodline would undo the curse. Her desire to give you a chance at freedom cost her her life. But I'm certain you don't remember that with as out of it as you were. He tisks. Now I must get rid of her and see if it solidifies once more. Of course, I can't be certain it'll work, but I imagine with your mate no longer in the picture, you'll be a lot more accommodating. His smirk is pure evil. You don't even know if that will work. Leave her alone. I catch Ava's terrified blue eyes and see her body practically vibrating in fear. It's a risk I'm willing to take. Damien shrugs and sets his sights on her. Lifting a hand, he twists and pulls her body to standing with the shadows. Raw fear filters through my pores and tears flood my eyes. I don't want to believe the universe is so cruel to allow me to escape one hellhole for another. Now that I have Ava, I don't want to go one more day without her. It would be absolute misery to function without the pink-haired witch, not to mention how sad Pom-Pom would be. We need her. Now that our mating bond is complete, I can feel her fear as acutely as my own. I make one last push of strength to get to her and yell out in despair when it's futile. The shadows binding me are impossible to break. She's going to die, and I'm going to be helpless to do anything. Ava! I cry. Just as I think my world is about to come crashing down, a flood of light, just like in the tunnels before, spills out of her and blinds us all.
Chapter 60. Ava. Pain. All-consuming pain is what I feel as Damien slowly crushes my organs. The shadows get tighter as I strain to break free. To run to Valen. This isn't over. We still have so much we need to experience together. I refuse to let Damien win. With an agonized cry that rivals the one Valen lets loose, I pull again on the well of power in my chest and feel it respond. Light pours from me like it did before and slices through the black fog. Not only does it disappear from me, but from the other three too. My magic is a shaky, unstable thing, but it seems to always come through for me when I need it most. Damien curses and seems to be overwhelmed by my magic as he backs away from the light that continues to filter out of me, as if it's shining from every pore. I run to Valen and urge him to stand. He seems unharmed by the burst of magic. Zav and Celine hold each other, free of their confines now. We have to go, I shout, and they scramble after me. I'd be a fool to not acknowledge that we're far from free. I've temporarily stunned Damien, but he'll be close behind. He's an incredibly powerful being. Zav and Valen pick each of us girls up and sprint down the hall at a speed no human could ever hope to compete with. We're met by a vampire barrier at the end and promptly stop. Despite knowing this wouldn't be easy, it's a tad disappointing to only make it such a short way. The boys examine them, looking for weakness in their line. It appears to be feral vampires again, just like in the tunnels before. Ones that seem closer to zombies than the vampires I'm used to. I'm feeling drained from my draw on magic back in the other room, and curse at the feeling of needing to recharge before I can fight again. The light coming out of me is fading, threatening to disappear altogether.
Your escape attempts are futile. Give it up.
One of the ferals snarls.
You can't escape us all.
He gestures his arms wide, and I'm a bit scared of what he means by all, because I have a strong feeling he's referring to more than the vampires in front of us. Zav and Valen exchange a determined look, prepared to fight. Setting us down, they push us to stand behind them. But I gasp at what I see down the other length of the hall. Damien walks toward us with a smirk, hands shoved casually into his perfectly pressed pants pockets. He's unfazed by all of this. Like he has all the time in the world. Maybe he does. I feel a surge of satisfaction at a stray curl of hair that hangs out of place. For the short time I've been in his ugly presence, I've seen how perfectly coiffed he strives to be.
How frustrating it must be to be so close yet so far from escape. This is inevitable, Valen.
Damien calls out to him with his arms wide open, like he's trying to welcome an unruly son home, and not the man he kidnapped and tortured for centuries, even thousands of years for all I know.
Don't be a fool and come with me. You know what I'm capable of more than anyone. You cannot win this.
Without glancing his way, Valen tenses and shakes his head.
I would rather die than end up with you again.
A slow, terrifying smirk ticks up the corners of Damien's lips.
You're far too valuable for that. But your friends are not. This will serve as some much-needed entertainment for me.
After yelling a word in a language I don't understand, the ferals charge at Valen and Zav. It's disconcerting to have Damien at our backs, so Celine and I take turns watching him and glancing at our guys to see how they're faring. I can practically feel my best friend's horror and annoyance at not being able to help. As a human, there's not much she can do in this supernatural fight. I might not be human anymore, but I'm equally at a disadvantage with so little control over my powers. Even though it feels like I'm pulling from a well of nothing, I scrape and pull at my magic to give me anything to help against the ferals. It's a struggle, but I take deep breaths and manage to summon a few strikes, almost like lightning, that dart out and kill ferals instantly. Valen sends a grateful look my way before diving back in. Zav and Valen work as a savage team to tear through the other vampires. To some, it might be terrifying to see the person they love in this light, but not me. I'm happy to see him strong enough to fight for himself. Once we get out of here, and we will, I'm laying the biggest kiss on his lips and not letting him leave our bedroom for a week, maybe even a month. It seems like they have the upper hand, but I don't dare allow myself to hope yet. Feeling a slight breeze, I turn to see Damien suddenly standing right beside me. I jump away and drag Celine with me. Stay back, I warn and hold a hand out, feigning more magic than I have. Sometimes with men, it's better to have more bravado than you feel. Damien holds his up in mock surrender, but I don't let my guard down. I hear the boys winding down behind us. One of them must spot Damien close by us because I hear a savage snarl.
I'm bored now.
He watches us with sharp, hawkish eyes.
This isn't the entertainment I was hoping for. So, I guess I'll have to make my own fun.
No!
Valen shouts as more ferals pour in out of nowhere, keeping him from reaching us. My mouth drops open. There are so fucking many of them. Any hope I had that we might make it out of this alive melts away. We're fucked. Faster than I can track, Damien is in front of me. Unnaturally sharp claws extended from his fingertips. I try to summon more magic, but it's no use. I'm tapped out. He reaches out to slash, and I brace myself, praying to whatever being will listen that I might make it out of this. And at the very least, that Valen will be taken care of. The pain never comes. Peeking an eye open, I cry out at the sight before me. The scream that leaves me sounds inhuman. It's high-pitched, laced with pure, unadulterated fear. Celine collapses in a heap on the ground. Blood everywhere. She looks like she's been slashed and run through. Her breaths come out in rapid pants, and it looks like any movement hurts her deeply. Celine! I squeak out. She took the hit that was meant for me. A roar of pure rage and despair echoes through the hall as Zav spots her body. He absolutely decimates the ferals left around him with spite. Valen doesn't have to do much before they've cleared them out. Celine! He screams with the fear that cuts through the entire room. Celine, hold on, baby, I'm coming! Damien sighs.
I missed my target. But this works too.
He talks to himself so casually it makes me sick.
Stupid human. So foolish.
He clucks his tongue. Are you guys here? A voice calls from around the corner. Ava! I jerk my head up and see Luna and Levi charging toward us. Thank goodness they're okay. Oh my God, what happened? Luna cries as she stops in front of Celine, looking like she's not sure what to do. Her eyes dilate at all the blood. Levi holds her back by the wrist, scanning the area for threats. I look up and realize Damien is gone. Weird. He'd give up Valen that easily? Something's not right. Celine? Baby? Zav lifts Celine so he can support her against his chest. And she lets out a whine of pain, which makes Zav cringe. Hey, beautiful, look at me. Let me see those brown eyes. Don't close them. He strokes her hair back from her pale face. Tears coat his lashes, and I feel my own dampening my cheeks. Valen hugs me to him from behind, and I sink into his warmth. I hold his forearm for strength, feeling like I could collapse at any minute. I know it's cliché to say, Celine coughs out, but I feel really cold. Zav blanches and looks around at us with a desperation I've never witnessed before. Do you two know how to get out of here? He asks Levi and Luna. The demon nods. Follow me. Celine groans when Zav picks her up in his arms bridal style. It hurts, she whimpers. I know, baby. The normally humorous vampire looks like he's on the verge of tears.
Where does this take us?
Valen asks Levi. Levi looks over his shoulder.
We're beneath the hotel.
So they didn't move us far. I suppose that's a good thing. We reach a door and start the trek up a set of concrete stairs. Celine begins to cry. It hurts so bad.
I'm so sorry,
Xavier whispers, bending to kiss her forehead.
I'm so fucking sorry, my love.
Am I dying? She asks. He doesn't hesitate to answer her.
Yes.
She's dying? My voice echoes off the walls. Do something! Xavier turns to glower at me from a few steps ahead.
What do you think I'm trying to do? I need to get her somewhere safe, assess her wounds, and be certain hope is lost before I turn her.
You're going to turn her? I scream.
If I have to.
He sighs. We talked about this, Celine says. Maybe to me or maybe to all of us. I told Zav I wanted to wait to turn if I could, but that if something happened and he needed to turn me, he could. Her lips are unusually pale, and Xavier's shirt is soaked with her blood. It's definitely not a stretch to say that she's dying. Why did you jump in front of me? I accuse, wiping hastily at my tears as we continue to climb the stairs. Because you're my best friend. She lets out a cry of pain. I would do anything for you. You might die. I sob, and Valen's warm hand wraps around mine, pulling me with him so I'll go faster. Zav will save me.
We need to move faster,
Xavier screams at Levi's back.
You're right,
Levi says, and Luna screams when he picks her up and tosses her over his shoulder.
Let's go.
Valen scoops me up, and I close my eyes to stop the way the air stings them at the speed we're going. When he finally slows, we're back in the ballroom, and I squish my eyes shut. Dead. So many dead supernaturals.
Grayson!
Zav yells, and my eyes open again. He's speaking to one of the men I recognize from the opening speech of the gala.
Is this place secure now?
The dark-haired man, Gray, shakes his head.
I can't make any promises. My mate, she's dying. I need a safe place to turn her. I don't have much time.
With a sigh, Gray slides his hand into the pocket of his pants and procures a sleek silver card.
You can use my suite, but you will be paying for it to be cleaned of all traces of blood.
You've got it. Zav wastes no time in snagging the card.
Let's go,
he says to us. Foregoing the elevator, the guys use the stairs and their speed to get us to the suite in record time. I notice Levi isn't quite as fast as the other two, and seems to use some sort of power that makes him shimmer at the edges, almost like I can see through parts of him. He catches me looking over Valen's shoulder and winks. When we reach the suite, Xavier wastes no time in getting inside. The door bangs shut behind Levi and Luna. On my feet once more, I rush over to the couch where Zav lays my best friend. If this doesn't work, I'm learning necromancy to bring your ass back. I can't have you haunting me. I chuckle through tears. She coughs up blood, and I quickly wipe it from her lips. She doesn't appear to have much longer if she's not hitting me with a sassy reply in return. As I stare at her, I realize this is the last time I'm going to see my best friend as a human. I wonder how different she'll be afterward. If she'll look the same or somehow changed. If she'll keep her sarcastic sense of humor.
Move, please,
Zav says and gives me a shove away that breaks me out of my thoughts. Valen growls at Xavier and wraps his arms around me.
Watch it.
My mate is dying. I think Ava will survive a tiny shove, he retorts. A little privacy.
He glowers at the four of us. I glance at Celine to make sure she's okay. Well, as okay as she can be. And she gives a small nod. I grab her hand and squeeze it one last time before scurrying to one of the side rooms. The penthouse suite is decorated in dark reds and blacks with luxurious fabric and shimmery wallpaper. It oozes money and has me curious about who and what the guys who own this place are. Levi and Luna file in after us. And the exhaustion of the past few hours, if I had to guess, seems to hit all of us, our shoulders sagging. Even as tired as I am, I have to resist the urge to run back and make sure Celine pulls through. But I know how intimate this moment is for them, and need to respect their space. I shut the door to try and drown out as much sound as possible. I don't like hearing my best friend in pain. This is so fucked. Is everyone else okay? The others nod. Does anyone have any idea why Damien tucked tail and ran when Levi and Luna showed up? Who? Luna asks. Her nose scrunches in confusion. I shrug. The big bad villain who seems to be behind all this craziness. The copycat killings, taking Valen, you name it. My lips part with realization. Wait. He owned the club, too. I'm sure of it. I snap my fingers and reach for my phone before I realize I'm wearing my dress, and the clutch that held my phone and ID is missing now. I'll have to double-check that later, I mumble. But something bigger has to be going on here, right? I meet Valen's gaze. He doesn't just want you for funsies. He needs you, your blood or whatever, for something important. A scream from the other room has all our heads whipping in that direction. It burns! Celine screams at the top of her lungs. It fucking burns! Valen wraps a reassuring hand around the back of my neck and squeezes.
She is going to be okay.
No, she's not. Being okay would mean remaining human for however much longer she wants. There's nothing okay about this. I close my eyes and wince at the memory of her jumping in front of me.
I think we should go.
Valen says. Go where? I laugh humorlessly. Home? Pretend none of this ever happened? I shake my head and fight the unshed tears burning my eyes. We can't just shove our heads in the sand because we seemingly got away. He let us get away. He was scared. It's the only explanation. But of what? I ask, downright hysteric. Or who? I point to Levi.
Me?
He asks, raising his hands innocently.
I didn't even see this Damien guy.
All I know is something spooked him. My shoulders sag. But a guy like this is determined. He'll come back. For all of us. And something tells me we won't like it when he does. We need to be prepared. I need to be stronger. Have better control of my magic. Valen pulls me in against his chest in a hug.
This isn't your fault.
It is, though. I shove him off and pace a few steps away. If I was stronger, I could have done something. Not just been a liability.
This isn't on you,
Valen says.
I promise.
I don't believe him. My best friend is hurt and dying. All because of me. Another scream echoes from the room beside us, and I cover my ears, falling to my knees. Valen mutters.
Fuck it.
And kneels on the ground beside me, pulling me into his embrace. He holds me as I cry, and he keeps holding me long after my last tears have dried.
Chapter 61. Ava. It's been a week since I last laid eyes on Celine. If Zav's telling me the truth, then she's still in the suite of the hotel, recovering from her change and acclimating to being a vampire. But I desperately want to see her with my own two eyes. To know she's alive, well, undead alive, and okay.
You need to stop moping,
Valen says. I turn to find him with Pom-Pom cradled in his arms like a baby. I'm not moping, I snap. Okay, so maybe I am a little. I keep replaying the events of the gala in my mind. Everything went to shit so much quicker than we anticipated. We thought we were prepared, but we were the furthest thing from it.
Then what do you call what you were doing?
Valen asks, taking one of Pom-Pom's paws to boop my nose. I give him the tiniest of smiles in return.
I know my maid is only trying to make me feel better. With a sigh, I scoot around him and into the kitchen. Swiping a pop from the fridge, I open the can and take a long swig. I'm totally stalling, and from Valen's raised brow, he knows it. Fine, okay? I am moping, but can you blame me? My best friend almost died. I mean, technically she did, and now she's a vampire, and I'm not allowed to see her.
I'm sorry, Starlight.
He sets the fluffy dog down on the floor so he can pull me into his arms.
The
door to the apartment flies off its hinges. What the fuck? I scream, ducking as splinters of wood rain down. Deep down, I've known that the reprieve this past week would be short-lasting. I've been looking over my shoulder constantly when I leave the apartment. Silly of me, when I should have known the danger could appear here just as easily.
Get down.
Valen shouts, shoving me aside. He pushes me a little too hard, and I slide across the floor until I slam into the kitchen cabinets. Ow! I cry out. Valen crouches low and tackles the vampire to the ground. His strength has grown immensely these last months, and even though the vampire is clearly giving his all, Valen is stronger. It doesn't mean the brawl is entirely one-sided. The other vampire slams his fist into Valen's ribs hard enough to send my mate careening into the window. It doesn't break, thank God, because while Valen would surely survive the fall, the recovery would have to be brutal. But it does groan from the sheer force. With a scream, Valen overtakes the vampire again, dragging him to the floor where he repeatedly slams his fist into his face. When the vampire stops fighting, Valen looks over his shoulder at me.
I need something to tie him up.
My brain runs through what I might have. Won't he break through rope pretty easily?
Yeah, probably, but we'll be ready for him.
I find some spare rope in the closet and give it to Valen. He shoves the limp vampire into a kitchen chair and ties him so he's thoroughly bound.
Call Levi,
he instructs. Why? I blurt in surprise.
Because he's a demon. He should have the power to see into his mind.
My jaw pops open. He can read minds?
No, not read them per se, but he can probe them.
Probe? I try not to giggle. Valen sighs.
Dirty girl. Just call him.
With a shake of my head, I ring Luna, since it's the quickest way to get a hold of Levi. I wonder how she's faring now with him. I feel terrible that I'm the reason they're linked together. But Luna's been too nice to blame me for it.
Pinky,
Levi croons.
what could you possibly need from me?
We just got attacked by a vampire. And I think it's safe to say that Homeboy was sent by Big Bad Damien. Valen says we need you to help interrogate him since you can probe his mind.
Probe?
Levi chuckles.
Sure, we'll be there as quick as we can. But please tell Uncle Valentine to never call it probing again.
Before I can reply, he hangs up. They'll be here, I tell Valen. He nods, hands on his hips as he stares down at the vampire. I wonder if he's trying to figure out if he knows him.
Good.
20 minutes later, Levi and Luna let themselves into the apartment. What the hell? Luna mutters, taking in the busted-down door. Levi waves his hand behind him, and the open doorway glimmers a deep shade of purple. At my speculative look, he explains.
It's a glamour. Any humans passing by will see a closed door.
Makes sense, I mutter. It also makes me wonder what other powers he might be hiding. I don't know much at all about the demon at this point. Levi takes in the vampire who's knocked out once more. The second he started stirring, Valen struck him across the face and knocked him out again. Rolling up the sleeves of his gauzy black shirt, he sighs.
Let's get to it.
He grabs the vampire's head between his huge hands and murmurs something I can't hear. Nothing seems to happen at first. But then the vampire's head raises, and his eyes pop wide open. The orbs are glassy and out of it, which I take to mean Levi has infiltrated his mind.
You attacked my uncle and future aunt. That's not very nice, is it?
Levi croons, and I shiver at his words. Yes, I'm mated to Valen, and I assume we'll get married. But to hear those words from someone who looks to be my age is odd.
Tell me, what are you doing here?
The vampire jolts in his hold, like he's fighting the probing, but soon settles.
I'm here for the vampire. He made the boss angry, and he wanted me to snatch him and kill the pink-haired girl.
His deep voice replies. Off to the side, I cross my arms and watch the whole thing with Luna, who is in a similar position. I'm probably far too calm, considering this vampire just admitted that he came to kill me. But it looks like someone wanting me dead is becoming a regular thing.
Why is this particular vampire so important?
Levi prompts, asking the question we're all wondering.
He's the beginning of it all. As a fallen angel turned vampire, his blood is the most powerful, the purest.
Most powerful for what?
Valen interjects.
Making vampires.
The vampire replies, but twitches in an odd way. What's wrong with him? Luna asks, cringing.
Besides the obvious beating he took?
Levi tilts his head over his shoulder to make eye contact while continuing to hold the guy's head.
I can only do this for so long before he expires, so you better ask any other burning questions you have.
Making vampires.
Valen hums in thought.
Why would he need my blood for that?
The boss has created vampires for centuries, dating back to almost the dawn of modern humanity. He's used different covers over the years to hide his tracks, such as operating as a government research program.
I stiffen hearing that and wonder back to Zav and what Celine told me about his backstory. Is this vampire saying this whole time it was Damien behind the creation of vampires, including Zav? Those experiments by the government were a front?
Continue,
Levi commands, his voice deep and booming.
The boss has mastered various mutations and powers from the blood he's collected and experimented with to create the kind of vampire he needs. Any iterations before then, he's taken to eliminating when he can.
His soulless eyes zero in on Luna, and she grabs my arm for support. Levi growls and squeezes harder.
Why is he creating vampires? What do you mean by the kind of vampire he needs?
Valen asks as the vampire starts to seize up. Shit, time is of the essence.
He wants an army. His plan is to create the perfect, controllable vampire army to eradicate those lesser than us and take over. There are so many of them, and they are strong and hard to kill. With a force like that, no human or supernatural will be able to stop him.
My mouth drops in shock. What the fuck?
He's been holding me captive, collecting my blood, and torturing me, all to create an army to take over?
Valen advances on the vampire and growls out.
Correct.
The vampire is frothing at the mouth and shaking uncontrollably now.
He has had many failures in his quest. Many. But in the last 50 years, he's finally begun to perfect the formula to create what he needs. Vampires that are controllable by him and him only.
Valen seems frantic as he realizes the sole source of information he's wanted for so long is dwindling away. He bends down beside the vampire and gives him a rough shake. Levi groans when his hold is almost knocked loose from the vampire's skull.
How many vampires does he have in this army?
When the vampire doesn't answer right away, Valen screams.
How many?
As the last of the light leaves the vampire's eyes, and Levi pulls his hand away, he whispers 3 words.
Thousands upon thousands.
The four of us exchange a look, and horror sends a shiver down my spine. If Damien has built an army filled with vampires he controls, then we're screwed. This is bad, isn't it? Luna voices. Like real bad. Levi grabs her hand and gives it a gentle squeeze.
The good news is we know what's going on now.
And the bad news, she voices. Levi sighs and runs his fingers through his icy blonde hair. The tips turn a bright cobalt blue before settling back into their normal hue.
The bad news is we're severely underprepared for a war.
Valen's eyes meet mine and he pulls me into his arms.
I won't let anything happen to you.
He vows. I know he means what he says, but I worry there might come a point when he won't be able to protect me. What do we do now? I ask. Valen sighs and looks toward Luna and Levi.
We prepare in every way we can.
Levi twists one of his many rings around his finger.
And try to win this war before it even starts.
Epilogue. Valen. A month later. The door swings open and nearly slams into the opposite wall. Ava, I scold gently.
Sorry.
Her cheeks redden and she grabs the door, shutting it gently.
I'm just excited.
About what? I finished the glass of blood I was drinking before she arrived and rinse it out in the sink.
As you know, Jade has been putting me through the ringer, so I'll be ready for what's coming.
She wrinkles her nose with displeasure. She's been avoiding saying the word war since we found out the reality of what we're facing.
And while this isn't exactly battle-ready, I've been working on being able to communicate with familiars.
I slide my arms across my chest and fight a grin. Like, you can talk to them and they can talk to you?
Not quite.
She shrugs off her jacket and hangs it on the rack beside her door. Next go her shoes, kicked off in a haphazard pile. With a sigh, I pick them up and place them side by side.
Pom-Pom, come here.
She whistles and the fluffy dog comes scurrying from the bedroom. She scoops him into her arms and sits on the couch. She squints at him and seems to be concentrating. Is he speaking to you? I tease as I sit beside her.
Shush.
She hushes me.
Let me concentrate.
I mime zipping my lips, a gesture I've seen her use before, even though she's not looking at me.
He's happy. Very happy.
She says. What tipped you off? The wagging tail? She lowers Pom-Pom slightly and turns to glower at me.
Valen, respectfully, I love you. But shut up.
She closes her eyes once more, nose scrunched in concentration.
You're his favorite person.
Obviously. I laugh. He is my familiar. She opens one eye and glowers at me.
Valen.
Sorry. I raise my hands innocently. With a huff, she says.
He thinks it's funny that you're making me mad, and he really likes when you sneak him bites of dinner.
She purses her lips at me.
I told you not to give him people food.
Scoffing, I point at the adorable dog. You try saying no to that face. She passes Pom-Pom to me, and the dog promptly licks my nose.
Anyway, I'm sure it'll get easier to read him. But since I haven't been able to do that, I'm pretty proud.
I'm proud of you too. I kiss her forehead. Ava has been working herself tirelessly. When she's not at her actual job, she's either been with Jade or other witches Jade has enlisted to help. She opens her mouth to reply, but a knock on our door cuts off whatever she was going to say.
Were we expecting someone?
She asks. No. I set down Pom-Pom. But if it was someone troublesome, they wouldn't knock. She sighs in agreement. I get up and check the peephole, finding Levi and Luna on the other side. Letting them in, I say. What brought you guys here? I have something for you, Levi says, reaching into his pocket and procuring an envelope. Considering I'm currently trapped and unable to travel to iniquity, I hope you appreciate the fact that I now owe quite a few favors, but I thought you deserved this. My eyes narrow, and I take the envelope from him. It's not a bomb. It isn't going to explode. He rolls his eyes at me. Just open it.
What is it?
Ava asks, wrapping her arm around my bicep and peering over as I open it and pull out a letter. As I unfold the edges, a gasp flies out of me. Saphira. I gasp in awe, tracing my fingers over her familiar writing. My dearest brother Valentine. I'm finding it difficult to express in words what I'm feeling after learning of all you have endured in your quest to find me. I feel terrible that I didn't tell you a millennia ago about my beloved. But in order for us to be together, I had to follow certain protocol, and that included keeping the information from you. Love makes us do silly, selfish things, but I have never, not for one day, regretted him. I want you to know that I have found the greatest love I could ever hope for. I wish desperately to see you, dear brother, but I am unable to leave iniquity. It is all part of the bargain I made to be with Amadeus. I am happy that my son has gotten to meet you, and I'm sure you've welcomed him with open arms. Leviathan is the light of my life. When I found out I was expecting, it was the most joyous of days. He might act like a tough demon, but I promise you, there's a soft center beneath his hardened exterior. Believe it or not, he reminds me of you in a lot of ways. Perhaps one day you'll find a way to visit me here. Until then, I love you with all my heart, brother. Take care of my son. He is half my heart. Love, your sister, Saphira. A choked sob leaves me. She's alive. She's really alive. Levi rolls his eyes and snorts. I fucking told you, but of course you didn't listen. Why would you? Never trust a demon, am I right? Ignoring his rambling, I pull him into a hug. Oh, ew. Why are you hugging me? Thank you, Levi. I let him go, and he gives me a skeptical glance. You're welcome.
Who would have thought you could weird out the demon?
Ava laughs and grabs my arm once more. Carefully folding the letter, I pocket it and make a mental note to keep it somewhere safe. If Levi can get this letter, maybe there's some way in the future I can see Saphira again. For now, though, this is enough. We're going to head out, Luna says, hooking her thumb in the direction of the door. This one just wanted to make sure you got that as soon as possible. She nudges Levi's elbow with her own. I narrow my eyes on the point of contact. I don't know enough about demon customs to understand what's actually going on between the two.
I'll see you in the morning,
Ava says, leading them to the door.
I'll need my coffee fix and one of those cronut things you were experimenting with.
Luna laughs. You liked that, huh?
Yes. This is my formal request for an entire batch tomorrow.
Laughing, Luna pulls Ava into a hug. I can make that happen. Levi looks back at me just as they're about to cross the threshold, and I mouth, Thank you. I'm still not sure how I feel about my demon nephew, but I'm starting to feel something other than hate, so I suppose that's progress. Ava locks up behind them and turns, wrapping her arms around me and resting her chin on my chest.
How do you feel?
I know she means about the letter. Relieved. She stands on her tiptoes and presses a soft kiss to my mouth. I hold her close, inhaling her delectable scent.
What are you thinking about?
She asks, letting me go. You, I admit.
About how perfect I am. Am I right?
She teases. That's exactly it. I lean my hip against the counter. What else did Jade teach you? 20 minutes later, she's just finished showing me a recent spell she mastered that alters your appearance. Her features melt back into normal and she giggles.
Cool, huh?
Amazing. I reach out and grasp her pink hair, happy to see it once more. A knock has us both turning to the door in question.
Levi and Luna must have forgotten something.
She sighs, hopping up. She scurries over to the door and squeals.
Celine!
She all but tackles her best friend.
Look at you! I'm so happy you're okay.
The past month has been difficult for my mate, not knowing how her friend is doing. Sure, Xavier has given us updates here and there, but it's not the same as hearing straight from the source. Zav can't take his eyes off his mate as they enter. She looks different, but the same in a way that's hard to explain. It's like her features are enhanced, sharper, cleaner, deadlier. Her hair is even longer than it was before, and glossier too.
I feel good. Really good, Celine says. I feel mostly like me. Just a little ravenous for blood. She takes one of Ava's hands, and the two settle on the couch together, heads tucked close.
Do I smell like food to you?
Ava teases.
No, you smell like my friend. Xavier says I'm doing extremely well. I haven't experienced bloodlust the way other new vampires have, but we wanted to be sure before I saw you. Even though you're not wholly human, you're not a vampire either. I wouldn't want to hurt you.
Ava hugs her best friend.
You have no idea how happy I am to see you.
Back at you.
Celine must squeeze a little too hard because Ava groans.
Ow.
Oh, sorry.
Celine quickly lets go.
I'm not used to my strength yet.
It was an accident.
Ava is quick to assure her.
So, what's been going on while I've been gone?
Celine asks, looking around. I arch a brow at Zav. You haven't told her? We updated him by telephone, and I assumed he'd told Celine, but clearly not. He shakes his head. It wasn't the right time.
Time for what?
Celine asks accusingly. With a sigh, Zav perches on the coffee table and launches into explaining everything we learned from the vampire who attacked us. Her mouth gapes in horror and she shakes her head.
He's building an army?
She practically shrieks.
That's psycho! I'm going to gut him myself, I swear, especially since he gutted me.
Xavier sighs and runs his fingers through his vibrant hair. Normally, Celine has her hands full with him, but something tells me roles are about to reverse with vampire Celine.
What's our plan?
Celine asks. Ava shrugs and answers,
Get stronger, find allies, and take down that psychotic fucker before he can strike.
Celine smiles devilishly, flashing her newfound fangs. Xavier mouths, Fangasm.
That bitch-ass isn't going to know what hit him when we come for him,
she says, and Ava snorts. He has a whole army. We might be screwed. Celine shakes her head.